The entire basis for the government shutdown is that the Trump administration correctly does not want to send hundreds of billions of dollars to fund illegal immigrants in the blue states.
What Democrats are doing here, they're making plans to keep the shutdown going.
The Democrats want to keep the money spigot going to incent illegal immigrants to come into the U.S. who will vote for them. That's the crux of the battle.
And you all have just figured out, 29 days in, that, there might be some consequences. There are people who run out of money.
What's going on right now, they have been funding these people. They've been giving them EBT cards. They've been giving them Medicaid.
This isn't a political game. These are real people's lives that we're talking about.
They were taking hotels, like 4- and 5-star hotels. The Roosevelt Hotel being the classic example. They were sending, I think, $60 million a year to the Roosevelt Hotel. All it did was house illegals.
And we've tried to do that 13 times. You voted no 13 times.
The Trump administration cut off funding, for example, have luxury hotels for illegal immigrants that American citizens can't even afford.
13 times. People over here fund.
A massive investigation has uncovered that California may have committed major fraud against the US government by exploiting this complicated loophole that's allowed them to steal billions in federal taxpayer funds. One of the largest and most convoluted schemes in modern history has been discovered during a review of California's medical financial records. Investigators found that under Gavin Newsom's leadership, the Golden State has essentially been funneling taxpayer money from all across America to prop up California's own finances. The ingenious plan started in 2022 and it revolves around the complex concept of intergovernmental transfers, which in simple terms is when a local hospital or county makes a transfer to the state Medicaid agency for payments of medical services such as ambulance rides. After the transfers are made, the state can then request a matching amount of money from the federal government, but Newsom's California abused this system by raising the price of a simple ambulance ride by nearly 300%, and then once the local hospitals made the transfer to the state and the state received the matching funds from the federal government, they then instead paid a private ambulance service which cost only a fraction of the original price, pocketing the difference. But the thing is, this is all legal and the government must find a way to close this loophole.
Trump just advised his DOJ to reopen the Epstein investigation. Well, this comes after he called it all a hoax once again and begged his allies in the House to not vote to release the files. Plus, Trump wants his DOJ to specifically look at Epstein's relationships with his enemies, Bill Clinton and Larry Summers, etc. This is clearly a method of deflection. I think the hoax part is all the manufactured energy coming from you and the media and the Democrats who all of a sudden are making this their biggest issue as they know it can hurt Trump. Despite the fact Biden was president for 4 years, he couldn't release the files. The difference is Biden didn't promise to release the files. And now we have the Democrats in the House Oversight Committee releasing little tidbits showing Trump and Epstein's relationship was closer than we thought. Well, the House Oversight Committee is run by Republicans, so you can thank us for releasing more files than ever before. And the committee has subpoenaed all of them from the DOJ and has been releasing them. The process is working. Just give it some time. Yeah, but Trump's DOJ is selecting what files and choosing what redactions that they give to the committee. And we see how politicized the department has become. There's clearly things being hidden here. So frankly, we don't need any new politically charged investigations until we get all the files already sitting there released. Do you want the investigation reopened or no? Clearly, Biden's DOJ agree with Trump that the current state of evidence is not enough for new charges. Let the court of public opinion be the judge of that, and then we can proceed with your politically charged BS. Oh, and your BS isn't politically charged? No. That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. Better than protecting pedophiles.
And we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump taking on the press. Then we're going to go get on to Meet the Press on, what was it? I believe it's I think it's NBC. And we're going to go ahead and get into what Marjorie Taylor Greene also has to say as well, because she's speaking out after Trump just pretty much ripped her all over Truth Social and X. So let's get right into that. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get right into it.
Okay, everybody, we had a great weekend. From an economic standpoint, our prices are coming down very substantially on groceries and things. They're already at a much lower level than they were with the last administration. And we worked on it this weekend, and you're going to see some of the items that were a little bit higher. They were lower than the last administration, but a little bit higher. We're going to have some little price reductions, and in some cases, some pretty good ones. They used the affordability word. The affordability is much, much better with this. And again, I go to Walmart and other companies, and in every case, it's about 25%. That a meal, a Thanksgiving meal and surroundings are 25% lower than it was under the Biden administration.
And what's been being looked into in terms of affordability is that, well, Blue states are more expensive than red states. I know, surprise, surprise, which is honestly not really a surprise. But yes, when people were matching up the numbers, or when experts were matching up the numbers, they found that it is exponentially way more expensive to live in blue states than red states. So the affordability problem is really happening in the blue states than more than the red states. So apparently, if you're looking for affordability, you might want to move to a red state.
That's a big fact, and that comes from Walmart and others that do that. Okay? Any questions?
Any update on Venezuela, Mr. President?
Hey, shout out Asher Rose for starting us off with the high five for 100 joules. Appreciate the support, sis.
On Venezuela, updates?
No update on Venezuela.
Designation of that cartel associated with Maduro. Does that mean that the U.S. government can target Maduro's assets or infrastructure inside Venezuela?
It allows us to do that, but we haven't said we're going to do that. And we may be having some discussions with Maduro, and we'll see how that turns out. They would like to talk.
Mr. President, Representative Massey says he's concerned that the Epstein probe you are calling for could be a smokescreen to block the release of more files. Is that the case?
Well, I don't want to talk about it because fake news like you're a terrible reporter, and fake news like you, they just keep bringing that up to deflect from the tremendous success of the Trump administration. So a guy like Massey, his poll numbers are showing he's at 6% approval rating right now. And we call him Rand Paul Jr.
Now, I don't agree with Trump or trying to primary Thomas Massey, but I will say they are expecting Trump to fix something that was going on for 2 to 3 years, which was affordability that got pretty bad due to inflation. And they expect this man to fix it in about 10 months. So yeah, 2 to 3 year problem or situation that was going down. He's just supposed to make it better within 10 months? Let's be reasonable.
Because he never votes for the Republican Party. So they're using Jeffrey Epstein as a deflection from the tremendous success that we're having as a party.
President, you said they want to talk. You said Venezuela wants to talk. What does that mean?
Venezuela would like to talk. What does it mean? You tell me. I don't know.
You want to talk to them?
I talk to anybody. I talk to you, right? I talk to anybody.
Maduro's probably saying, "Look, bro, please do not bomb the shit out of me. Please do not use your CIA to assassinate me. And can we just work this out? Like, come on, man. I'll give you the oil fields. Your oil companies can come back and y'all can make money. Do we really got to do a regime change?" So, and that's pretty much what Maduro is offering. It's like, bro, we'll give you everything. Just don't take me out of power, is what he's saying at this point.
We'll see what happens.
Green says her life could be at danger because of the rhetoric.
Her life is in danger? Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, he says.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think her life is in danger.
Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been receiving, I believe, to her account, she has been receiving hoax pizzas. Her construction companies have been getting threatened and all that good stuff. Well, her construction company has been receiving threatening phone calls. So yeah, for some reason, as soon as Marjorie Taylor spoke out against Trump or really AIPAC, things got a little bit dangerous for her, or the threats just start coming in.
Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her. Okay, what about
affordability of health care? Are you negotiating with lawmakers on health care ahead of a vote next
I am. We're negotiating with lawmakers, and I've had personal talks with some Democrats. I can't tell you who they are. I just don't want to do that. It's not fair to them. About paying large amounts of dollars back to the people. This was my idea. It came up during that. Oftentimes under times of stress, like the shutdown, you come up with great ideas that you wouldn't have thought of before. The insurance companies are making a fortune. Their stock is up over 1,000% over a short period of time. They are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're not really putting it back, certainly not like they should.
Yeah, since Obamacare has been enacted, insurance companies have seen over 1,000% increase in their stock, over 1,000%. And guess who's one of the biggest benefactors of Obamacare? United Healthcare. The guy that got shot. The CEO that got shot by Luigi Mangione. Who did he work for? United Healthcare. Who's known for doing slimy stuff? United Healthcare. But who's also receiving taxpayer dollars through subsidies? United Healthcare. And who also got a portfolio increase from that? You know it, United Healthcare.
So when I see this, and when I've seen this over the last pretty short period of time, I said, why do we just pay this money directly to the people of our country and let them buy their own health insurance? And I made that statement, and I made it a little bit cavalierly, but it sounded good. And everybody is picked up, including Democrats. And I am talking.
Hey, shout out to my man Anonymous for sending in the 100 joules and a high five. Oh, that was Asher who sent in the high five. Appreciate that, Asher. And shout out Quentin Skies for the 100 joules. And also shout out to my man Anonymous for sending in the GOAT trophy for 1,000. Appreciate that support, my man.
To some Democrats right now about doing that. People love it. We're going to take the money. Well, if it gets approved, we're going to take the money. We're going to pay it back to the people of our country to go out and buy health insurance. Now, they could put it in a health account. We could do it a lot of different ways. But they buy their own health insurance. They can negotiate price. And it's going to be locked so they can't go out and buy a Cadillac. They can go out and buy health insurance.
Tucker Carlson. Is it time for Congress to move legislation that puts pressure on Russia and puts pressure on Putin?
Now, yes, that is what Trump has been preaching so far. And let's be real, this has been a Republican healthcare plan since 2019. They've been talking about this. Instead of sending the healthcare subsidies to the insurance companies, let's go ahead and send it to the American people and let that drive competition and let them control the money and let them go ahead and decide what they want to do with that, instead of giving it to the insurance companies that only, gives them a profit, and they still raise their prices. So is it really helping, going with the status quo of how the Obamacare subsidies work right now? Of course not, because it's not benefiting nobody. And even if you're a liberal, you should agree that, well, we shouldn't be enriching billionaires with taxpayer dollars, especially if there's no benefit to us.
Well, I hear they're doing that, and that's okay with me. They're passing.
Hey, shout out Ash Rose for the clapping seals. Appreciate the support.
Legislation, or the Republicans are putting in legislation that very tough, it's sanctioning, et cetera, on any country doing business with Russia. They may add Iran to that, as you know. I suggested it. So any country that does business with Russia will be very severely sanctioned. We may add Iran to the formula, yeah.
Mr. President, Mr. Tucker Carlson recently had
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
a friendly interview with anti-Semite Nick Fuentes. Tucker Carlson, what role do you think Tucker Carlson could play in the Republican Party and the conservative movement going forward?
Well, I found him to be good. I mean, he said good things about me over the years. I think he's good. We've had some good interviews. I did an interview with him. We had 300 million hits. You know that. Look, I can't tell him.
Should he be?
Will you let me finish my statement? You are the worst. You're with Bloomberg, right? You are the worst. I don't know why they even have you. We've had some great interviews with Tucker Carlson, but you can't tell him who to interview. I mean, if he wants to interview Nick Fuentes, I don't know much about him, but if he wants to do it, get the word out. Let him, people have to decide. Ultimately, people have to decide. The mayor of New York, I will say, would like to meet with us, and we'll work something out. But he would like to come to Washington and meet, and we'll work something out. We want to see everything work out well for New York.
You yourself had dinner with Nick Fuentes at Mar-a-Lago a few years ago. What role should he play in the conservative movement?
Well, I didn't know he was coming, and he was with, as you know, somebody.
But to speak into that a little bit more, so yeah, it does sound like Mandani wants to meet with the president, wants to negotiate something, pretty much try to get back that held back taxpayer or that held back funding that, the $10 billion that was supposed to help with, I believe, New York infrastructure or something like that. Yeah, Trump held that back. So I'm pretty sure Mandani's going to go in there and try to get that release. But is he going to use it for infrastructure? Probably not. He's probably going to reallocate it to, fund his socialist ideology or his socialist policy. Sorry.
Kanye. And Kanye asked if he could have dinner, and he brought Nick. I didn't know Nick at the time. And he did. He came and, along with a few other people. He brought a few people with him. Meeting people, talking to people, like for somebody like Tucker, that's what they do. People are controversial. Some are, some aren't. I'm not controversial, so I like it that way.
Venezuela, are you discussing options with Congress? Are you going to Congress to discuss potential options?
Hey, and shout out to my man Anti-Evil for sending in some support. He sent in a whole lot of hundreds. Appreciate the support, my friend. For 2 jewels, I appreciate the support.
I'd like to keep Congress involved. I mean, we're stopping drug dealers and drugs from coming into our country. And I actually told Marco and some of the people, our Secretary of State is doing a great job, by the way. I said, go to Congress and let them know we're not letting drugs come through Mexico. We're not letting them come through Venezuela. And let Congress know about it. We don't have to get their approval, but I think letting them know is good. The only thing I don't want them to do is leak information that's very important and confidential and may put our military at risk, or whoever is doing, CIA, military, etc. But I did say, I said, go and see Congress, see the representatives that we're supposed to be seeing, and be open about it. If they say, we don't want you to stop drugs from coming into the country, I don't think that would be good, yes.
Are any other countries committed to helping the U.S. with Venezuela, or is all our actions still?
Yeah, we have great support because it's all about drugs. Well, in Venezuela's case, it's about drugs, and it's also about thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that they've released into our country. And some are gang members from Tren de Aragua. Some are many are drug dealers. Some are murderers. So in the case of Venezuela, it's the prison population. Their almost entire prison population was released into the United States. You know what that means? Their prison population was released into the United States. And we're getting it out. We're doing an amazing job. We have a strong border now. We have everything. Our country's doing so well.
Now, to sit here and say that we're only doing this in Venezuela because of drugs, no, not really. I do believe that we are trying to get a regime change in Venezuela because we believe that the lady who won a Nobel Peace Prize for speaking out against the Maduro regime, we want her to be in there. Why? Well, mainly because she's a progressive, I believe. She's a progressive. She's going to give America what they want, access to the oil fields. But Maduro trying to get ahead of that and be like, look, I'll work with you guys. You don't got to do a regime change. F this girl and work with me, and I'll give you guys everything you want. Because it isn't, you're right. Trust me, it's not just about drugs. It is about oil, and it also is about who is in charge of Venezuela. And is the American government okay with that? And I know what you're asking. Well, who the hell are we to get involved with their government? And that's a really good question. And that's going to have to be answered eventually. Eventually.
But what the Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. And the single worst thing they did is allow 20 or 25 million people to pour into our country. People from prisons, drug dealers, mental institutions, bad people, gang members, to allow that to happen to the United States, totally unchecked and unvetted, should never be forgotten. What they've done to our country is a very big thing. But we are correcting it. We have strong borders now. We have a great economy. The prices are coming down. The Democrats like to use the word affordability, but their affordability was terrible. The problem with the Democrats, they lie. They do it so well. They talk about affordability, but I'm the one that's getting the prices down. As an example, they had the highest inflation in the history of our country. I have it down now to a normal level, and it's going down further. Thank you very much, everybody.
And all right, guys, now let's go ahead and get over to CNN on State of Union with, I believe, Dana Bash as she interviews Dr. Oz. And what Dr. Oz is talking about is there are discussions around extending this subsidy. I'm talking about the Obamacare subsidies that apparently, if they do not get extended, healthcare premiums will double or triple. And guess what? Even if they do get extended, healthcare premiums, instead of doubling or tripling, it only goes up about 18 to 30%. Either way, it gets more unaffordable.
The problem with the approach that was taken,
and shout out to Evil Ant, man. I do appreciate the support, showing a lot of love.
Was a great approach. I actually think they would have made those changes permanent. The fact that they're designed to expire now is reflective of the fact that the current system is not the system that anyone really thought would work long term. It creates incentives for fraud. And I'll just give you one example because I keep reading about this in different contexts, but you can understand it in a very straightforward way. Health insurance is different from other kinds of insurance. You don't want to use your fire insurance because you don't want your house burning down. Health insurance you tend to use every year. In fact, on average, 80% of people use their health insurance during the day. If you're watching right now, think about whether you filled a prescription, went to a doctor's office, you use your insurance. So let's say 20% of the time you don't use your insurance. That was also the number for the Obamacare exchanges. That number has now doubled. Doubled. We have last year 24 million people on the exchanges. 11 million people never filed.
So I hear you talking about how complicated it is, and there is potential for fraud. But the reality is, time's ticking, and there
potential for fraud, lady. There is fraud. I mean, there's no potential. There is fraud going on in our healthcare system. But hey.
11 million people never filed.
So I hear you talking about how complicated it is, and there is potential for fraud. But the reality is, time's ticking, and there are people who are really going to suffer because the system is the way it is, unless these are at least extended temporarily while you try to fix.
We understand the time is ticking, but it doesn't mean we just send it through and allow fraud to happen under the guidelines of the time is ticking. I mean, we got over a month, so chill out. And second, that doesn't mean we just allow fraud to happen. And third, like, you understand that this kind of goes against like the whole, liberal or I believe the far left agenda of making sure that the corporate elites don't get richer off the backs of the American people. Isn't that kind of like y'all think?
Figure out a reform. Will that happen? Will you encourage the president to do that?
There are ways for us to continue to cover Americans without allowing the widespread fraud. And I don't want to underplay this. 4.4 million people right now, we believe, are getting full insurance coverage with the Obamacare. Many of them don't know they have that coverage. They're duly enrolled both in Medicaid and the ACA.
Can you fix that? It's the middle of November. Can you fix that in the next 5 weeks?
Well, we can definitely put in incentives to remove that as a possibility. I'll give you a good example. Get people to pay $5. $5. Is that too much to pay a month? Paying $5 a month?
No, Dr. Oz is a doctor. I mean, yeah, he has his medical degree and everything. He's actually invented medical products and all that good stuff. I mean, he's not a doctor for no reason. And yes, he was actually a head surgeon as well. So yes, Dr. Oz is a very established doctor. I mean, trust me, he's an actual medical professional. So you could trust what he's saying. And when people try to discredit Dr. Oz, that is straight TDS. I mean, just because the man had a show, you can't devalue his accomplishments. Just because he had a show. Come on now.
Means at least you have to opt into the program. You can't get falsely put on the program by some broker without you knowing.
So are there
about
conversations about doing things like you just said with the Republicans in Congress, maybe even with Democrats, in order to get these subsidies at least extended in the short term?
There are discussions around extending the subsidies. If we deal with the fraud, waste, and abuse that right now is paralyzed in the system, there are ways of using our money wisely by putting it in the pockets of Americans. There are things we actually put into the one big beautiful bill, like these CSRs, which are these cost-saving reduction tools that make insurance more efficient. That would have saved us a lot of money that Democrats took out. So there are already ideas we put out there. We would have saved 10% on premiums if we'd allowed these CSRs to be enacted in the one big beautiful bill. By not putting them in there, we're forcing people to pay more. Dana, the big question is this: how do we insure people but make it sustainable? I'm passionate about this. I'm a heart surgeon. I want people having coverage when they come to see me for life-saving heart surgery, or else I'm fearful they won't get that care. But how do we do it in a way that makes the program sustainable for decades to come? Yeah. So we don't fight this battle every single year.
Yeah. Just to be clear, as again, this isn't a hypothetical. In the short term. This is why I'm so focused on it, because the deadline is where it is. I want to play something from Donna and Chris Vetters. They have monthly health care payments that are expected to skyrocket from $401 a month to $2,000 a month. Listen to what they said.
It's just impossible. There's no way we're going to have to give up our health care.
The increase in the health premiums would be half of my income. It's literally rolling the dice on whether we live or die at this point.
So again, what can the president and Congress do right now to help people like the Vetters?
This is the concern I've had from the moment I took my oath to run CMS. We have under Obamacare system that had a clip at 400% of the poverty level. That couple, I can almost guarantee you, is making over $100,000 a year. At some point, the Obamacare system just stopped paying for your insurance. They assumed you just pay for it yourself. The extended subsidies covered them temporarily. It was designed only during COVID, during a crisis, but we still don't have a marketplace in America to help couples like that. We want to try to craft that. There are ideas that would allow us to do that. For example, we could give them the money instead of giving it to the insurance companies.
So that's a conversation that has been happening about giving the president has said there are billions of dollars that the government could send directly to people to purchase their.
Yeah, about $29 billion. And you know what? I mean, $29 billion for what? Every person in America? I don't know. Like I said, I'm not sure if that's going to add out to what the American people need, unless it's going to add out to the $14,000 that every American would need to get healthcare for a year. Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to help.
Own much better healthcare.
We'll
How would
see.
that even work?
Well, we don't have market forces at play right now. Think about, what is it called? It's called the Obamacare Exchange. It's a marketplace. What does marketplace mean? People actually have a role in a marketplace. They make decisions about what they value. It was originally designed to be 50% truly people from the private sector, like that couple coming in, and then 50% government subsidized folks who couldn't afford their insurance. We have priced the systems now so heavily with government subsidies that they crowds out the private sector.
How would a check, getting a check in the mail, actually work?
If you had a check in the mail, you could buy the insurance you thought was best for you.
Right, but how would the government actually make that happen?
Oh, we could use health savings accounts. There are different tactics, flexible savings accounts. There are tools that exist right now that we could use. The question is that the best way for us to use taxpayer dollars? And this is critical. Is it sustainable? If we truly create a marketplace, can people use that money to wisely use their power to buy insurance that helps them?
What I'm hearing you saying are some fixes. And I know that you said it 3 weeks ago in an interview that you believe the president has a plan to replace Obamacare. Is that what you're getting at here? Because this is certainly something that the president and Republicans tried to do in his first term and didn't succeed. Are you going to restart that?
I actually did not say I was going to replace Obamacare. What I said was there are many ideas out there. Some of them could replace Obamacare. Many of them will not. There's tactics that we're discussing right now. The shutdown just ended. We were held hostage, as you know, unable to even discuss this. We didn't have actuaries in the offices. We didn't have insurance experts. All those folks are back working full speed, and we are giving the president lots of options. We have reinsurance as an option, which is traditionally used to make insurance more affordable. We have tactics that would.
And I always just say, like, when it does come to Obamacare, now I'm not going to say Obamacare is like completely terrible when it comes to the care part of it. Yes, when it comes to the healthcare part, sure. When it comes to the affordability part, I mean, it was supposed to be all about affordability, but instead it seems like we focus more on taking care of, well, healthcare corporations and pharmaceutical corporations than the actual American patient. So, hey, maybe there's a way we can switch that around. Maybe Trump is going somewhere. We're giving the subsidies to American citizens. I mean, shoot, if you really want to make an impact, you probably have to up like what, 100K or more. I mean, not 100K, but 100 billion just for what? Adults to maybe get 10 to 15,000 in their account, maybe. Like, who knows how that's going to work out? Who knows how it's going to split amongst the American people? And we'll have to see. And for all you know, that might be more expensive than Obamacare if it gets out of control. And I mean, God forbid fraud gets on there. Oh, man.
Allow Americans to play a different role than they historically have played in this marketplace. But let me give you one big message because it's critical. At the same time we figure out how to pay for this program, we've got to figure out how to drop the cost of the program. That's why things like the most favored nation drug pricing are so critical. If we don't take proactive stances, as the president has done, to push down the prices of healthcare, no matter how much money you throw at these systems, it's never going to be enough.
We're out of time, but if somebody is watching now worried that they are not going to be able to afford insurance at the end of the year, are you making a promise that the president and Congress will make sure that they can?
I'm promising the president is laser focused on this. It's the main thing I talk with them about. Congress as well is all over this. We have got to find solutions that don't just work at the end of this year, but work for years to come. And I do want to come back to this theme. We have ideas that will also drop the actual cost of care by putting downward pressure on what we're paying for medications. And that's probably a very good example. If you have insurance coverage, but your medications are also better priced, the insurance you buy is enough to buy those meds, you're in pretty good shape.
Dr. Oz, thank you so much for.
I mean, yeah, he's honestly right. They are doing something by getting these pharmaceutical companies to pay most favored nation pricing. I mean, you can't be mad at that. And to be quite honest, it does help with healthcare costs. And it stops these pharmaceutical companies from government taking advantage of us. Now, if they can just get a hold of that leasing on price, we'd really be going somewhere, honestly. Like, we get most favored nation pricing is nice and all, but taking care of the leasing on pharmaceutical drugs, on the pricing on pharmaceutical drugs, yeah, that'll be key right there to really start helping people. But all right, though, let's get over to Marjorie Taylor Greene. As she's been ousted out the Republican Party by, Trump for apparently complaining too much.
It's the political breakup heard round the world. President Trump severing ties with at least one of his closest allies, declaring, "I am withdrawing my support and endorsement of Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene," even calling for primary challenges against his one-time loyalists and attacking her as, quote, wacky, a ranting lunatic, a rhino, and a traitor. This is days before the House of Representatives is set to vote on releasing the Epstein files. It's a stunning breach between two MAGA leaders, one of whom is here with me now exclusively for her first interview since the president cut ties. Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, thank you so much for being here. As you just heard, and I know you saw, the president says he's withdrawing support for you, encouraging primary challengers. You were one of his biggest supporters. What do you think happened here?
Well, Dana, thank you for having me on. And
I'll tell you what happened, man. She got to talking about AIPAC. She got to talking about foreign support that for some reason the Republicans are championing for some reason. She started talking about a lot of things that, Republicans want you to shut up about. Not just the Trump administration, no. It's been a long thing with the Republicans. She's pretty much going against what the Republicans usually stand on. And, hey, she's going against it, and she's facing the consequences for it. And I support her. I mean, keep doing what you're doing and stand on 10. I do agree with some of the things she say, but, hey, getting ousted out of the party for disagreement is not what MAGA is supposed to be about.
It's true. I stood with President Trump when virtually no one else did. Campaigned all over the country, spent millions of my own dollars helping him get elected. And I think that's incredibly important. And I do support him and his administration. And I support them in delivering the campaign promises we made to the American people. His remarks, of course, have been hurtful. However, I have something in my heart that I think is incredibly important for our country. And that is to end the toxic fighting in politics. And this has been going on for years, and it has divided our country, split up friends and families, neighbors, and it's not solving our problems. The most hurtful thing he said, which is absolutely...
people were like dividing their families over who voted for Trump and who voted for Kamala Harris. Now we're going to have infighting in MAGA over who listens to Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens. Like, come on now. Is that really what we're about to do? Like, we already got divided over like red and blue. Now we're going to be divided over who we listen to. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Absolutely untrue. Is he called me a traitor, and that is so extremely wrong. And those are the types of words used that can radicalize people against me and put my life in danger.
What do you think happened? What do you think is the reason for this?
Unfortunately, it has all come down to the Epstein files, and that is shocking. And, I stand with these women. I stand with rape victims. I stand with children who are in terrible sex abuse.
Now, I will disagree with her on that one right there. It's not about her like wanting to release the Epstein files. Like, trust me, nobody's really trying to get in her way about that. Well, besides the Dems and the Republicans who are voting no on it. But no, that's not the Trump administration. What's really going on is that Marjorie Taylor was making rounds on CNN, The View, and other left-wing media, and pretty much just bashing the Trump administration, pretty much saying that they're failing on affordability and all this wild stuff, saying that, maybe the ICE raids aren't the right thing. And it's just kind of like a complete walk back. You know what? I was hearing her out on everything but the ICE raids, because since she's in the construction company, I'm like, I don't know, sis, you're looking kind of strange. You trying to defend illegals when you own a construction company, and a lot of these illegals are on the construction site. So there was that. But as far as, ringing the bell on the affordability, I agreed with her. Why? Because it's an important issue that we should hone in on for the next 6 months in order to secure the midterms.
Situations, and I stand with survivors of trafficking and those that are trapped in sex trafficking. And I will not apologize for that. I believe the country deserves transparency in these files. And I don't believe that rich, powerful people should be protected if they have done anything wrong. And so I'm standing with the women, and I will continue to do my small part to get the files released.
You said on X yesterday, quote, "It's astonishing really how hard he's fighting to stop the Epstein files from coming out, and that it really makes you wonder what is in those files." Are you suggesting there's something in the Epstein files that President Trump does not want Americans to see?
Well, I think that's the part that has so many people confused, is that the women themselves that I have talked to have over and over again said that Donald Trump did nothing wrong. Quite a few of them even told me they voted for him. And those are the women I would like to see in the Oval Office with.
No, Trump should release it and stop letting the Democrats slow roll it. Because the way they're slow rolling information, doing their little leaks and all that good stuff, they only leaking the stuff that's completely out of context and make Trump look the worst. Like, everybody's going with this whole, was Trump doing gay stuff with Bill Clinton? And then you know where they're getting that from? They're getting that from an email exchange between Jeffrey Epstein and his brother Mark Epstein. And it says nothing about there's proof that Trump did anything gay with Bill Clinton. All it was Mark Epstein making a joke, going like, well, does Putin have pictures of Trump blowing Bubba? And that's like damn near exactly what he wrote down. So I'm not sure where they got it from, but if I was Trump, as soon as that came out, I'd have been like, all right, F it, release it. Because there ain't nothing worse, Trump, at this point. The next step is actually people believing you're a pedophile. They're already thinking that you're over there like blowing Bill Clinton. Just release the entire Epstein list at this point. Stop playing around.
Support. I would like to see all of the women there with support. I have no idea what's in the files. I can't even guess, but that is the questions everyone is asking, is why fight this so hard?
Well, before this blow up, you sort of alluded to this just now. You said you were confident the president wouldn't be implicated. Are you still confident of that?
I'm listening to the women. Those are the ones that are saying that he did nothing wrong. Virginia Giuffre even said under oath that Donald Trump did nothing wrong.
True.
And she wrote it in her book. So I'm continuing to.
I mean, even the redacted, well, even in the emails, the redacted name was allegedly Virginia Giuffre, who's already said that Trump's never did anything crazy in front of her, that he's never touched girls in front of her. You know, always got to add the front of her part. So yeah, as far as one of the main people who's been releasing stuff about Epstein, or one of the main victims of Epstein, Virginia Giuffre, God rest her soul. But as far as one of the main people who's been speaking out, yes, she's a vindicated Trump. Vindicated Trump. She said that Trump's done nothing wrong, but for some reason the Dems are still trying to sell it.
Listening to the women, and I think their voices should be the loudest.
The president said the reason that you have been critical of him is not necessarily Epstein, but because he pushed you not to run for the Senate or for governor in Georgia. How and when did he do that?
Well, that is absolutely not true. Actually, I never had a conversation at all with the president about running for Senate or running for Georgia. And those were decisions I came to on my own, that I don't want to have anything to do with the Senate. I think the past 2 months of the government shutdown should have shown America exactly why I would never want to be there. I think it's a very broken institution that serves the uniparty and doesn't serve the American people and how they vote. And I decided that I didn't want to run for governor this cycle either. I very much want to do the job that I'm in. Everyone else says I'm running for something, but all I want to do is serve Georgia's 14th district. And I'm very grateful for that opportunity.
So he said it pretty explicitly. Are you saying he's lying, or did he at least get that message to somebody on your political team instead?
Honestly, I do think she should run for governor. I mean, she got a pretty good, honestly, her political stock went through the roof with both Republicans and Democrats. So she actually has the potential to be governor.
I'm
Like it or
not
not.
sure. But I don't. That is untrue. What he said. I don't know if he's being fed wrong information. I honestly have no
Most
idea in
likely.
that area, but it is absolutely factually not true. Nor have I called him, and White House logs would prove that. His own cell phone records would prove it. I have not been calling the president, but I did post messages that I had sent to him, and that was to protect, get involved. This is important. The American people want the Epstein files released. And, I've stood with the president. I have disagreed with him at times, Dana, and I'm allowed to do that. I think that's the most important thing we can do as Americans. And I'm urging my party. I've been putting massive pressure on my party and our speaker to pass the agenda that the American people vote for. That's the agenda that I fought for. Those are the campaign promises I made. And I can disagree with the president at times, particularly this past Monday on the Marines' 250th anniversary, when he honored the new Syrian president, who is an Al-Qaeda terrorist and was wanted by our government for years with a $10 million bounty up until March of this year. I very much am against that. I think that was very hurtful to the great men and women who served over in the Middle East and were sent there, and many of them that were killed and injured and live with PTSD to this day from fighting Al-Qaeda. So there's things I disagree with, and I'm allowed to do so.
Well, you mentioned the Syrian leader at the White House. You've also been critical of President Trump over foreign entanglements, H-1B visas. Now he's moving military assets towards Venezuela. I do want to play something that he said this week.
Don't forget, MAGA was my idea. MAGA was nobody else's idea. I know what MAGA wants better than anybody else. And MAGA,
I mean, I don't know about that because MAGA definitely don't want 600 Chinese spies or my bad, students. They want 600,000 Chinese students over here taking jobs. I'm sorry, but we don't want that. That's the whole reason why we kicked Vivek out for agreeing with the whole H-1B visa fiasco. So yeah, Trump, don't get it twisted now. Right now, you're the front runner for MAGA, but you are not MAGA. You are not all that MAGA is. Because let's be real, if you start playing that game, then we'll just switch MAGA to America first, and we'll just try to separate ourselves. That's actually what's happening right now in the Republican Party amongst the conservatives. And shout out Asher Rose. She says, for Conspiracy Hour. And appreciate the support, sis, and starting us off on the super chat. Appreciate the support. But yeah, I don't like when Trump gets into that, oh, I'm MAGA, I know what's best for MAGA. And I'm just like, I don't know about that, because what you've been saying lately have not truly been the best. Now, especially when it comes to these foreign affairs. Now, will you lowering drug prices, you breaking ground on these data centers and all this good stuff? All right, that's good. Promote that more than promoting your geopolitical escapades. Let's start focusing on what's going on at home.
wants to see our country thrive.
Do you agree? Do you think he represents the MAGA movement as he once did?
Well, what the American people voted for with MAGA was to put the American people first and stop sending foreign aid and stop being involved in foreign wars. They very much deserve to be put first. Cost of living is far too high. Health insurance is completely out of control. And those are two issues I've been very vocal on for months and months now, long before Republicans were shocked when those big losses came on this past Tuesday's election. So I think that the American people deserve to be put first. That's what Make America Great Again meant to me. And I think that President Trump can do that if he refocuses his effort. And I think that's what I want to see. I think that's what the country wants to see. Even if he's attacking me, I do want him to be successful for the American people.
So sounds like you're saying that he is not representing the MAGA movement that he started right now.
I can say that promoting H-1B visas to replace American jobs, bringing in 600,000 Chinese students to...
And then to sit there and say, well, we need to be trained. I'm like, Trump, did you really just sit there and say that 600 Chinese students are just going to come here and just leave? I mean, bro, No, they're not. They're going to sit here and just take those jobs, and the companies are going to create excuses or loopholes for those guys to stay because they can pay them cheaper. It's not, bro. Actually, who's actually trust that these companies are going to do what they did over there in Georgia in the Hyundai battery plant? They're getting tax breaks that are funded off the backs of American people, but they're not hiring American people. What makes you think they're not going to do that bullshit? That's why I didn't even like when he said the 600,000 Chinese students, because I'm like, that's not going to benefit us. And I'm be real with you, we got to make these corporations play fair, and we can't trust them to play fair.
To replace American students.
That's why you just should take out the whole H-1B altogether, because they're not better than us, they're not smarter than us, and they perform lower than us. They're just cheaper.
Opportunities in American colleges and universities, those are not America First positions. And continuing to really travel all over the world doesn't help Americans back at home. I really, and I said this to him, and I will say it out loud, I would love to see Air Force One be parked and stay home, and there be nothing but a constant focus in the White House on a domestic agenda that helps the American people once and for all.
Congresswoman, you posted on X that President Trump
pretty much telling Trump, look, park the jet and just focus on nothing but America First policies. That's it. It's like we damn near telling Trump, park the jet for like 6 months and you do not leave this goddamn border. You don't leave America until everything you said you're going to fix is fixed, including affordability, inflation, job creation, and of course, AI manufacturing, whatever. But just get it done. And I think you're going to best get it done by staying in America and pretty much honing down on people to get it done.
Is, with his comments, fueling a, quote, hotbed of threats against you. Obviously, any threats to your safety are completely unacceptable. But we have seen these kinds of attacks or criticism from the president at other people. It's not new. And with respect, I haven't heard you speak out about it until it was direct.
Because they're not threatening her because of, dissenting from Trump. They're threatening her because, well, she's against AIPAC. She's against foreign aid. And trust me, there's a lot of politicians. I mean, there's a lot of evil people out there who get money off this foreign aid. And here's the thing. I mean, look at the threat that happened to Erica Kirk. Look what the Ukrainian military, these wild Ukrainian military guys out there on the field sent to Erica Kirk. They said, if you interfere with our foreign aid, we'll take you out. And this is on video. So what makes you think that people aren't saying the same thing to her? And she wants it to stop for Israel, Ukraine, and everywhere else. You don't think she's going to get threatened for that when Erica Kirk got threatened just off what her husband said about stopping Ukrainian aid? I'm just saying.
Directed at you.
Dana, I think that's fair criticism. And I would like to say humbly, I'm sorry for taking part in the toxic politics. It's very bad for our country. And it's been something I've thought about a lot, especially since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, is that I'm only responsible for myself and my own words and actions. And I am committed, and I've been working on this a lot lately, to put down the knives in politics.
Oh, guys, let's get those likes up by double tapping that screen and liking the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Really just want to see people be kind to one another, and we need to figure out a new path forward that is focused on the American people, because as Americans, no matter what side of the aisle we're on, we have far more in common than we have differences. Yeah. And we need to be able to respect each other with our disagreements.
So just to put a button on this, you regret the things that you have said and posted in the past, the Facebook post that was taken down of you in 2020 holding a gun alongside the squad, encouraging people to go on the offense against the socialists, liking a tweet of somebody calling for the execution of Nancy Pelosi and former President Obama. Just examples.
Not the what about.
Well, Dana, as you know, and many people know, I addressed that back in 2021. And of course, I never want to cause any harm or anything bad for anyone. So that was addressed back then, and I
Okay.
very much stand by my words I said then, and I stand by my words today. I think America needs to come together and end all the toxic, dangerous rhetoric and divide. And I'm leading the way with my own example, and I hope that President Trump can do the same.
Okay, so on that, I do want to ask you about something you posted just yesterday on X. You questioned who and what country is putting so much pressure on Trump to keep the Epstein files hidden. And you included a picture about donations from pro-Israel lobbying group AIPAC. What are you trying to say there?
I'm weak though. To shout out to the APAC tracker. It's probably the funniest thing that was invented on X is the track APAC. Marjorie Taylor Greene received $0. Randy Fine, I mean, guys like Randy Fine and Lindsey Graham, probably more like, I don't know, 200K plus.
From pro-Israel lobbying group AIPAC. What are you trying to say there?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's the question that many Americans are asking, especially when we saw information recently come out in these emails that the Oversight Committee that I serve on has released. And we saw Jeffrey Epstein with ties to Ehud Barak. We saw him making business deals with them, also business deals that involved the Israeli government. And seems to have led into their intel.
And this is what gets her, attacked. It's like I said, everybody thinks about Trump, but no. It's when she started talking like this. When she started talking about, well, Epstein was an Israeli spy, worked for the Mossad. He had linkings with Ehud Barak, which was an ex-Israeli prime minister that was also a key figure in their defense department. So yeah, when you start talking like that, for some reason, you start getting threats.
Agencies. And I think the
Especially
right
the
question is to
politician.
ask is, was Jeffrey Epstein working for Israel? And I'm proud to say I don't take money from AIPAC. I don't take money from any special group of people. I'm just representing my district and the American people. And so that's what I was referring to.
I just want to be clear. Are you saying Israel is pushing the president of the United States to cover up the Epstein files? And what evidence do you have that is the case?
I simply,
I mean, it kind of sounds like it, but it's not. Hey, that might not be too far from the truth. I mean, she kind of might have let her message kind of slip out there a little bit too far, because it kind of sounds like that's what you're saying. And hey, she might be cooking with that. You never know. I mean, why would Israel want, trust me, let's say Epstein is a Mossad agent. Why would Israel want that to come out? Like us knowing that, yo, you did some of our politicians pretty dirty by pulling them in a honeypot situation. And then also you got them caught up with girls. And now we can't even trust our own politicians to operate for us because of this honeypot operation that you was working through with Epstein. Why would they want us to find that out so we can have that criticism of them? And here's the thing, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. We can find that out about them. They'll still have people like Mark Levin who will say, we should protect the Holy Land. You must understand they're the chosen people, but they make mistakes. I'm sorry they accidentally corrupted our politicians, but they're the holy people. All right.
No, I simply just asked out loud, is there a foreign government? And it could be any foreign government, but is a foreign government pushing to keep this covered up? Because people just don't understand the big fight against.
Well, you had AIPAC up there. It was pretty clear which government you were talking about.
That I'm questioning that government in particular and questioning any other foreign government.
Okay, when you're talking about lowering the rhetoric, which is important for everybody to hear from you and all of our elected officials. But there is some concern, a lot of concern among Republicans about the rise of anti-Semitic hard right figures in your movement, especially after Tucker Carlson hosted white nationalist Nick Fuentes on his podcast, didn't question Fuentes about his vile language or views. You did speak at a conference hosted by Fuentes back in 2022. You were criticized and you said then that you didn't know about his views. Well, Fuentes talked to Carlson about that in the interview. Listen to what he said.
Well, again, with Marjorie, I was a friend of hers, and she spoke at my conference, and then the day after, she pretended like she didn't know me. She pretended like she didn't know me and lied and said, I had no idea the conference I was speaking at. She knew exactly what it was.
What do you say to that?
Now, she knew it was the America First conference, but she didn't know that it was Nick Fuentes running the America First PAC. Like, she did not know that. Which is
Well, first of
hilarious,
all,
by
I
the way.
defend every single person's free speech rights. I think that's incredibly important.
blindsided
So
by
I don't
that.
apologize for that. And I don't believe in canceling people. And I think it's important for people like Tucker Carlson and yourself to interview everyone. I don't believe in trying to cancel someone by refusing to interview them and question them. And
I think you just running from the smoke. I think you just running from the smoke and you scared because you can't defend your position. Every time somebody says, "Oh, I don't want to debate I wouldn't platform Nick Fuentes," I'm like, "What? You scared? What? You can't hear out his ideas? What? Because you can't debate him? Like all you gotta do is hear him out. You know, say what you want to him. If it's an interview, if it's a reaction, just hear the guy out and say your piece. We're not expecting you to agree with Nick Fuentes, and just because you play Nick Fuentes on your platform, don't mean you agree with 100% of what he says, or even if you host the guy. So it's ridiculous to sit here and act like we can't talk to this man or listen to him.
I did speak at his conference back in 2022. However, I don't know Nick Fuentes. He's someone I've never exchanged text messages with or phone calls, but I did speak at his conference. That was the first time I had met him that day, and that was it. So, but I did watch the interview. I watched the full interview with Tucker, and I admire him for interviewing many people as well as exposing a lot of powerful information.
I hear what you're
he
saying.
does on his show.
I hear what you're saying about free speech. I mean, count me as guilty as a proponent of free speech. There's free speech, and then there is hate speech. And this is a man invited on a really prominent conservative show who said, even during that interview, he had a problem with, quote, organized Jewry, and he wasn't challenged on it. In the past, he has denied the Holocaust, called Adolf Hitler effing cool, talked about the fact that he thought Jim Crow was just fine, and on and on. So again, there's free speech, and then there's just hateful language and sentiment.
Oh, come on now. There's free speech and there's hate speech. Come on, I ain't trying to hear that. Bro, free speech protects hate speech. Get over it, okay? Just get over it. If the man want to sit there and say Hitler got aura or he likes Stalin, that's up to him. And it's up to you guys to be outraged by it. If that's the last time you want to listen to the man, that's your choice. That's the beautiful thing about America. It's your choice. Now, for you to go out there and just try to deplatform a guy that you disagree with or you just hate what he says is a bit petty, and you don't believe in freedom of speech.
Well, Dana, again, I told you on this interview that I'm committed to ending the toxic politics. And I think I don't want to have anything to do with it. You should have Nick Fuentes on your show and you could ask him questions about that. I myself am not anti-Semitic.
Oh, shit, bro. Have Nick Fuentes on CNN? Yo, that would be lit. Oh, man, that would be so crazy for them to have Nick Fuentes on CNN. Hey, I'd watch it. I'd watch that. But... boy, I'll tell you that, boy. Whoever hosts Nick Fuentes on CNN, that's gonna be the last time on CNN.
I have never criticized the Jewish people or said anything about them in particular. I am critical of the government of Israel, and I can criticize any government I want to in the entire world as well as our own. And a lot of the times I'm criticizing our own government for failing the American people. And I think that needs to be the focus. And that's the most important thing people care about, is being able to afford groceries, housing, health insurance, and having a good quality of life.
Yeah. And I hear you saying you're not anti-Semitic, and you've said it before. And, you know, some of the posts that you have put up, which you have apologized for, certainly have tropes in them that have been used historically against Jews. But I do want to end this conversation with a question to you.
Okay, Dana.
And that is, do you see a situation where you and President Trump can make up? And if not, do you think you have a future in the GOP?
Well, I certainly hope that we can make up. And there's, you know, again, I can only speak for myself. I'm a Christian, and one of the most important parts of our faith is forgiveness. And that's something I'm committed to. That's why I can easily come on your show that is watched all over the world, and I can say things I'm sorry for, and I can try to set an example of how I think we should move forward as Americans. And so, of course, on my end, I believe in that, and I certainly hope to see that happen.
Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, I appreciate you coming on this morning. Thank you so much.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get on to Mike Johnson. Let's go ahead and get on to the right side of news on Fox. Been on CNN the whole time. All right, let's get over to what Mike Johnson got to say.
Joining us now, House Speaker Mike.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get those likes up by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
And welcome back to Fox News Sunday.
Glad to be back.
Okay, so a lot to unpack. The shutdown is over since the last time we talked, but now you have 9 appropriations bills that have to get through the House and the Senate to the president's desk by January 31st. On Friday, the Washington Examiner crunched the numbers. They said this: beginning Thursday, there are 57 weekdays until January 31st. But the House is only set to be in session for another 17 days, with the Senate in session for 20 days for the remainder of 2025. So in this environment, how in the world do you get 9 of the more complex bills done with 17 to 20 work days?
Well, the good news is our appropriators in the House and the Senate in bipartisan fashion have been working on appropriations bills, the whole year. So they're virtually done. There's a little disagreement between the Senate and House versions of some of the bills. The top line numbers are a little bit different. We got to resolve that, but we can certainly get that done in the amount of time that's still on the calendar. Just because we don't have legislative voting days, it doesn't mean Congress isn't working. There's this idea out there that Congress goes on vacation. Shannon, I haven't had a day off in 2 years. I mean, we work around the clock on these things. Our appropriators in particular have been working very hard, and they're ready to go. So I'm very optimistic we can get the rest of the appropriations bills done. And this is the key point. We are returning to regular order, the way this is supposed to work. Congress hasn't done this for many years. And I'm really proud of this achievement. Having gotten 3 bills signed into law on Wednesday night, 3 approach bills is a big achievement. I know that seems like a low bar, but we're getting Congress back to the way it's supposed to work so that we can be better stewards of the taxpayers' dollars.
So this idea of you haven't had a day off, but your critics are saying, well, the House hasn't been here. We hear paid vacation for 6, 7, 8 weeks, that members have not been here. And listen, I've heard from Republicans too, some of them frustrated that there wasn't work happening here on issues that could have been handled outside of the shutdown.
There are about 3 of them that were frustrated. 99.9% of House Republicans were united in that. And they will tell you, and they have said publicly and privately, they've had some of their best work of their careers during the shutdown because they were in their districts with their constituents, helping them navigate through the chaos of the shutdown that the Democrats created. Remember, the Democrats in Congress voted 16 times to keep the government closed, to bring on the longest shutdown in U.S. history, and to exact all this pain on the people. And for what? I mean, millions of American families went without food on their tables over this period. You had millions of Americans stuck in airports and stranded because their flights were canceled. You had troops wondering where their next paycheck was going to come from. And it was all for naught. They got nothing out of it. And I think that's why you see the backlash against the Democrat leadership, because we tried to talk them out of that and we couldn't.
Well, speaking of the appropriators, let's talk about one of them, House Democrat Rosa DeLauro. She's the ranking.
No, let's be real. That is true. Like I said, they went in here to get the healthcare subsidies extended, or the Obamacare healthcare subsidies extended, and that they didn't even get that. The Republicans offered it as their first offer to them was a 1-year extension. They said no. They thought they could get more, and as they dragged the American people out, as they're getting paid, and government workers and military men aren't, they're over here just trying to blame the Republicans for something that they're voting no on. So yeah, they did all this showboating, all this dragging out to get nothing at all. Complete failure.
Member of House Appropriations.
And guess what? As soon as it's proven that they've completely failed the shutdown, that they look like complete idiots, all of a sudden some Epstein files get released. It's hilarious.
That's how she describes the situation. She says
My bad.
President Trump and
Emails.
Russ Vought's illegal stealing of funds from American communities has made it difficult to reach any appropriations agreement. Those challenges are compounded by Senate Republicans' decision to secretly insert language into the legislative branch bill that would aid what she calls January 6th insurrectionists. We'll get to that separately, but it does not sound like she's going to be an easy sell on the remaining 9 bills.
It doesn't sound like she'll be an easy sell, but we're going to have to get together in bipartisan fashion and do it. I understand that Democrats are very upset that the White House and this administration have used their rescission power. That's a power that every president has. It's part of the system. And they have a fiscal responsibility, a stewardship obligation to do that. If you see that funds are being misused or being wasted with fraud, waste, abuse, then the administration is supposed to take action and request of Congress to claw back the funding, because that's not what Congress should ever intend. And that's what we've done here. And Republicans do it better than Democrats, and that's why some of them are upset about it.
Okay, so let's talk about that reference she made to January 6th insurrectionists. It sounds like the reference is to a number of senators. There was this portion tucked into their package that they passed that would allow $500,000 payment if a senator finds that federal law enforcement has gotten their electronic data and didn't notify them. I know you had a conversation with Majority Leader Thune about that. How did that go? And what action is the House taking to potentially override that?
Well, as you know, we were surprised by that provision being dropped into the clean CR at the last moment. I was kind of frustrated by it. I said that publicly, but I have since talked to Leader Thune and the senators who were involved in that, and their motivation was pure. What they were trying to do is put teeth into the provision of law that prevents these abuses, like Jack Smith and these rogue prosecutors who weaponize the DOJ to go after political enemies. That's what they did here. There ought to be a penalty for that so that we can deter further action like that in the future. That's what they were after. But the optics of it weren't great because it looked like retroactivity and they'd be able to pay themselves for something they endured. Many of them had to come out of pocket for attorney's fees and stuff to defend themselves. But look, I think we need to adjust the dates on it so that the optics are better.
Oh, and shout out Kevin for the thumbs up. Sent in 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, my man.
But I think getting teeth to that provision is an important thing that we all ought to be in favor of.
Is there going to be a House measure that would just change the dates but allow that potential penalty to stand or get rid of it altogether?
We probably will repeal that provision. That bill's already been filed. I had to commit to my members that we would do that. We were all surprised by it. But I've talked to the senators about something that's more meaningful and reasonable, and I think we can all get together on the same page.
Okay, so the Senate has promised to vote on extending the Obamacare subsidies. That was the main problem with most Democrats and why they didn't want to move forward with reopening the government. GOP Congressman Jeff Van Drew, though, over on the House side, he told NBC News this: not only is it morally bankrupt, it's political suicide for Republicans to let the subsidies expire without an alternative in place.
Agreed. I will agree with them on that one. Wait, who is he? Oh, he's a Republican saying that in New Jersey. I mean, yeah, I agree. Even if he was a Democrat saying that, I would agree. It would be political suicide to let like these premiums triple and double. Like for what? For what? To stick it to the Dems? I mean, that'd be pretty dumb. So no, we got it. They have to continue them. That's why I'm honestly 90% sure they're gonna extend them, especially if they don't come out with nothing better. Because honestly, this is just the only option we got. Even if it is a corrupt option, even if it doesn't really handle affordability, it's better than the tripling and doubling of healthcare premiums.
Any scenario in which you put these subsidies, an extension of them, to a vote before they expire on the House side.
Hey, and shout out Alex Matthew for sending in the thumbs up, the 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, my man.
Just before December 31st.
Well, quickly, I would just say to my good dear friend Jeff Van Drew, the moral bankruptcy was the Democrats who wrecked American healthcare. Remember, in 2010, they created the Unaffordable Care Act. It did exactly the opposite of what they promised. Premiums have risen dramatically since that time, and they're continuing to go up. Part of the reason for that is that instead of fixing the problem, the Democrats just want to subsidize the broken system. They want to spend taxpayer dollars and dump it onto the broken system. What would be morally correct is for us to fix that. And so Republicans have been working on this, and we have many ideas and proposals that go to the root causes of the dramatic rise in healthcare.
When will we hear those, though? Do we get those before these new premium increases kick in for Americans across the country?
Yes. Well, many of these you've heard before, and we've done it. Just this year, July 4th, in the Working Families Tax Cut, the big, beautiful bill, the president signed into law some real innovations. We saved the American taxpayers $185 billion, according to CBO, by some of the changes there. We brought premiums down. But this is what's interesting. We had another provision in that, in the House version of the Working Families Tax Cut that went to the Senate, that would have brought premiums down on average 12.7% across the country. Senate Democrats fought to take that out of the bill, so it didn't make it to the president's desk. We have more ideas like that. There's a lot of ideas that can bring down the cost of healthcare, increase quality, increase access to care, and you'll be seeing that rolled out in the next couple of weeks. Remember, we were always planning to do this in October, November, December. Ironically, it's the Democrats who took all that time off the clock by engaging in their shenanigans for political purposes.
All right, so the next couple of weeks, we will watch for that. Now,
I mean, yeah. I mean, honestly, Mike Johnson's been trying to get reforms on the healthcare from the Republican side since 2019. I mean, he actually even has the healthcare plan from the Republican Health Study Committee on his website. So, yeah, trust me, they've been working on this for a while. As far as, and you know, there's a multiple facets of it. There's multiple main points of it, including like, what was it? High risk pools. They got, of course, the subsidies going to, what was it? A healthcare savings account and other things as well. I believe, what was it? Oh, I think those have short-term insurance policies, for your needs. Instead of having to go through a long-term policy, you can have short-term policies, which would be cheaper and more affordable for those who may need health care for just a quarter.
Now, something that's going to happen this week is this vote on the Epstein files. This is with respect to what the DOJ's got, anything about plea deals, settlements, investigations, those kinds of things. But your counterpart, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, says, despite what you got from the House Oversight Committee this week, you guys are still hiding the ball. Here's what he says.
The American people just deserve the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as it relates to the Epstein files that Donald Trump and his minions made a big deal about for years. But now all of a sudden that they're in office, they're trying to bury this information.
I mean, here's the thing, though. What were you guys doing for 4 years with it? And then when people try to use the excuse of, well, Biden didn't run on it, you have to run to catch pedophiles. You have to pretty much tell the people to do what you're supposed to do. So we got to pretty much, Joe Biden had to come out and say, yes, we're going to go ahead and catch pedophiles. Or what? It's okay for him just to let them do what they do? That's y'all logic that y'all want to go on? Great, go with that. But yeah, you can't sit there and say just because Joe Biden didn't talk about it, I mean, oh, it's okay that he didn't do it. No, he should have released it even then, especially if Trump is just such a big threat to democracy in America. Why wouldn't you want to bring out that evidence? But all right.
And the president has said unequivocally there's nothing there regarding him, and pointed out that if Democrats had it, they would have released it by now. So why is there any resistance to releasing any of this information? What can you tell us about scheduling the vote this week?
First of all, I have to point out what Hakeem Jeffries just said there is comical.
And shout out Mark, I guess, for the wild super chat. He said, does it jiggle? I mean, bro, this is not a strip club. I think you got the wrong life.
Remember, the Biden DOJ had every one of these files in their possession for 4 years, and neither Hakeem Jeffries or Ro Khanna or Thomas Massie or any of them ever said a word about it. They're doing this to go after President Trump on this theory that he has something to do with it. He does not. The people have already said, Virginia Giuffre, whose name was redacted by the little leaked email that the Democrats put out. They cherry-picked 3 emails out of 20,000 documents to try to imply that the president was guilty, but they took her name out. Why? She's the one who came out and said he had nothing to do with it. President Trump has clean hands. He's not worried about it. I talk to him all the time. He has nothing to do with this. He's frustrated that they're turning it into a political issue, and it's not surprising because the Democrats have nothing else to talk about. What have they accomplished in 10 months? Epstein is their...
Yeah, they want to talk about an affordability issue that they caused. Like, yes, the affordability crisis due to high inflation under Biden, you guys caused. They want to talk about a healthcare crisis under a healthcare system that they sponsored. And then they also want to talk about Epstein files that they hushed up about for 4 years straight and didn't release a damn thing. But, now that Trump's in office, they're so gun-ho about getting it out now. Yeah, it's a bit hard to kind of believe the sincerity of these people.
Their entire game plan. So we're going to take that weapon out of their hand this week. They hit the 218 signature threshold. And you know what I did? I offered it on the floor to pass by unanimous consent, the discharge petition. Guess who objected? The Democrats. If they were really for transparency, if this is really about helping victims and all that, they would not have stopped the passage of the discharge petition. So it'll be on the floor again next week. I suspect there'll be lots of votes that will just get this done and move it on. There's nothing to hide. And the Oversight Committee is releasing far more information than the discharge petition, their little gambit, ever even anticipated. They never even mentioned in the discharge the Epstein estate files. And that is the treasure trove of documents that's given us Epstein's flight logs, his personal records, his financial ledgers, his daily calendar. None of that was anticipated. So the discharge is totally moot. It is a political exercise, and we're going to dispense with that this week.
Okay, we'll watch for that vote, and as well the votes on the 9 remaining appropriations bills before your birthday, January 30th.
Yes,
I'm quite sure you don't want another shutdown as a birthday present.
No.
All right, Mr. Speaker, always good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get.
All right, now let's go and get over to what Besson got to say about all the options are on the table when it comes to China. But before we get into that, Man, check out this clip.
Trump is now admitting that tariffs cause inflation because he just scrapped his tariffs on beef, coffee, tropical fruits, and other commodities in an attempt to lower grocery prices. Look, the president is hell-bent on affordability, and he's flexible in adjusting policy to get there. But if tariffs are the main cause of inflation, food inflation is at 3.1%, which is nowhere near Biden's food inflation, which peaked at 11.4%. What the heck caused that? Well, that was the COVID recovery. I'm not saying tariffs are the only cause of inflation, but Trump removing tariffs to hopefully drive down prices is literally admitting they're a contributing factor. Well, an MIT study showed that 42% of Biden's record inflation was caused by government spending, particularly the American Rescue Plan in 2021 that artificially pumped $1.9 trillion into the economy. Yeah, I mean, that was a COVID recovery necessity. I mean, the vaccine had already been developed at that time and the economy was already coming back. Okay, we can always relitigate the past, but right now Trump is finally conceding what we've been saying for months. Tariffs are a tax, so why would we tariff food? I mean, Goldman Sachs just released an analysis saying American consumers are already paying for 55% of the tariff cost, which is expected to rise. Look, as the MIT study showed, the biggest driver of inflation tends to be deficit government spending. If tariffs can reduce the deficit, we'll see some crossover effect of lowering of inflation, which is a lot harder to track, but will happen. And just to be clear, food tariffs have been one of the lowest categories of tariff revenue, so the tariff policy, by and large, remains. Wait, I thought Republicans have been clamoring for years that the deficit is a spending problem, not a taxing problem, but your solution is to cut taxes for billionaires, yet raise taxes on consumers through tariffs, which are regressive taxes, by the way, as poor Americans are disproportionately hurt by rising consumer good prices. Yeah, I just didn't see you complaining about inflation when it reached 40-year highs under Biden. Trump has a two-pronged approach. Bring prices down, but also bring manufacturing jobs back home. Hard problems never have easy solutions, which is why the president is flexible. Well, the Trump administration also just announced they may never release October CPI inflation numbers. So the question is, how bad truly is inflation if Trump is cutting back on his beloved tariffs to try to combat it? Well, there's no CPI because of the Democrat government shutdown. Thank you, though. Thank you for finally admitting tariffs are a tax. I didn't say that. Great.
Shit, I ain't admitting that tariffs is a tax. It's actually because they're not. It's a price adjustment, and it could be a price adjustment through the one-time price adjustment that a foreign product would have to make, and or if they want to pass that price cost down, because if they're competing with multiple industries and they have a saturated market, aka a high competition market, then they're going to be less likely to pass on their prices because they most likely might lose out on sales. But let's say there's less saturation in the market, right? And then they pass down that cost anyway to the consumer. I mean, that would be a price adjustment. And because they're in a less saturated market, that means that the other guys will be more appetizing because these guys are operating at a higher price. And let's say that these are American companies that are now have a lower price than the foreign guys. This would be the price adjustment I'm talking about. The one-time price adjustment, not the complete taxing on a price of something like Biden's inflation did to prices.
That the reporting was, quote, a distortion of the facts, as the Wall Street Journal reports that Xi Jinping is now holding back vital resources to the U.S. military once again. The Wall Street Journal this past week reporting that China plans to block the shipments of rare earth magnets to any U.S. company tied to the U.S. military, while fast-tracking shipments to other civilian firms that do not do business with the Pentagon. These latest blow-ups just weeks after President Trump met with Xi Jinping in South Korea. And the two said that they agreed to the free flow of rare earth minerals from China to the U.S. for 1 year, as well as soybean purchases in exchange for lowered tariffs and limits to the U.S. entity list. Here's the chairman of the China House Select Committee, Michigan Congressman John Moolenaar, with me Friday on Mornings with Maria on Fox Business, calling for the Securities and Exchange Commission to remove Chinese companies from U.S. exchanges so U.S. investors are not funding the expansion of the CCP and its military.
I was shocked when I found out that our retirement for the federal government was invested in entities that were affiliated with the Chinese military industrial complex. That's just wrong. We need Wall Street to wake up to this fact. And I think the only way they're going to do it is if they hear from investors. We don't want to fund entities affiliated with slave labor, and we don't want to help the Chinese military industrial complex because that can be used against our men and women in the armed forces.
Joining me now in this Sunday Morning Futures exclusive is the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent. Mr. Secretary, it's great to see you this morning. Thanks very much for being here.
Morning, Maria. Always great to be with you.
Is China holding back rare earth magnets from companies tied to the U.S. military right now?
Yeah, Maria, I think that Wall Street Journal reporting is not very accurate. We haven't even finished the agreement, which we hope to have done by Thanksgiving. And I am confident that post our meeting in Korea between the two leaders, the President Trump, President Xi, that China will honor their agreements.
And now this is what we're really trying to stop China from doing, because China plans to block exports of rare earth minerals to any U.S. company with U.S. military ties, which would stop us from making a lot of our weaponry. Also, they was trying to control exports of rare earth minerals to the United States through other countries, which would limit the amount of products, that we make with rare earth minerals, which would make those products price skyrocket. And during the whole kerfuffle with tariffs, well, where do you think the blame is going to fall? People are going to try to blame it on tariffs instead of blaming it on the fact that the Chinese is controlling rare earth exports. And all of these countries were supposed to do this in secret, behind our back, without really letting us know. And a lot of these countries didn't want to do it because they'd be shooting themselves in the back, because surprise, surprise, sending less would mean they get less money.
Xi Jinping has great respect for President Trump. The meeting was conducted very high level, and I am confident that they will honor their agreement. And if they don't, we have lots of levers. But to come out and say this before the agreement's even inked, I think is irresponsible.
Well, you told me after the meeting that you would likely have something signed the following week. We spoke right after that meeting in October. Are you saying that you do not expect the Chinese Communist Party to hold back rare earth minerals from military-related companies in America?
Well, if they don't want to get hit with 100% tariff and have their manufacturing base completely decimated, then yeah, they'll go ahead and lay off that. I mean, that's why they laid off it in the first place, because they were supposed to do this in secret. They send threatening letters to countries saying, if you don't do it, this is what's going to happen. So this was supposed to be done in secret behind our backs. The fact that we found out about it and said, all right, well, if you're going to do that, we're going to put 100% tariff on you guys. That's what got them to draw back, because this was supposed to be done behind our back, just like what they were doing with Joe Biden when they was moving products to other countries, getting it relabeled to send into the United States to avoid tariffs behind Joe Biden's back, and maybe a little bit behind Trump's. Actually, they might have been doing it then as well.
I am saying the agreement is that the magnets will flow freely as they did before April 4th.
Are you expecting them to resume the purchases of soybeans, or are they going to double cross us on that as well?
Maria, we have lots of levers, and again, they've already started the purchases of soybeans.
They promised to purchase about 12 metric tons of soybeans this year, then increase it to 25 million metric tons of soybeans, and then they're going to keep on increasing as time progresses.
Agreed.
As long as things go well with trade talks.
For this buying season to buy 12 million tons, 25 million tons for the next 3 years after that, so a total of 87 million. And then we have lots of other trade agreements that call for soybean purchases. I do believe it's very unfortunate they made pawns out of our great soybean farmers, but we believe that we have remedied that. If you look, prices of soybeans are way up. Since the meeting in Korea, and I think they will honor this. And again, we have lots of levers too, just like with the fentanyl. President took off half the fentanyl tariffs, 10%, and we are going to set up a dashboard of very quantitative metrics.
And that's what Trump seems to do. He seems to not walk back the tariff completely, not completely take it off, but he lowers the tariff. So even with the tariffs on groceries, he didn't completely take the tariff off them. He said, all right, well, all the produce products are just going to pay a less tariff than, the other products that are sent in from these countries. So that's all that is. Not a complete walk back of the tariffs. It's a lowering of the tariffs.
Tricks that they are going to have to meet to keep the tariffs off.
I know you have a lot of levers, Secretary. I'm sure of it. Is one of those...
And him lowering the tariffs, let's be real, that doesn't mean that it was a tax on the consumer. Honestly, it could mean that, and let's be real, these guys could buy less products and keep their price the same. So what this might do is encourage these these importers to buy more products, increase their supply, thus thus bringing down prices. So it doesn't exactly mean that tariffs was a direct tax on the consumer, but it could mean that tariffs did cause importers to buy less while also keeping their prices the same. Now, if tariffs go down, they can go ahead and use that extra tariff relief to buy more, upping their supply, thus bringing down their prices.
Levers removing Chinese stocks from U.S. exchanges. China needs the deep liquidity of our capital markets. You've got a lot of companies trading on U.S. exchanges right now. Some of them are actually on entity lists. So is that one of the levers you're going to pull if they say they're not going to send rare earth to our military-related companies?
Maria, all options are on the table, but I think we have to go into this believing that President Xi will keep his word to President Trump. But President Trump is the only president who could have negotiated this agreement. The Biden administration was missing for 4 years, and this is how we got here.
Okay. I want to move on to affordability because this is another issue that the Biden administration brought you. Of course, we remember when inflation was at 40-year highs, President Trump has made this a priority, but suddenly there is more talk about the struggles in the cost of living. I spoke with the CEO of Omaha Steaks on Friday on Mornings with Maria, and here's what he told me. Watch this.
So we are headed for what I'm calling, Maria, the $10 a pound reality. By third quarter of 26, families are going to see $10 a pound ground beef in the grocery store. So we're in for a bit of a haul here. I don't believe we'll see price come down in any meaningful way until sometime in 2027.
Secretary, I know that President Trump has been able to rein in inflation, certainly the cost of some foods and energy. But what is your take on what you just heard? He's expecting $10 meat.
Well, Maria, the beef market is a very specialized market. It goes in long cycles, and this is the perfect storm. Again, something we inherited.
And let's be real though, like the problem with the beef market is that, well, there was a drought that happened under Biden, and let's be real, you can't blame Biden for that. If you're blaming Biden for droughts, like, come on now, let's be fair. But yes, it was a drought that happened under Biden. These cattle guys or these ranchers couldn't feed their cattle, so they end up selling them off. And instead of focusing on the supply of cattle that they had or the amount of meat they can produce, they focus on the quality of meat. So it was more of a quality over quantity type of ordeal for them. And that's what drove up meat prices. So, I mean, we got some high quality meat, but it is more expensive.
There's also, because of the mass immigration, a disease that we've been rid of in North America made its way up through South America. As these migrants, they have brought some of their cattle with them. So part of the problem is we've had to shut the border to Mexican beef because of this disease called the screwworm. So we're not going to let that get into our supply chain. And again, I don't want to focus on one product. It's a very important product, and we are laser focused on this issue. And the cost of living, Maria, is two parts. So we inherited this terrible inflation. We are flattening it out. I believe we're going to push it down. Energy prices are down. Interest rates are down. But the real thing that is going to happen that is going to give Americans real purchasing power increases, it's going to be through growth. We passed the one big beautiful bill. I am also the IRS commissioner, and I can see that working Americans, thanks to the president living up to his campaign promises, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans. If you buy an American car, there are going to be substantial refunds in the first quarter of 26. Working Americans will change their withholding, and they will get a bump up in their real incomes. So I would expect in the first 2 quarters, we are going to see the inflation curve bend down and the real income curve substantially accelerate. And when those two lines...
And I mean, let's be honest, that's the only real way to outpace inflation. Earnings got to go up. People got to start getting paid more for inflation to not matter anymore. And that's just the thing, because you can't really walk back too much inflation. You can't really walk it back. You can only pretty much make sure people are earning more or being able to get paid more. So earnings got to outpace inflation for the affordability crisis to be solved. I mean, just like it did under Trump's first term, earnings was outpacing inflation. I mean, of course, when inflation is only at like 1.82%, it's pretty easy to outpace inflation right there. But under Biden, I mean, inflation was going up, but wages were not. Actually, some places had stagnant wages.
Across, Americans are going to feel it. But Maria, I will tell you what we're not going to do. What we're not going to do is tell the American people that they don't know how they're feeling, which is what the Biden administration did. You know, they said it was a vibe session. You don't know how good you have it. And we are working every day to get these prices down.
So is this the president's response to these worries? He said on Friday he wants to perhaps a lower tariff.
Hey, shout out to the Cap Hunter. He said lib admission fee. Hey, shout out to the Cap Hunter. I like you. Like, hey, we may not agree on everything, but he respectfully disagrees. He does. That's all I got to give it to my man.
On beef, on coffee, nuts, spices, and a dozen other agricultural foods. He's also talking about this new proposal to send $2,000.
And let's just be fair here. Like Biden, he could have low-key avoided all this blame. The Democrats could have avoided all this blame if they did no spending, if they did just no crazy spending, and they just let the inflation come on from Trump's COVID spending. Because, of course, Trump would have still been able to play it off saying, oh, under COVID, but at least the Dems wouldn't have added on to a already bad situation. Because with their spending added on top of it, that's how inflation got to about, like, I don't know, 9% at highest. Now, without that spending, you know what? The projections say we might have been looking around maybe like 4%. Now, something it would have been bad, but not as bad as 9%. So that is my one critique. Well, honestly, that's one of my major critiques. Major critiques of the Biden administration is that you guys kind of had a chance not to F it up, and you did it anyway. And for some reason, nobody wanted to explain to Biden how economics work, because when you just increase the money supply, that's going to cause crazy inflations. Actually, it's the major driver of inflation is reckless government spending, not tariffs, but reckless government spending every single time.
Checks to average Americans. Now, does he need congressional approval to do that? But these two moves.
So in short, you can also blame both sides.
Many people believe in response to these worries about the cost of living.
Well, Maria, and again, this just didn't spring up. We've been working on it since day one. We've had executive orders that were done in January or February, and we've been working on it every day since the administration started. And the other thing too is like some of the products you listed, those are a result of we've been working on trade deals with Central and South American countries for 6, 7, 8 months. And just this past week, we signed the trade deals. So not only will the tariffs come off some of the things you just listed, like coffee, like the cocoa, many other bananas, many other items, that's a result of the trade deals going through. And then we will see this go down. And we're also seeing the import barriers for the other countries come through. So like this is a complete trade policy, and now we are going to see it affect the prices.
Secretary, is he going to be sending these direct payments to Americans of $2,000 or more?
We will see. We need legislation for that. And again, President Trump is all about solutions, Maria, and everything is on the table. But I will tell you that, again, thanks to him keeping his campaign promises to working Americans with the working class, no tax and tips, Social Security, overtime, we are going to see a big bump in the first quarter with the refunds and the real incomes. President Trump has also talked about sending $2,000 refunds and that would be for working families. Will have an income limit. Those could go out. And then, Maria, the other thing that is going to happen in July, families are going to be able to apply for any child born from January 1st, 2026 for the next 3 years is going to get a Trump account. That's $1,000 for each newborn that's going to go in the stock market, and that's going to be invested for the next 18 years. So President Trump is committed to
I mean, great. Creating early investment. You got to love it.
getting the money back to families.
I like that.
Now, if you can go ahead and give him that savings account with $1,000 in it, teach him about financial literacy and investing, that kid will be right on the path to a great economic future or a great financial future.
Idea. Again, real quick, Secretary, what are you expecting from the Supreme Court? Tariffs have already brought you, what, $200 billion or so. If the Supreme Court goes against you in this upcoming decision, are you going to have to pay back? The U.S. government will have to pay back $200 billion in tariff revenue already collected. What's the backup plan?
Well, Maria, I want to say this in the strongest possible terms. I think that there are 3 points here. Is one, this is one of President Trump's signature policies, and traditionally the Supreme Court does not interfere with a president's signature policy. 2, this is an emergency authority, which is IEPA. President Trump has successfully used that. The one to, as we talked about earlier, on the rare earths problem, he threatened substantial tariffs on China, and that made the rare earths flow.
Yes.
2, numerous of the peace deals that he's negotiated, he threatened to put tariffs on the countries, and that got us to the peace deal. 3, when we're talking about fentanyl, we had fentanyl tariffs. And what is more of an emergency than hundreds of thousands of Americans dying every year? No one had been able to get the Chinese to the table with these precursor drugs.
Right.
And then 3, I would push this back onto the Supreme Court. I don't think this ruling is going to go against us. But if it does, what's their plan for refunds? Because how is this going to get to consumers? Are they just going to hand the some of these importers big windfalls? What if the exporters had given?
I mean, handing basically millionaires and billionaires multi-million-dollar checks. Yeah, I mean, that looks real good. Trust me. Yeah, that's gonna make them. That's gonna make those conservatives angry. I mean, we would think it would make the liberals angry, but like I said, this is something that the libs are never really able to answer. If it's okay, let me be real with you. Their argument on tariffs make it sound like you just can't tax the rich, because if we try to put a tax on what the rich gets from overseas, it's passed down to the consumers, which you guys are saying. If we try to, let's say, tax the rich through how much they make through their corporate profit, they can pass that down to us as well. You know that, right? If we raise their income tax, they could pass that down as well. So by your logic, any tax we put on the rich, why do it? It would be like, it wouldn't make sense because it's going to pass it down to us. So basically you're saying we just shouldn't tax the rich at all. Like, y'all got to pick a side here.
Big discounts already, and then you're going to give a refund on the tariff. So they'd be making it on both sides. So I don't think the Supreme Court wants to wade into a mess like that.
Yep. When do you think that the public is going to really feel an impact from your moves to rein in the cost of living? How long will that take?
I think we are going to see a substantial acceleration in the economy in the first, second quarter. And I think we are also, we're already seeing on many prices, as I said, we're bending that curve down, and the increase in real incomes, I think Americans are going to feel it in the first quarter, second quarter. I think 2026, thanks to President Trump's signature plans, is going to be a great year for working Americans, for the markets. I call it parallel prosperity. Main Street and Wall Street can both do great, but I think Main Street's going to have a great year in 2026.
Did the government shutdown set us back? Are you expecting a big hit to fourth quarter GDP as a result of the 43-day shutdown, Treasury Secretary?
Maria, of course the government shutdown set us back. And look, it's terrible what the Democrats have done. They've tried to stop President Trump in the courts. They run to the courts, the circuit courts, and join us. And then they lose at SCOTUS. So that didn't work. The legacy media, they tried to stop us with the legacy media. And then they did this terrible shutdown. For what reason?
I mean, yeah, they were kicking and screaming in the courts, trying to say that Trump is unlawful. He's going against the courts when, sorry, but the lower courts can't tell the president really what to do, but they can take it up to the higher courts. They can take it up to the Supreme Court, and they can tell the president what to do. But your district courts, yes, your district judges and all that good stuff, they have really no power, honestly. I mean, it was kind of an overreach of power when they was doing these national injunctions on Trump's immigration policy. So, yes, you guys got to understand that Trump is acting inside of what the courts allow. When it goes to the Supreme Court, that's the final say so. And I know these Dems don't like it because the Supreme Court has pretty much been going for Trump, but it is what it is, guys. So you got to get over that. And Trump's not acting unlawfully, or he doesn't go against the courts. You guys just don't like that he's getting his agenda through.
And we've got a 60-day
fine, I guess.
reprieve here. And if they shut the government down again and refuse to negotiate, I'm 100% with the president. The Senate should go straight and forget the filibuster, and Republicans should vote to fund the government without the Democrats. I'm very happy to see 8 brave Democrats came across, but this economic damage is unacceptable. They call it self-harm. They were willing to harm the economy of the United States to benefit a party in chaos.
Yeah. Well, they want to have chaos in President Trump's term. That's pretty clear. Secretary, thank you very much. We'll be watching all of your efforts on all of that. Thank you, sir.
And all right, guys, let's get over to the left side of media with Meet the Press. And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. You got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? $2 and up. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Or you can send gifts and all that good stuff to help us reach the goal to get into conspiracy hour. But all right, guys, and to open up the call lines. But all right, guys, let's keep it going.
The price. The longest this Sunday, paying the price. The longest government shutdown in history ends. But Democrats come up empty-handed in their fight for health care affordability, revealing a divide in the party.
My concern is that the lesson that they're learning is that Democrats are weak. This was the only deal on the table.
Was the 43-day standoff worth it?
They didn't achieve anything with this at all.
We should not forget this when we come up to midterms.
Plus, records release. Congress gets ready to vote on a bipartisan effort to force the release of the Epstein files as new emails from the convicted sex offender emerge, mentioning Donald Trump.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong.
This Epstein vote, the record is going to last longer than Trump's presidency.
Will Republicans vote to block the release and break up? President Trump turns against one of his biggest supporters. Is the MAGA movement fracturing?
MAGA was my idea. MAGA was nobody else's idea. I know what MAGA wants better than anybody else. And MAGA wants to see our country thrive.
My guest this morning, Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia, Republican Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming, and Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California. Joining me for insight and analysis are NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander, Leanne Caldwell, Chief.
Right, we don't care about those guys.
And Lonnie
Yeah, let's be real. We don't care about those guys. Let's get into it.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest running show in television history, this is Meet the Press with Kristen Welker.
Good Sunday morning. With the longest government shutdown in history now over, Democrats and Republicans are grappling with the fallout. 8 senators in the Democratic caucus voted with Republicans to reopen the government without the extension of those Obamacare tax credits that were at the center of the shutdown fight. With insurance premiums for millions of Americans set to increase next year if those subsidies aren't extended. Meanwhile, a bipartisan bill to release the Epstein files has garnered enough support to force a vote on the floor of the House, which is scheduled for this week, causing a major rift between President Trump and one of his longtime allies, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's pushing for the release of the files. Plus, the president now ordering the Department of Justice to investigate Democrats with alleged ties to the deceased sex offender. And against this backdrop, a new batch of emails from Epstein's estate has raised new questions about Mr. Trump's relationship with the former financier.
Jeffrey Epstein and I had a very bad relationship for many years. But he also saw strength because I was president. So he dictated a couple of memos to himself. Give me a break.
And joining me now is Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia. Senator Kaine, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Glad to be with you, Kristen. Thanks.
Well, it's wonderful to have you back. Let's talk about the government reopening. You were, of course, one of 8 Democrats in your caucus to vote to reopen the government in exchange for a vote on extending Obamacare subsidies. But here's what you told me last month, Senator, about taking that kind of a deal. Take a look.
Offering a vote in the Senate without a commitment that it would pass, without a commitment that the House would even take it up, is an empty offer.
Y'all took that empty offer, right? Excuse me. Yet they took the empty offer and they got a pinky promise on negotiations. So, yeah, way to go, Dems. Way to go. Way to drag the American people out for nothing, for something that you guys could have got while the government was open. Like, you guys could have kept the government open and got that exact result.
And yet, Senator, that's exactly what you voted for. So what changed in just 4 short weeks?
Well, Kristen, actually, I didn't vote for just that. We got a couple of other key wins for the American people that led me to switch my no vote to yes. So we got full year funding for the SNAP program that President Trump and the Republicans have been trying to gut, robust funding to protect 45 million Americans who rely on SNAP, and full year funding for some other important priorities like the Veterans Administration.
Good.
And then when I joined the negotiation, really just 48 hours before it came to a head, I was able to negotiate with Republican colleagues in the White House key protections for federal employees. Everybody who's furloughed comes back with back pay. All the folks that President Trump fired since October 1 come back with back pay. And most importantly, a guarantee of no mass firings, no rifts going forward. So those 2 items, together with the guarantee of a vote on healthcare, on a proposal that the Democrats put on the table.
Let's be real. In my opinion, Trump did that so he had leverage on you guys. He did that so he had leverage on the Dems and being like, look, you guys open up the government and I'll bring back your employees. I'll give them back pay. I think that's why Trump did this during the 2nd and 3rd week of the shutdown, because he was like, look, I mean, we're going to need some leverage on them. So if they want to hold hostage the American people, let's hold hostage their staffers. They let them learn from that. And I like that strategy, by the way.
We didn't have any of that on October 1. We had that by last Sunday, and that's why I switched my no vote to yes.
Well, and Senator, of course, Mark Warner, who also represents Virginians, voted no. Why do you think he saw this fight so differently?
I don't want to put words in anybody else's mouth, but I mean, here it was an assessment of what Republicans would do. You know, today there's going to be a lot of good football games today, and every team goes in with the game plan to start. But if the game plan isn't producing what you want at halftime, the coach goes in and says, we're going to make some adjustments. 40 days in, the Republicans were saying, we know we need to talk about healthcare, but we will not engage on healthcare until government is reopened. Now, it's fair to test somebody's red lines, and we tested them over and over again in October, and they didn't budge from that. So, frankly, I viewed the situation last weekend as
they tried. Like I said, they wanted a permanence on the Obamacare healthcare subsidy. They wanted to be permanent. Now, the Republicans, before they wanted to go permanent, they offered a 1-year extension. That's what Republicans offered them. They said no. And like, yeah, as he said, they kind of overplayed. They overreached. Then they didn't. Now they end up not getting anything. But, well, what Donald Trump took so he can give away in the first place.
He had no path, none, to a healthcare fix until we reopened government. Now we have a path, not a guarantee, but we at least have a path. And Democrats need to do all we can to put the best proposal on the table within a month, and then force everyone, Democrats and Republicans, to declare whether they're going to stand on the side of the American public and reduce healthcare costs.
Well, Senator, as you know, you and the other Democrats who did vote to reopen the government are taking some heat from some of your Democratic colleagues, including Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Here's how she describes the lessons that she thinks Republicans learned from all of this.
My concern is that the lesson that they're learning is that Democrats are weak, and that next time we just need to hurt working people and working Americans more to get them to fold. And I don't want them to learn that lesson.
Wait,
Senator, what do you say to that?
What? Whoa. You know, when you guys vote no on the CR bill, you're the ones hurting working Americans. So you're voting no to their benefits. You're voting no to government pay. So you can't sit there and vote no to these guys receiving pay and benefits, but then sit there and blame the guys who are saying yes. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous.
To fold, and I don't want them to learn that lesson.
Senator, what do you say to that argument that Democrats
Too late.
projected weakness here?
Lesson received.
So twofold. I have 320,000 federal employees in Virginia, and together with their families, that's probably 700,000 dependents. Getting them all back to work with 2 paychecks that they've missed restored, with protections against future firings. You know, some folks like AOC may think that's nothing. Virginians think it's an awful lot. And second, if the goal was to try to get healthcare front and center, she was not at the table with the Republicans in the Senate. And so maybe she thinks that the Republicans would have caved. Would it have been another week of SNAP recipients losing their SNAP benefits, another month of air traffic or air travelers enduring chaos and even danger, another 2 months of federal employees losing their paychecks? I was at the table with the Republican senators, and I knew if we wanted to get to the healthcare discussion, we had to open up government. And that was a vantage point I had that a lot of folks who are lobbying criticism didn't. I'm getting great feedback from Virginians, and those are the 8.5 million people that I represent.
And yet, Senator, you had said the goal was to get a vote, to hold a vote on extending those healthcare subsidies. That wasn't a part of the final deal. Polls showed that more people were actually blaming Americans in this battle. Do you believe that Democrats lost any leverage that you might have against Republicans moving forward for the next fight?
So, Kristen, what I was saying during the whole month of October is, for me, Tim Kaine, I'm not speaking for anybody else, I didn't need all the I's dotted and T's crossed on healthcare. But what I needed was a moratorium on mischief so that the president couldn't continue to abuse federal employees and congressionally funded programs. So I actually achieved what I had put on the table, really beginning in October 1 with the federal protections that I gained. And I also moved us to a path forward on healthcare where there was none. Would I have liked to get the full healthcare issue fixed? Absolutely. And I'm very focused on working with all Democrats to put a good proposal on the table. But I fully believe that had we not reopened government, there was no path forward to do what we all want to do. And now there is that path forward, and we have to, you know, do our very, very best to make it mean something.
So the Senate is expected to vote on extending health care subsidies, and yet House Speaker Mike Johnson has not committed to putting a bill on the floor. What, if any, assurances do you have from House Republicans that they will hold a vote on extending these Obamacare subsidies?
Kristen, so here's my experience based on 13 years in the Senate. If we do something in the Senate that gains bipartisan support, and that's what we need to do, it can't just be a Democratic messaging document. Many Republicans in the House and Senate have said, we know we need to fix this. The reconciliation bill is responsible for jacking up people's health care costs. And if we don't fix it, we're going to face an angry electorate next November. So if we come up with a good bipartisan proposal that is able to pass the House, you're right, the Speaker's given no guarantees, but with a number of Republican House members who've said, including from my own state, who've said, we've got to fix this, it would be political malpractice of the highest order for the House to not take up a bipartisan bill coming out of the Senate. And if they don't take it up, I'll give you a prediction. The November 2026 elections are going to look a whole lot worse for Republicans than the November 2025 elections did, when we just swept Virginia in a historic way and won big races in New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Georgia, California, all over.
I mean, come on now. Like I said, when they say big races, I'm just looking at them like, so you won states that you guys won during the presidential election. I mean, what, one of the 19 states that Kamala Harris won, blue states, you guys are saying that we should see that as the biggest win ever. Okay. Okay.
Over the country, Americans will see who's standing with them and who's standing them against them on affordability of healthcare. That will be clarifying. And I think the fact of that is the window that we have of being able to find a solution.
Well, Senator, looking to the future, if Democrats cannot get an agreement on Obamacare subsidies, do you rule out shutting down the government again in January?
Don't ask me to assume failure on the effort that we're undertaking. I think we can, we ought to plan for success and then adjust if we don't get it. As you point out, the continuing resolution goes to January 31. We're guaranteed a healthcare vote in December. So we'll have a chance to put our best foot forward, let the American public see. And Kristen, the public will see this debate on healthcare without it being drowned out by air traffic delays, SNAP recipients losing benefits, federal employees losing their paychecks for the third or fourth time. It would have been hard to grab everybody's attention on the healthcare issue if all of the other consequences of shutdown were drowning it out. Now the government is open, and now the American public will watch this healthcare debate, and we'll see which side are you on.
Okay, I don't hear you ruling it out, Senator, just for the record. I do want to move on, though, because we're almost out of time. I want to take a big picture look at the Democratic Party. More than a dozen House members are calling for Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer to step down, including my next guest, Congressman Ro Khanna. Senator, given that so many Democrats are calling for Leader Schumer to step aside, can he be an effective leader?
Yes, Chuck has been an effective leader. Remember when Chuck was majority leader during the Biden administration, he produced a string of legislative wins with a bare majority, nearly unparalleled in recent history. Infrastructure, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, fixing the Electoral College, first gun safety bill in 25 years, an important veterans legislation. Being the minority leader is tough. In the Senate, we have some tools in minority, but not many. We don't control what's on the floor. And you know, if you're
like, let's be real though, I'm never gonna sit here and say that, well, Biden didn't do anything right, but a lot of those bills is the reason why we have like why he had record high inflation. Now, what he did for the veterans, I championed that all the way through. Even some of the things that he did in the Inflationary Reduction Act, like expand the what was it, the 35 insulin cap to everybody, you know, of course, if I believe they're under Medicaid. So he did do some good things in there, but like I said, caused record inflation. Now, does that mean that everything that the Democrats do just going to cause inflation? No, but they do got to realize where now there's that reckless spending to pump into a bad plan that they just have a habit of doing. And then they also got to understand that, look, you guys need reforms. We got to understand that, like, we do understand that you guys got decent policies, but when these policies tend to cause overspending or they tend to get hijacked by corporate interests, y'all got to call that out. That's the main thing about Obamacare, because Obamacare apparently sounded great on paper at first. Then the insurance companies got their hands on it. And this is why we got the Obamacare of today that makes sure these insurance companies are making money and the American people are paying more. Like, they got to call that out, because it kind of, you guys sound like hypocrites when you want to call out the corporate interests or the billionaires on Trump's side, but then there's all type of corporate interests on your side that you guys don't want to talk about.
Dealing with senators, and Kristen, you do, it's not exactly like senators just get in line and follow the leader. So I don't tell Ro Khanna or AOC or anybody else who you should pick as your House leader, because I got a full-time job being a senator. I don't need to freelance opinions about House leadership. They should focus on their own leadership and let senators do what we need to do to keep this country moving forward.
Senator, just very quickly, did Leader Schumer give you his blessing to end the shutdown?
No, he did not. He
tacit
voted the other
or
way
otherwise?
than I did.
I understand that, but did he give you his tacit blessing?
Absolutely not. But Chuck and I had a really interesting argument about an unrelated topic a couple of years ago, where I was going a different direction than he was on something. And he was really, really pushing me. And I said, Chuck, listen, my goal with you is always to inform you, but I don't need a permission slip from you, because 8.5 million Virginians gave me that permission slip in November of 2024.
Yep.
He voted the other way. He would have preferred that I not voted the way that I did, but he knows that U.S. senators are going to do what's in the interest of their constituents. And my 300.
I know, apparently the people who voted him in is more important than the political games that his party want to play. And I mean, shout out to Tim Kaine for that. I got to respect it. Now, I don't respect this man for not, I'm be real with you. Like, I do not respect him for one, the whole Jay Jones thing. He actually kept backing Jay Jones. He said, well, I condemn the text, but I do believe he should still be allowed to run. And it's like, that just threw me. But as far as what he's doing now by putting his constituents over the political games that his party's trying to play, you got to respect that.
20,000 federal workers and their families are a powerful, powerful part
Still
who I
hard to respect the
represent.
man, though.
And when I could get important protections for them after a year being kicked around by Donald Trump, I said, I'm ready to sign on.
All right, Senator Tim Kaine, thank you so much for joining us, starting us off this morning. We really appreciate it.
Have a great rest of the day. Thanks.
You too. When we come back, Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna joins me next. Welcome back, and joining me now is Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California. Congressman Khanna, welcome back to Meet the Press.
It's a pleasure to be on.
It's fantastic to have you here in person. We really appreciate it. Let's start and pick up on my conversation with Senator Kaine. You heard him there arguing. He believes Democrats did get some concessions. He also believes there was a near zero chance that Republicans were going to come to the table and actually vote on extending Obamacare subsidies. Congressman, how did you see this fight ending, given that so many people were suffering?
Well, I like Senator Kaine. He has served honorably, and people can come to this with a difference of opinion and judgment. For me, this was a moral issue. I think about the taxi driver in Arizona who has cancer, whose premium is going to go up literally from $44 a month to $2,600 a month. Deductible is going to go up from $800 to $6,000. His son came charging at me at the airport saying this could be a death sentence for my father. I didn't do this just to make healthcare an issue. I wanted relief for people like them. And we could have done that. Kevin Kiley, Michael Lawler have floated bills to say, let's extend the tax credits for 1 year. We could have negotiated on eligibility. We didn't pursue any of those avenues. They didn't come, Senator Kaine or others, to the House and say, what are you doing? What is Sam Liccardo doing, a Democrat working with Republicans to try to come to a compromise?
But to the crux of this question, how do you actually get this resolved? There are people actively suffering right now. The lines at food banks were getting longer. Food assistance programs were in limbo. And I guess the question is, how long were you prepared to let that suffering go on, Congressman?
Well, it was cruel. As Representative Ocasio-Cortez said, I mean, this administration, Donald Trump, was giving $20 billion in a currency swap to a corrupt leader in Argentina instead of $9 billion, which would have funded SNAP the whole time. And some of us were saying we would have voted for Republican Josh Hawley's bill to extend SNAP benefits if Speaker Johnson just opened up the House. But you can't have a precedent where the president says he's going to do cruel things to the American people unless the Democrats fold. This was a moral moment. We can.
Yeah, see, that's a bit unfair to make that statement because it's not the president. The president didn't say he was going to do cruel things to Americans. It's the Democrat Party who's saying, yeah, we're going to keep that government closed. And that's when the cruel things to Americans will be done. When you guys keep the government closed. And it's pathetic to sit there and try to point fingers at the party that wants to keep the government open. So no, you guys are playing with American people's lives. You guys are dragging the American people out, and you guys were the ones who got nothing for it. So I feel like y'all got to take that accountability instead of still trying to blame it on the Republicans who are voting yes for the people to get their benefits and pay
for SNAP in this country, and we can extend healthcare tax credits. We're the richest country in the world. My district has $18 trillion. And people are saying, what is going on with all this tech wealth? And we can't feed people and give people healthcare?
Let's talk about your call for Senator Schumer to step down. Some Democrats are rushing to his defense. You just heard Senator Kaine defend him. Senator Jeanne Shaheen.
Now, it's so funny that he's the California, he's a California representative. Check this out.
A massive investigation has uncovered that California may have committed major fraud against the US government by exploiting this complicated loophole that's allowed them to steal billions in federal taxpayer funds. One of the largest and most convoluted schemes in modern history has been discovered during a review of California's medical financial records. Investigators found that under Gavin Newsom's leadership, the Golden State has essentially been funneling taxpayer money from all across America to prop prop up California's own finances. The ingenious plan started in 2022, and it revolves around the complex concept of intergovernmental transfers, which in simple terms is when a local hospital or county makes a transfer to the state Medicaid agency for payments of medical services such as ambulance rides. After the transfers are made, the state can then request a matching amount of money from the federal government, but Newsom's California abused this system by raising the price of a simple ambulance ride by nearly 300%, and then once the local hospitals made the transfer to the state and the state received the matching funds from the federal government, they then instead paid a private ambulance service which cost only a fraction of the original price, pocketing the difference. But the thing is, this is all legal and the government must find a way to close this loophole.
Yeah, it's crazy the things that California does on with taxpayer dollars and their misallocation of taxpayer dollars to fund, what was it? Oh yes, transgender surgeries inside prisons, or transgender surgeries for people who just crossed the border. Yeah, let's not forget that.
So defended him. Here's what she had to say.
They need to train their fire on the people who are responsible. That's President Donald Trump, it's Speaker Johnson, and it's the Republicans who have blocked every attempt to get health care. We need to be working together.
Why do you think Leader Schumer is to blame, given that Republicans have control, as Jean Shaheen is saying, of the White House and both chambers of Congress?
Well, there's some things I agree with both of these senators. Senator Kaine said that Senator Schumer was terrific under President Biden, and he was. I worked with him on the CHIPS and Science Act. That would not have passed if it weren't for Senator Schumer's leadership. Same with the infrastructure bill and IRA. And Senator Sheen is right that the biggest culprit is Donald Trump and Mike Johnson. The question is, what is the future of Democrats?
I mean, here's the thing, though. Trump did the CHIPS Act way better, and he didn't need the CHIPS Act or a bill to get it done. He just used tariffs, and he put 100% on chips and semiconductors, and he got way more chip companies to invest into America than Biden ever could. Instead of just giving these guys money, he threatened their profit margin and got these guys to come here. So you got to give Trump that. He did way better when it came to bringing back chip manufacturing to America than Joe Biden did. He brought back what? Joe Biden was giving out money to Intel, when Trump just said, know what, how about this? I'll threaten the profit margin of Taiwan and Apple, and they'll start building their chips here, which they've committed to doing.
Leadership, who is going to be effective? And most Democrats around the country just don't think that person is Chuck Schumer. I mean, he doesn't inspire confidence. He's not bold. He's out of touch with the grassroots. He's someone who led us into the war in Iraq. He doesn't have the moral clarity on Gaza. He couldn't say Mamdani's name. And this was the final straw, where he was not strong on fighting for health care.
So who is the person who you think should lead Democrats into the future in the Senate? Who's at the top of that list for you, Congressman?
Well, Senator Kaine has already given me a hard time for just saying that their minority leader should be someone different. I think if I endorsed someone, it would probably hurt them more than help them. But we have dynamic, young, new leaders.
Who are some of the top
Chris
names?
Murphy is a top leader. Cory Booker is a dynamic leader. Brian Schatz is a dynamic leader. I mean, Elizabeth
Cory
Warren,
Booker's
someone who's
not
got
a dynamic.
ideology. I appreciate that.
Cory Booker is not a dynamic leader, bro. Take him out your list.
There are a lot of great talent. And really, is Chuck Schumer, when you think about it, just from a common sense test, do you think Democrats around the country think that Chuck Schumer should be the face of the future of the Democratic Party? Of course not. And I just said out loud what people are thinking in their own private thoughts. And you know what the Democrats need to do? We need to be.
I don't know, Rohana, your voice is sounding a little bit different, because when you was on Twitter, you sounded like, oh, he's out of touch, he's failing us. But now you're sitting here on TV and you're singing different tune. Like, what you mean? He had a great accomplishment. He's done a lot of good things for us. We're just saying that he's too old. Why didn't you make that statement on X? You made it sound like bro was out of touch with the Democrat Party, but really he's just too old. He's not going to be the face of the new Democrat Party. And obviously, but come on now. You was bashing him online. Now where's that energy?
More independent and truth-telling.
A little to the party, I guess.
Bold and not rest on niceties.
Well, I want to turn to the other big issue that you have been focused on, pushing for the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Your joint bill with Thomas Massie is going to come to a vote on the House floor. It's expected to this week. Do you think you have enough votes for it to pass?
We do, and there's nothing I have been prouder of or more meaningful than this work. The credit goes to the survivors. They're going to be at the Capitol on Tuesday in a press conference. Massey, myself, and Representative Green are doing. This was disgusting. Epstein had set up a rape island where rich and powerful men were abusing young girls with impunity. And there are thousands of victims, and rich and powerful men still have buildings named after them, scholarships named after them. This is not partisan. They all need to be held accountable. The Epstein class needs to go.
How many Republicans are going to join you? Could you have a veto-proof majority?
Well, I was hoping that, and then Donald Trump started to tweet out saying that he's going to unendorse people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. So it's basically Massey and me versus the White House. I mean, they're calling members to the Situation Room. But you know why Trump is losing his MAGA base on this? The reason he's losing it is he ran saying there's a corrupt governing elite that has shafted you. That this is the Epstein class was his forgotten Americans, and I'm going to stand up for forgotten Americans. He's forgotten those forgotten Americans. And we are saying that we are going to stand up for survivors, for America's kids, and we're going to hold this class accountable.
Very quickly, how many Republicans do you think will join you?
I'm hoping for 40 plus.
Okay. Look, in response to your effort to push this bill forward, President Trump this week called on the Justice Department to launch an investigation into some of the people who've been named related to Jeffrey Epstein, including in these recent emails. Bill Clinton, former Harvard president, Larry Summers. Do you support this investigation, Congressman?
Look, I'm all for it.
I mean, I don't like it how, and this what kills me about the Dems, is that they love when we get into the details about Trump's involvement in the Epstein files, but as soon as we go outside of Trump, it's like they cover their ears and they just ignore it. Like, as soon as we get to talk about Epstein, Larry Summers, Leon Black, other billionaires that was involved with Jeffrey Epstein, it's like they just cover their ears because those guys are on the left. But as soon as they hear Trump, they remember again. They remember that Epstein was doing all this stuff. Like, a lot of these guys don't even know the true, like, inner works of how Epstein was moving. They just know Trump's involved, and that's all they know. It's actually pretty damn pathetic because they really don't care about the kids. It's really about Trump.
For investigation, wherever it leads, in terms of whether it's Democrat or Republican, have accountability. My concern is that he is doing this to prevent a release of the files, because some people are saying that when you can say there's an active investigation, you don't have to release the files. So what I'm for is transparency. Release the files and then have the accountability for anyone, regardless of their party.
Let me ask you, this week, the Democratic House Oversight Committee, which you're a part of, did release all of these emails from Mr. Epstein. In one of them, he said President Trump, quote, knew about the girls.
Oh, guys, let me tell you something that's also crazy. Bill Clinton was supposed to show up to the Oversight Committee to testify about his involvement in the Epstein files. That man never showed up. Yeah. He never showed up to an oversight committee hearing. They basically told this man to come in, and he told them to F off. We ain't heard nothing about it. So, yeah, it would be all over the news if they said Trump got to come in and testify for his involvement. You would expect this man to show up. And if he didn't show up, you guys would be on their ass. Bill Clinton literally got called in, and he did not show up. And I have not heard the Dems say nothing about it. I haven't heard mainstream media say anything about it. Not even Fox, to be quite honest with you. Everybody's shutting the F up about it.
President's calling these emails a Democratic hoax. Republicans are saying that Democrats are just cherry picking these documents. Are Democrats trying to score political points against the president in this fight? Is that a part of it?
No, in fact, on Tuesday, what we're going to ask is for the president to meet with these survivors. If you gave me a choice, I'd rather the president reverse course. I'd rather he release all these files. Someone was saying that his numbers would go up. I don't care if he gets the political win. There is a group of rich and powerful men who abused young girls. It's the one thing this country agrees was horrible. I don't think we've had a scandal like this in this country. And what we're asking for is justice for those survivors. So it's not about Donald Trump. I don't even know how involved Trump was. There are a lot of other people who are involved who have to be held accountable.
You have said this is about justice. This is about transparency. And yet I want to play something that you said earlier this week. Get your reaction on the other side.
I'm hopeful that we may get 40, 50 Republicans voting with the Democrats. The first time something like that has happened since Donald Trump walked down the escalator. Some people say this could be the first day of him being a lame duck, the day that bill passes.
If this is about justice, what does that have to do with making President Trump a lame duck president?
Well, it's because of what Trump has done. I mean, I wish that Donald Trump could prevent that by actually releasing the files. But if he goes down this lane where he is actually calling to unendorse people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, where he's threatening every Republican in MAGA, saying that if you support the Kana bill, you're not on my side, then he is sowing the.
Oh, guys, we got about 500 y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get those likes up and let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Deeds for his own lame duck presidency. He's out of touch with his own base. Don't ask me. Just look at Rasmussen, People's Pundit. All these people who were on his side are now saying, you know, Mr. President, what happened to you? You ran against a corrupt system. You ran for forgotten Americans. You become part of the swamp that you railed against. And again, my hope is that if he listens today, I know you interview him all the time, that he says, okay, I'm going to meet these survivors. I'm going to get behind Massey Kana's bill. I really think that's the right thing to do, and it's good for him politically.
Well, we will track that press conference you're going to be holding this week. Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you so much for
I'm be quite honest with you. The past couple interviews, that last interview that Trump had on Fox, that wasn't a good interview for my man. Like everything was going well until he made that statement on about H-1B visas. Yeah, when he pretty much said that Americans ain't have enough talent, yeah, I'm pretty sure his numbers were tanking after that.
Thank you, Kristen.
Great to see you as always. When we come back, Republican Senator John Barrasso, the Senate Majority Whip, joins me next. John Barrasso of Wyoming. Senator Barrasso, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Great to be with you. Thank you, Kristen.
Well, it's great to have you on, Senator. Let's start off by talking about this battle over health care. Democrats demanding a vote on extending Obamacare subsidies. Will you vote yes to extend Obamacare subsidies, Senator?
Well, as Senator Kaine said, they're going to bring a bill to the floor, and I'm going to see what's in that bill. I'm a doctor. I practiced medicine in Wyoming for 24 years, and I've always wanted people to get the care they need from a doctor that they choose at a price they can afford. And Obamacare basically destroyed that possibility. Remember, President Obama promised you could keep your doctor, you could keep your policy, and insurance costs would go down by $2,500 a family. The exact opposite happened. Costs doubled. Insurance companies got very rich because the government kept sending money to national insurance companies to prop up the failures of Obamacare. The subsidies are up 80% of the cost of the insurance. Even the New York Times and Washington Post said Obamacare is pricey. It was never affordable. So there have been all these subsidies. And then a couple of years ago, this is what this is all about, Joe Biden and the Democrats said prices are going up even higher. We need to put new subsidies on top of the old subsidies during COVID. These are the Biden COVID bonus subsidies. Those are the ones the Democrats set to expire this year. That's what
for political reasons. I mean, like, let's be honest. If you don't think that the Dems set those to expire, knowing damn well we'd be in this situation, you're being foolish. Yes, they set it to expire on the 25th because they knew we'd be right here, and they knew this would be a good point to run against if it ever came down to it, if Trump won or if the Republicans, or if we're heading into the midterms. So this was still going to be employed even if Kamala Harris won. So this is what I mean by this is the healthcare crisis that they created, that they set into timer. They set the timer on. They set the timer to run out at the end of the year. Not the Republicans, but them. But once again, though, it's up to the Republicans to solve a problem that they created. Is hilarious.
Fight is about. If the Democrats bring a bill that actually lowers the cost of care, that's something I think people want to talk about. But I don't expect that to happen. They just want to extend these subsidies, which is just putting another big Band-Aid on a gaping wound that needs major surgery.
True. They could try to, upgrade medical technology so we have, less expensive care through efficiency. They could try to help through that instead of just wasting taxpayer dollars and giving it to corporations and thinking that's going to fix anything.
So you're saying you won't extend them in their current form? I hear you critiquing Obamacare, the affordable.
Cap Hunter's right. He's like, you know what? That reminds me of those tax cuts that were expiring. Yep. And the Republicans made those permanent, and they kind of used the same strategy that the Dems did. Oh, so you're going to have the biggest tax hike on the American people? Are you sure you want to do that? It was a smart ploy. So I can't even really blame the Dems for that. But to be quite honest, that was the political strategy with the Obamacare healthcare subsidies.
CARE Act, Senator, passed 15 years ago. Republicans have been criticizing it, threatening to repeal and replace it ever since. But where is the Republican health care plan 15 years later?
Well, as you know, not a single
15 years later, I mean, let's be quite honest. Since Obama, all right, there was Trump, and they try to add some screw. They try to put some fixes in there. They took off the individual mandate. That helped a little bit, but they wasn't able to get the rest of the plan through. Then Joe Biden came in, and he didn't really do anything to it, but add more spending onto it. And here we are. So y'all have had Obama, Biden, and all we had was Trump. Y'all had two different people to tackle this. And y'all just sat there lame duck and now want to wait till the Republicans are in power to beg them to do something about it is ridiculous.
Republican voted for the Obama health care law. We are going to have a meeting of the Finance Committee on Wednesday, again, focusing on health care. I'm on that committee. A number of physicians are also on that committee. I think that we need to make sure people understand the costs and give them choice and give them control. What we've seen is health insurance companies, stocks have gone up 500 to 1,000% since Obamacare became law. We can't continue to subsidize this failure. If people are given the money to make their own decisions and buy what works best for them and for their families, I think that the choice, the opportunities are much, much better. Now, on this committee, of course, is Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, and they want to do one size fits all government-run healthcare that they have in Britain right now, which is failing that country. I want to put people in charge of their decisions, not bureaucrats, which is what we've had with Obamacare.
Senator, but what I hear you saying is that there's no plan, there's no bill. President Trump is calling for direct payments to Americans, which would inevitably lead to repealing Obamacare. Just to be very clear, will any plan include repealing Obamacare?
Like reversing where the subsidies go, wouldn't we be repealing all of Obamacare? That's absolutely ridiculous. That's just like one small part of Obamacare. So no, it wouldn't be repealing Obamacare. It'd just be changing where those subsidies go, and thus, seeing how that affects healthcare prices or affects competition.
We need a plan to lower the cost of healthcare in America. I know very well what's going on in Wyoming with the 40,000 people who are on Obamacare, get very high subsidies, over $900 a month.
So do you want to repeal it, Senator?
What
even
do you want to
repeal it?
I want to make sure we have a health care plan that works for the American people, and Obamacare has failed. We cannot continue just continuing to subsidize a failing plan, which is causing more and more costs and hardship around the country.
And I hear you, my dog, but you do got to give a better plan. Like, hey, if it's a healthcare savings account plan, then please draw it all the way out for the American people, because not much people really know how that's going to work out. So you might want to draw that out for us, explain to us how that's going to work and why it's better for us than Obama healthcare subsidies. And I'm sure you guys can come up with something better. If not, you might as well just start insuring people that you're going to extend it for a year while y'all figure that out.
What the Democrats have offered was $350 billion more dollars to prop up Obamacare, which has failed. And of course, they first started the shutdown, which has been a disaster for the country, by demanding more money for healthcare for illegal immigrants. I mean, that's where they have gone. We need to work to get a healthcare insurance program that works to lower the cost. And the way you do that is put people in charge to make those decisions. And that's what I've been fighting for.
Senator, as you know, you bring up the shutdown. President Trump was calling on Republicans to get rid of the filibuster. He has continued those calls, Senator, even with the shutdown over. Are you 100% confident that the filibuster will still be intact at the end of President Trump's second term?
Well, President Trump makes a compelling argument. I've always supported the filibuster because I view that as a tool that we have as conservatives to prevent Democrats from doing things that I think would be very bad for the country.
And let's be real, though, when Dems try to ask, oh, what's the plan? What's the plan? You guys have been protecting Obamacare for about that 14 to 15 years. You've been making sure you've made no real changes to it, but you've added funding to it. Then you're asking us, well, what's the plan? Every time we try to put through a plan, you guys have fought it. Getting the individual mandate was pulling teeth. Now we're trying to get the healthcare savings account, which was also another part of the Republican healthcare plan that Speaker Johnson came out with a while ago. So when these guys want to sit here and say that there's no Republican healthcare plan, that is an absolute lie. Because what was it? You can actually look at what was it, the American Association of Hospitals. They've even posted the Republicans' healthcare plan from 2019. So there is a healthcare plan. The problem is that the Dems have been faithful towards Obamacare and haven't been willing to change anything about it, but how much money they put into it. Whoops. There we go.
And they've said what they'd like to do. So I think Democrats would love for Republicans to get rid of the filibuster, because the Democrats want to make sure that D.C. and Puerto Rico become states with 4 new Democrat senators. They want to change voting rules to get rid of voter ID, make it easier for illegal immigrants to vote. We know that what they want to do is put 4 new members on the Supreme Court who don't really follow the Constitution. In my opinion, those things would be disastrous for the country. So I believe that we're going to, and I continue to support the filibuster.
Senator, just to be very clear, would you rule out ending the filibuster, voting to end the filibuster?
Well, I support the filibuster, as do I believe a majority of Republicans in the Senate. So I expect it's going to continue to be here. President Trump has been very consistent. And I'll tell you, I appreciate his leadership during this shutdown, because we have the Democrats have put this country through tremendous pain with this shutdown. And we just heard from your former guest, we'd still be in a shutdown today if it were up to the majority of the Democrats.
Okay, let me turn to the other big story we are tracking today, which is the big battle over the Epstein files. President Trump has referred to this as a hoax. Do you believe that it's a hoax?
Well, let me give you my take on this whole issue, because of course I want accountability. You want to make sure there's transparency.
It's like the Epstein files is not a hoax. They're real. The hoax is that Trump is just so involved, that he was working with Epstein, that he know about the girls and all this wild stuff. That's what Trump is calling a hoax. He's not calling the Epstein files a hoax. He's calling his involvement a hoax, and how the Dems keep playing with that or keep trying to bring that up every time they lose an argument or they just lose politically.
So you want to make sure that the victims are taken care of. What you're concerned, and I'm concerned, is that if there is information out here about other individuals that need to be prosecuted, they need to be prosecuted. But what I saw Ro Khanna say is they want to make President Trump a lame duck president. This is all about him. I fully believe that had there been something here that the
Oh, guys, and let's get us to 200 likes. So we only need about 25 more likes. So let's go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video, guys, and let's get those likes up. Appreciate the support.
That the Biden administration could have used to go after President Trump the last 4 years. They'd have gone after him with double barrels. But this is an administration, the Biden administration, which abused justice. They have gone after 8 United States senators, spied on them, went after their phone records, targeted them. So they have abused the laws of the land. And I think they would have gone after President Trump if there was anything there. To me, this Epstein matter, as well as the shutdown, they're trying to get out of the pain they've caused the country of the shutdown. And that's why the Democrats want to use this. And they want to make President Trump a lame duck president.
That's what I'm saying. It's everything it seems like a political game with them. They lose political points with the government shutdown. Now they want to slow leak these Epstein emails. And then here's the thing. And now they're running with this propaganda that Trump is gay and all this wild stuff. Because why? They lost the shutdown. They didn't get anything they want, so they got to go ahead and release something that makes them look good. And that makes Trump's look bad. And it does. And it does. That's why I do believe that Trump should just go ahead, drop everything, and stop giving the Democrats ammo. And it does make that man look guilty, the fact that he just letting Democrats slow roll stuff like this, even though none of it is damning evidence that he had any involvement in what Epstein was doing with those little girls.
Take me to my next point, because President Trump.
Oh, and shout out to Steph, man. Appreciate you, sis. Dem say what plan will stop getting in the way. I mean, yeah, that's true. Dem say what plan will stop getting in the way and stop doing everything in y'all power to protect Obamacare. How about that?
Trump this week asked the Justice Department to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement and relationship with some top Democrats, and yet in July, the Justice Department and the FBI released a memo about the Epstein case that said, quote, we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Senator, if there wasn't evidence to justify further investigation in July, why is there evidence now?
I'm not sure what evidence is out there. What I do know is that the House is going to vote this week, try to make a decision, and we'll see if they send something to the Senate. And if they do, we'll take a look at that. But we want transparency and accountability. What I also know is that Jeffrey Epstein is a convicted sex offender, and he is dead. And President Trump threw him out of Mar-a-Lago 21 years ago. To me, what's going on with the Epstein, what's going on also with the shutdown, is this is the Democrats trying to appeal to their far left base and trying to change the topic from a failed shutdown, which hurt many, many Americans, like a lot of people I was with last night at a veterans event in Wyoming, where they wanted to talk about the pain each one of them experiences the shutdown, and Epstein never came up for discussion.
But Senator, very quickly, 4 months ago, the Justice Department said there was nothing to investigate. And then hours after President Trump called for an investigation, Pam Bondi said she was opening an investigation. Is that appropriate from your perspective?
I think there's a lot more important things to talk about right now to get the country back on track, to lower prices for the American people. And that's what we need to do, is make life more affordable. The president and the Senate and the House need to be functioning and working on that, not on what's happened to a convicted sex offender who is now dead.
Senator, if the Epstein measure passes the House, will it get a vote in the Senate?
It'll come to the Senate. We'll take a look at it. If it passes the House, we'll see what it says. And we all want accountability and transparency. But to me, this is not about truth. It's not about justice. This is about an attempt by the Democrats to make President Trump a lame duck president. And I'm not going to aid and abet them in their efforts.
But you
to do
don't
that.
commit to a vote, Senator? You don't commit to holding a vote if the Epstein measure passes in the House? Just very quickly, we're almost out of time.
Well, but what I've said and what Senate Leader Thune has said is we'll look at it. We'll look at what's come over. I don't even know that it's going to pass the House. The Senate will make a decision. We'll have a discussion about it and make a decision from there.
All right, let me ask you about this feud between President Trump and Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who does support the full release of the Epstein files. Congresswoman Greene has been critical of what she has described as President Trump's fight to get these files released. She says, quote, most Americans wish he would fight this hard to help the forgotten men and women of America.
All right, guys. Now, let me go ahead and show you guys this real quick, because a lot of people don't know about it, but you're about to find out about it today. So this is a framework for personalized, affordable healthcare. Republicans study healthcare plan right here, right? So this is the healthcare plan, and this comes off MikeJohnsonHouse.gov. So this is a plan by Mike Johnson. We can also go to fiercehealthcare.com, and they also talk about it. I mean, there's other sources as well, like HouseGov, the American Hospital Association, that also talks about this plan. And here are the key points of this plan. It keeps private insurance as the core of the system. So we're talking about the 2019 Republican Study Committee plan. It keeps private insurance as the core of the system, rolls back major parts of Obamacare, expands health savings accounts, high-risk pools, and state flexibility, shrinks/rewires Medicaid, especially the ACA expansions. So these are the main points of it. You can go ahead and look through it and see what you think about it. But hey, it exists. It definitely exists. It's not like a fairy tale plan that they're just going to come up with out of nowhere. This is going to be the plan that they abide by. It's going to be this right here. So if you want to go ahead and look what the Republicans are thinking about, where their head's at, this is the best document to go by right now. And you'll see what I mean by that, because you'll see a lot of things that President Trump has already done. All right, back to the show.
America, who are fed up with foreign wars and foreign causes, are going broke trying to feed their families and are losing hope of ever achieving the American dream. Senator, do you believe that President Trump is out of touch with his own MAGA base?
And I'm not going to get into the issue between the two of those. Oh, no, President Trump is fully in tune with where we need to go as a country and getting America back on track. We've had the most successful years you can imagine in terms of reversing the damage done by the Biden administration. The president is fully focused We passed the
all plans, everything's a framework until implementation. I mean, let's be real, all plans just a framework until you implement it. You know that, right?
working families tax cut bill. I heard about that from ranchers, from coal miners, people all around Wyoming heard about it last night at the veterans event. People that are very happy with the fact that they're going to have more money in their pockets. And what we need to do is make sure life is affordable for those folks. That's the president's focus. That's the Republican focus. That's where we need to take this country. We need to remove the distractions. The president is totally focused in on getting America back on track. We've had great wins for energy. We've had great wins at the border. He has secured the border, and we're on the right path.
All right, Senator John Barrasso, thank you so much for being here this Sunday. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Kristen.
When we come back, JFK's grandson announces a run for Congress. We look back at the Kennedy dynasty. Our Meet the Press Minute is next.
I mean, he's about to be a basic Democrat, nothing really too special. It's going to be a damn near slander of his father's legacy. So I'm not really too impressed with what's coming out of that household, of the blue blood household called the Kennedys. All right, though, let's go to the next video.
Welcome back to Face the Nation. On Friday, we spoke with the chairman of one of the Senate committees responsible for crafting healthcare legislation, Louisiana's Bill Cassidy, who is also a doctor. We began by showing him what the president is thinking of for a healthcare fix.
I'm calling today for insurance companies not to be paid, but for the money, this massive amount of money, to be paid directly to the people of our country so that they can buy their own health care, which will be far better and far less expensive than the disaster known as Obamacare.
And guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate support, but let's get more people in on the conversation. Let's spread the video by double tapping that screen. While you do that, we'll go ahead and have this nice little clip play.
Do you think that this...
Yeah, you would expect more out of Obama. I mean, like, allowing your gold teeth set to be covered by dental insurance. I mean, come on, like, where's the black policies here?
So are you, Senator, coordinating with the White House on this proposal?
So we're absolutely in communication with the White House and with the administration because there's a lot of stuff that you have to work out to do that. But let me give a little meat on the bones of what the president's speaking about. If you look at an Obamacare policy now, there's a $6,000 deductible. Democrats are fighting to lower the premiums. You lower a premium on something which has $6,000 deductible, it's basically a catastrophic policy. Now, I like to speak of the cost of being insured, not just the cost of the health insurance. The president is proposing that we take the $26 billion that would be going to insurance companies if we just do a straight out extension. And by the way, 20% of that $26 billion, 20% will go for profit and administrative overhead. Give it directly to the American people in an account in which 100% of the money is used for them to purchase health care on their own terms. Now that makes them an informed consumer. It also helps address the need to have coverage for that deductible. And if they get that policy with a higher deductible, they can actually lower their premium. It's a sweet spot. Lower premiums, help with the deductible, making the patient the informed consumer. The president and I are united. We should all be united about that.
Well, the president's economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, was on this program last Sunday. He said the president was just brainstorming. Things aren't formally put together among Republican senators yet. But I just want to clarify what you are coordinating with the president on here, because is it to buy your own insurance policy, which is kind of complicated, or is it to use this flexible spending account you've talked about for related healthcare needs? Like, are there restrictions on how you can use that money?
So first, there's two types of premium tax credits. There's the baseline premium tax credit, which was part of Obamacare. That would stay in effect and people would still buy a policy. For example, they get in a car wreck, something disastrous. They need somebody negotiating on their behalf with all the providers. That stays the same.
Okay.
What we're talking about, and the shutdown was over, the enhanced premium tax credits. Policies have become so expensive under Obamacare that under Joe Biden, Democrats passed another subsidy on top of the first subsidy. That's what we're fighting.
Now, just to go ahead and explain where they're trying to go with this whole, health savings account. Now, what they want to do is, let's see here, the plan goes on HSS is they more than double HSA contribution limits to about 9K individuals for 9K for individuals and 80K for family members in the plain text. It lets people use HSA to pay insurance premiums, let Medicare enrollees and working seniors contribute to HSA, and lets HSA pay for way more things: direct primary care fees, health sharing, health sharing ministry payments, short-term limited plans, and health status insurance, etc. And this is what they're kind of proposing with this HSA. Just give you the layout of the plan.
About. And what Republicans are saying, and I'd like to hope Democrats will too. Hey, wait a second. If we can have lower premiums and help people with their deductible by giving the money directly to the patient. By the way, 20% doesn't go for insurance company profit and overhead. 100% goes for healthcare. Why don't we use?
Oh yeah, guys, we're almost to 200 likes, so go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. And if you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreement, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys.
Unite Republican and Democrats in doing that. That's where the president is. You've got to figure some things out, but we're a lot further along than you might imagine.
So do you want to fix Obamacare or do you want to eliminate Obamacare?
First, you have to, we're going into 2026. That's like a month and a half from now.
Right.
And so you've got to work with what you have. But on the other hand, Obamacare was a top-heavy, administratively heavy type system in which a lot of money and responsibility is taken from individuals and given to insurance companies, as one example. I'm a doctor. I worked for 20 years in a hospital for the uninsured. I found that if you give the patient the power, good things happen. That's supported, by the way, by the medical literature. If the patient is engaged in her health care and the health care of her family, she's going to be a wise shopper, wise for her health, and wise for her pocketbook. We need to have a new model, and that model is to engage the patient in her own health care. Doing so is good for her, good for us all.
Okay, but you said we need to work with what we have. That is, as you just said, you have a short amount of time before the end of the year. Do you think you need to extend the healthcare tax subsidies that are currently in place until you figure out all the rest of this complicated policy making?
Right.
Let me back you up just a little bit, Margaret. Just say everybody assumes it's easy just to extend the premium tax credits, the enhanced premium tax credits. It's not that easy. 50% of the states did not plan on them being extended, and they don't have rates as if they were to be extended. So that means if we pass this mid-December, they've got to recalculate rates in time for, wait a second, by that time we're already into 2026. It's not an easy matter. And by the way, did I mention, the policies that people want to lower the premiums for have $6,000 deductibles. It is basically something for insurance companies to make money off of and for the individual to wade through $6,000 of debt before they can finally access it. Now, the kind of proposal I am proposing, Republicans are, and I hope Democrats will join, is let's take that money, and we have a mechanism to do so.
Yeah.
We give it to the patient. By giving her that money, she could choose a bronze level plan, which is to say lower premiums. So now her premiums are down, but she has money in an account to help with the deductible. And I think we can figure that out about as easily as we could figure out what we would do if we just did a straight out extension.
So you want to do all this, though, by the second week of December, when the Democrats have been promised they'll have a vote on an ACA bill of their choice?
Yes, and I tell my Democratic colleagues, first, let's not be Democrats and Republicans. Let's be Americans representing all of Americans. Let's recognize what you're doing just gives money to insurance companies, but we can do it better with lower premiums and with money in accounts to pay deductibles. And then why don't we come together? There can be a Democratic bill and a Republican bill and both fail. Let's do an American bill where the American people benefit, and let's work together, collaborate to lower those premiums and to help them with that first dollar coverage in the deductible.
So we looked, and there are about 293,000 Louisianans, your state, enrolled in Obamacare currently. 6 weeks from now, those expanded tax credits that you've been talking about will go away for individuals making $62,000 or above. Individuals making less than that amount will see their tax credit shrink. So are you telling those hundreds of thousands of Louisianans, that tax credit's going away no matter what, that they should make plans
No,
for higher price.
I'm telling them that we are working to make it work better for them. And they would tell you, by the way, wait a second.
So the way they're framing it, or the way he's framing it, is like, look, if we can find something better, we'll do it. But if we can't find nothing better, we'll extend it, because not extending it would be political suicide for the Republicans.
I got a $6,000 deductible.
And it would be very terrible for the American citizens. Like, let's be honest. I mean, the tripling and doubling of healthcare premium, that's just not it.
That does not work for me. Margaret, I'm a doctor. I would talk to people when they'd come to see me, and they would tell me, I can't afford that. My deductible is too high.
No, and Chase, you're right, though. That $29 billion wouldn't be enough. They'd have to like triple that amount for it to be anything, I mean, to anything to even start off on. And you know how these contributions are made. Like, you're signing it up to be put in through your check. So it's not like it's exactly just coming from all of it's coming from the government.
Reality.
I mean, if they were starting everybody off in that savings account with like $18,000 or $9,000, that actually might help a lot of people out. Like, if you started everybody off with $9,000 a year, and then whatever you added on was your contributions, I mean, that would work.
And that reality is being lost.
As long as you don't have nothing too crazy going on. Like, I'll be honest with you, with that type of savings or that type of money, you'd be able to afford one critical situation. Because let's see, when I got shot, I mean, what was the medical bill for that? Like $9,000? That was like a 2-night stay.
Lost in this discussion. We've got to do something about sky-high deductibles.
Yeah.
Maybe you can afford the premium, you can't afford the policy. Let's lower the cost of having health insurance, focusing by not just on the premium, but the deductible, and I think we can do both.
Well, even in the private market, healthcare costs have gone up about 6 to 9% when you look at the projections. But I want to ask you about your oversight rule. Secretary Kennedy has this handpicked panel of vaccine advisors. You know them at S.E.T. They're going to meet in a few days and potentially vote on changing the hepatitis B vaccine schedule for infants. That same vaccine advisory group is also considering the safety of vaccine ingredients like aluminum, which would impact a number of childhood shots. This should matter for American parents. Are you comfortable with what they are about to put to a vote?
I'm very concerned about this. As it turns out, my medical practice focused on hepatitis B. And so we know that because of a recommended dose at birth of hepatitis B vaccine, recommended, not mandated, the number of children born contracting hepatitis B at birth or shortly thereafter has decreased from about 20,000 20 years ago to like 200 now. That's effectively a clerical error. We have decreased the incidence of chronic hepatitis B by 20,000 people over the last 2 decades with this kind of recommendation. And by the way, if you're infected at birth, you're 95% likely to become a chronic carrier. The vaccine is safe. It has been established. And these ingredients they're speaking of have been shown to be safe. This is policy by people who don't understand the epidemiology of hepatitis B or who've grown comfortable with the fact that we've been so successful with our recommendation that now the incidence of hepatitis B is so low, they feel like we can rest on our laurels. I'm a doctor. I have seen people die from vaccine-preventable disease. I want people to be healthy. I want to make America healthy, and you don't start by stopping recommendations that have made us substantially healthier.
Well, the president of the United States also told American women not to take Tylenol or give it to their kids. This is based on a theory that it...
Well, hold on now. They said Tylenol, they said that Tylenol is not safe for pregnant women. Okay, that's what they were mainly talking about. Now, even Tylenol came out in 2017 and told pregnant women they shouldn't be taking Tylenol while they're pregnant. Even Tylenol came out and said it before Robert F. Kennedy. So I don't even know why everybody's tripping.
Causes autism somehow. And he also, in a social media post, the same one, called for the measles, mumps, and rubella shot to be broken up into 3 different shots. That was then endorsed by the acting CDC director. Are you concerned by this kind of suggestive linkage at the top of the CDC and from the White House?
Again, I'm a doctor, and so I'm going to go where the evidence takes me. And the best evidence is a study out of Sweden with 2 million children that found no causality, no association, if you will, between taking Tylenol in pregnancy and getting autism. And of course, that concerns me because there's going to be a mom out there, again, I'm a doctor. I talk to patients in a room, and her child has autism. She took Tylenol for a high fever during pregnancy, and now she blames herself. That's just the way mamas think, and that's wrong. We don't want her to think that. The best evidence that there is no relationship. By the way, if you have a high fever during pregnancy, that
Now, this comes down to the conundrum of RFK got one study that says one thing, and he got one study that says another. And who do you want to believe? Honestly, I would go to more cautious side. I would stop giving it to your children, and I would probably find something else. All right, if we can't give Tylenol to our children, then what can we give them? I mean, there got to be something else that's less. I'll be real with you. That's less. I'll be real. That's less suspicious. That's less sus. We're not just gonna sit here and say that, oh, it's definitively proven. Let's just say that there's heavy suspicion that it might give your kid autism if you can let him ingest it, or if you let him use it, or if you take it while you're pregnant. I would go ahead and play the safe route and not F around and find out. Like, come on, do you really want to do that with your kid? Okay, then. So let's just play the safe route. Because let's be real, even Tylenol came out and said that, pregnant women shouldn't be taking it while they're pregnant. So maybe we can also translate that down as maybe your kid shouldn't be taking it either.
may be a risk for autism. Now, of course, if you're pregnant, talk to your physician before you take anything. But point being, the best evidence is that there's no relationship between the two. And I don't want women putting themselves on a guilt trip when the best evidence shows not. By the way, the president has spoken out strongly in favor of immunizations in other cases. And I noted when he got his physical, he got the flu and COVID shots. So the president has demonstrated that he believes in immunization.
But that's why clarifying these statements, I think, is important.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's a bit of a reckless statement, because do you really want to prove the man right? I mean, let these women start taking it. And then we got 5 years down the line, got more cases. And then we got you on Face the Nation going like, man, F what they talking about. Do it anyway. What you mean? Like, F what Donald Trump and them is talking about. I don't think that's the best position to take as a doctor. Even if you don't believe in it, I would just say, look, here's some alternatives. Just in case you're a bit afraid, just take that. Like, just to be safe. Because you don't want to sit there and get proven wrong later on down the line.
Since you interpret.
Because they just ain't say it just to say it. They just ain't pull this out their ass. They didn't just wake up one day and said, Tylenol's dangerous for kids. No, they didn't just wake up and say that.
Them differently. I wonder, do you regret your confirmation vote for Secretary Kennedy?
I smile because every reporter asked me that.
Well, because these questions run
forward.
right into a pledge that you extracted from him not to tinker with some of the structures that were set in place to have oversight of these vaccines and this process.
Yeah, so you live life forward. Again, you just do. Let the day's own troubles be sufficient for the day. And I'll credit the secretary. He's brought attention to things like ultra-processed food that has frankly never received this sort of attention before. And people praise him for that. So he and I have publicly disagreed on some matters, but I strongly agree with him on others. And so so that's how I'll answer your question.
That sounds
true.
Like yes. Is it?
And shout out to my man, the original backyard gamer. He says there's such thing as data manipulation, and that is definitely true. And I mean, here's the thing that can happen to both sides. Data can be skewed to make any type of argument. If you don't really look into the argument enough, or you don't look at how they gathered that data, you will believe that data is right. And even though it's heavily skewed, like one of the most skewed researches I've ever seen was, oh, well, what was it? Undocumented immigrants or undocumented immigrants commit less crime than American citizens. Now, even when they want to add the per capita that they say, oh, well, we're just lessening down the groups, they still refuse to add more characteristics to it so the groups can be more evenly sized, have characteristics that's easily more matchable, so we can actually understand what's going on, instead of just saying, oh, we're going to shrink them down to 1,000 and we're talking about all of crime. No, let's shrink it down to, all right, let's talk about murder in the city of Dallas, Texas, in this specific area, and let's compare the two, and we'll be able to get more accurate numbers. Not comparing every illegal or every undocumented in Texas to every U.S. citizen in Texas. I mean, even when you use per capita, there's not enough characteristics to come to a real conclusion.
If this is your final year in office, sir, will you make overhauling healthcare your top priority?
Well, I sure hope it's not my final year in office, but I've been thinking about healthcare for 30 years. Because when I worked in a public hospital for the uninsured, I saw the burden it could be on middle income families who had middle income but couldn't afford the insurance or couldn't afford the healthcare. And so it's been my priority for 30 years. And I will continue to do that. And if there's a silver lining, in the shutdown we just had, the silver lining is now we are focused on how do we make healthcare more affordable for the American people. That should be our goal, not to be partisan one way or the other. How do we make it more affordable for fellow Americans? If we can accomplish that, I will feel like I've done my job.
Senator, thank you for your time, and we'll be right back.
All right.
We go now to New Hampshire Democrat.
What, did she change outfits?
Thank you for your time, and we'll be right back.
Oh, she did. Huh.
We go now to New Hampshire Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen. Good morning to you, Senator.
Good morning. Nice to be with you.
Well, you have spent a good part of the past year trying to get legislation through to extend those Obamacare tax credit subsidies. Last Sunday, you crossed the aisle. You agreed to reopen the government and the shutdown without a guaranteed extension, but with a promise to have some kind of vote on an ACA bill of Democrats' own choosing. Do you have consensus among Democrats that this needs to be a vote simply to extend the tax credits as they stand now, or are you open to a broader reform of Obamacare?
Well, from the beginning of this shutdown, I've had two goals. One is to get government up and running again to end the suffering that too many Americans were experiencing because they lost food assistance or they weren't getting paid, federal employees. And the second was to address the high cost of premium health insurance that people are looking at because insurance companies are setting rates based on the fact that those premium tax credits are supposed to go away at the end of this year. I think people are now very aware of the fact that they are going to see huge rate increases, double for so many people, and an unaffordable cost of health insurance, but if those premium tax credits go away. And what I think we need to do, and these are conversations that we need to have, is we need to work with our Republican colleagues to try and get a bill that can be supported, that can get through both houses of Congress, where we've been talking to our Republicans, Senator Cassidy, throughout the shutdown about what we might be able to agree to. We've been talking to House members on both sides of the aisle. And so now we need to work together. I agree with Senator Cassidy. This should be a bill that is not partisan, but it should be a bill to extend those premium tax credits because, as everybody has talked about, there is real urgency to get this done. And if we don't address it, then people are going to see huge rate increases. So we can work together. We can extend the credits, but we probably can't implement significant reforms that Senator Cassidy was talking about in the time frame that we've got. So we need to look both in the short term and in the long term for how we address the cost of health care.
Okay, so that's an important point. So the 26 billion or so that he talks about as the cost for extension of these that he wants to redirect into these cash.
Dang, it's only 26, not well, 26 to 29 billion dollars is how much they are spending on these Obamacare subsidies. How much they're spending altogether is about 90 to 100 billion dollars. So, yeah.
Accounts, these flexible accounts. You're saying you can't get that done in 6 weeks' time.
No, you can't.
Okay.
And again, there's real urgency to do this. There's some good bipartisan legislation that has come out of committee in the Senate that I think we should take up, things that would expedite approval of generic drugs and biosimilars, that would address PBM reform, which is a huge cost increase for healthcare. But that's a longer term issue. Right now, we need to address what people are facing in terms of those high rate increases because of the threat that these premium tax credits are going to end.
Just to put a fine point on it, when we heard the congressman at the top of the program talk about, caps on income and restrictions on who can benefit from those tax credits, can you get your fellow Democrats, who, by the way, are pretty angry at each other, angry at you as well, about this decision to reopen the government, can you get everyone on board, or can you at least get to 60 votes to be able to extend those subsidies with tweaks?
Well, first of all, we need to put the shutdown behind us in the circular firing squad and remember why we're in this situation. We're in this situation because Donald Trump and Speaker Johnson and the Republican majorities in the House and Senate have refused to address the cost of health care and are trying to throw people off their health care. Can we get to consensus? Well, we need to if we're going to get a bipartisan bill out of the Congress. I think we've seen and heard from health insurance companies that implementing significant changes in the first year is going to be really difficult to do, almost impossible. But we ought to be able to agree on some changes, like capping the income of people who receive those premium tax credits.
All right, now let's move on to the next video here because, well, this was one of the ladies that actually voted to reopen the government. And like I said, I'm always going to respect the Dem who chose their constituents over politics or over their party. Why? Because those are people who voted you in, and those should be your number one priority. And I'm happy that the Dems actually took that as their number one priority, you know, unlike the rest of them. But all right, now let's get to, well, I like Mark Levin when he talks about everything else but geopolitical stuff, everything else but that. But all right, now let's get into Levin because he's talking about affordability.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin, and this is Life, Liberty, and Levin Saturday. Welcome. Two great guests, Charles Payne, and I want to introduce you to Ali Murray, where we're going to be talking about education in a very deep way. But before we get there, there's a lot of talk about affordability. After the election, most of the analysts and commentators were saying it was about affordability. Mandami was right. It's about affordability. Our polls show it's right. It's about affordability. And I contend it's about a lot more than affordability. That may be an issue, no question, but it's a lot more. Demographics, immigration, get out the vote campaigns, the quality of the candidates. But I want to take you through a couple of states here. Affordability. Because it's amazing to me that blue state governors and mayors are able to talk about affordability. It's amazing to me that the national Democrats in Congress are now talking about affordability and that the Republicans are failing on this front. How are we failing? By talking about it? No, we're not talking about what's going on in red states versus blue states. That red states are far more affordable to everybody in the red state than the blue states, particularly for young people, because you're about to find out that young people, by number, more of them live in red states than blue states. So I'm going to go through this. I think you're going to find it very interesting, but I'm hoping Republicans, whether they're elected or unelected leaders, will pay attention to this and understand how to explain it, because what you're listening to are the media and the media spin on the East Coast and the West Coast, and you're missing the real story, which is if the battle is over affordability, you should be cleaning their clocks. Let's take a look. I decided to pick a few states. Let's look at Florida versus New York. Does that sound like a good idea? Florida has about 4 million more people, and their state budget is half the size of New York's. Is Florida more affordable than New York in most instances? You better believe it. First of all, they don't have an income tax.
Good point.
New York has never met a tax it didn't like. They tax things that are alive, dead, moving, not moving. They don't care. So this information is from My Life Elsewhere, and they've gathered an enormous amount of information.
Let's listen to Mark Levin's political playbook on how he feels that Republicans should tackle affordability. Because honestly, he's actually making a pretty good point. Like, he's making a good point. If he does bring up the fact that, well, if it's more affordable in red states than blue states, then who's better on affordability? And if we can make that distinction and we always put it in their face, like, well, yeah, if you're in a blue state and you're talking about affordability, okay, that's your problem. You're in a blue state. If we can find that, if we can differentiate on that, and we can make a argument on that alone, then yes, that's the way Republicans can win affordability, instead of the Dems argument of meshing it all together, making it seem like all states are having this affordability problem, that no states are seeing price reduction, when, well, that's just not the reality of it.
And I want to share it to you. New York versus Florida. The cost of living is 16.5% for the average person more in New York than Florida.
Okay, let's get right into it. Transportation in New York. Well, because New York transportation is in heavy use and in heavy demand, I'm gonna be real with you, it's going to be a little bit more expensive than in Florida. Clothing. I mean, the clothing, I mean, there's so much clothing in New York. I mean, it should actually be lower than it is than in Florida. That's actually pretty surprising that clothing is more expensive in New York, considering how much of clothing and the supply of clothing that's out there. It's absolutely insane. Groceries being more expensive in New York, that absolutely makes sense. Childcare being more expensive in New York, yeah, that makes sense. And here's the thing: you're paying like way more for childcare for the worst childcare in the world. And you're talking about, I used to be in New York childcare, and let me tell you something: they hit us. Yes, so you was paying high childcare, and your kids was getting their ass whooped behind your back. So trust me, and it's probably still happening. I've heard stories. So trust me, childcare, the fact that it's 6% more expensive for the shittiest childcare in the world, which is in New York, is absolutely amazing. But it is what it is. I mean, housing going up. Yeah, housing is going to be less expensive than in New York because everybody's trying to rush to Florida. And then restaurants is less expensive in New York. All right, that's a surprise. I'm gonna be real. I'm a little surprised by that one.
That is a lot of money. 8.7% more in New York for groceries than in Florida. 22.9% more for transportation in New York than Florida. How about childcare? 60% more for childcare in New York than Florida. Clothing, 2.6% more for clothing in New York than Florida. How about New Jersey? I'm picking these 3 states where they just had elections, blue states effectively. The overall cost of living in New Jersey is 24.8% higher than in Florida.
Damn. What? New Jersey is 24% more expensive than Florida, 29% more expensive. Jesus. In transportation, more expensive in New Jersey. Clothing is 18% more expensive in New Jersey. Childcare 78% more expensive, like New Jersey. What are y'all doing out there? Yo, if you're in New Jersey, I don't want to hear nothing about affordability. Like, actually, I need to call Big Wave Dave and tell him I feel bad for him. But if anything, I don't want to hear nothing about affordability when it comes to New Jersey. Y'all just need to shut the F up and choose better.
What are we talking about? Restaurants, 0.7%, so about even when it comes to restaurants. How about groceries? Food, 16.9% more in New Jersey. How about transportation? 29.6% more for transportation in New Jersey. Housing, 2.7% more in New Jersey than Florida. Childcare, 78.7% more in New Jersey than Florida. Clothing, 18.9% more for clothing in New Jersey than Florida.
Good point.
Affordability, anybody? I'm not done. Let's compare Florida.
I mean, no, Cap Hunter, that actually is a good point. Like, Fifth Ave is in New York, and we're talking about Fifth Ave, like where all the expensive clothing stores are at. So that's actually a good point.
And Virginia, 13.9% overall cost of living higher in Virginia than Florida. And remember, Florida is no income tax either. I'm not even including that.
Wow. So when you compare this red state of Florida to Virginia, New Jersey, New York, it's more affordable to live in Florida. Like, just period, point blank, more affordable to live in Florida. I mean, especially when it comes to childcare, because 65% more expensive in Florida. Clothing, of course, clothing is going to be more expensive. And here's the thing. Well, transportation, at least it's not as bad as New York City and New Jersey. I'll just say that. It does seem like out of all 3 of the comparisons, Virginia would be the cheapest place to stay. But all of them is more expensive to live in than Florida.
Talking about goods and services here. All right, restaurants. It's 0.4% more for restaurants in Virginia than Florida, so that's even. What else? 13% more for groceries in Virginia than Florida. 8.1% more for transportation in Virginia than Florida. Now, for housing, it's 7.3% less in Virginia than Florida. You got a boom going on in Florida, but just laying it out. What about childcare? 65.7% more for childcare in Virginia than Florida. What about clothing? 5% more in Virginia than Florida. And I said, let's throw in California. After all, Newsom wants to be president of the United States. How are they doing over there? Let's take a look. Florida versus California. 21.8%. The cost of living is higher
Whoa!
in California for the same goods.
All right, come on now. Like Mark Levin, you ain't had to do that. We all knew that California was just going to be exponentially more expensive than Florida. We all knew that. You don't even need to do Florida like this. We bash on Florida enough, okay? We don't got to do Florida like this. We all know Florida's like literally one of the most expensive places to live. But God damn it, that weather's good.
You're paying 21.8% more than in Florida. 6.2% more for restaurants in California than Florida, 9.2% more for groceries in California than Florida, 20.6% more for transportation in California than in Florida, 16% more for housing in California than in Florida, a whopping 65.5% more for childcare in California than in Florida, 5.7% more for clothing. Very expensive state. Very. Affordability, anybody? Republicans. As I went through this data, and I can't share it all in the time that I have, virtually every Republican state, virtually every one, the costs are lower than virtually every day.
Hey, and shout out to my man Daniel Castro for sending the high five for 100 joules. Appreciate the support, my brother.
Democrat state. So affordability, if that's the main issue, then use it. I'm not done. Let's take a look at Texas, another big Republican state versus New York. Overall cost of living is higher in New York by 17.9%. 2.6% more for restaurants
Even in Texas?
New York than Texas.
I mean, okay, Texas and clothing. I mean, all right, that's not a surprise. But what? Even Texas? Of course, of course. So, guys, when we talk about affordability and we compare this to blue state to red states, well, the numbers show that red states don't have an affordability problem. It's the blue states. And I'm not going to say all blue states across the board because he's bringing up like the most expensive blue states, to be quite honest with you. So he is cherry picking a bit. So I would hope that we can actually, you know what, I might have to do a little bit of research my damn self at this point. I'm going to have to go ahead and do the research because we need to take a less notable like blue state and start comparing it to less notable red states. And I think we can get some real numbers on that one instead of taking the most popular ones and comparing them. Just to be fair, just to make sure we get the accurate saying on this before I just jump out and say, hey, across the board, red states are less expensive.
23.7% more for groceries in New York than in Texas.
And shout out my man Castro for the clutch and the happy poo for 40 joules altogether. Appreciate the support, guys. Remember, for every 100 joules, that is $1.
Texas, 20.3% more for transportation in New York than in Texas. 12.8% more for housing.
Hey, yo, if you're living in New York, you might want to go to Texas or Florida because you're going to see a 23.7% reduction in groceries. 23. So if you're hearing this from New York right now, you can be saved. You don't have to watch it transform into Commie Town. 23%. 23.7% less you'd be paying in groceries. Just come on down.
In New York than in Texas, 37.8% more for childcare in New York.
I like that.
Than in Texas, 2.9% less for clothing. You're going to see this through a number of states. I guess it's because New York is a clothing capital, but it's very close. How about New Jersey and Texas? Oh, don't get me started. 26.3% cost of living in New Jersey is higher than in Texas.
Man, yeah, maybe we should have. Yeah, I'm be honest with you. I don't like Mark Levin. The man is low-key evil when it comes to his geopolitical talks and how he feels about, Hamas or the Palestinians altogether. Yeah, I don't like the way he talks. But I'm be honest with you, God damn it, the man would make a great campaign manager. Because if they would have had this argument right here and put it out in front of their people and be like, look, this is what you guys are getting with Democrat leadership. Higher prices across the board, more spending across the board, less affordability across the board. And here we are with the Republicans. As you see in different Republican states, there's more affordable. So this is what you can do. You can keep on voting Democrat and watch things get less affordable, or you can vote Republicans and you can join the gang. Choose your side wisely.
7.2% more for restaurants in New Jersey than Texas. 33% more for groceries in New Jersey than in Texas. I mean, this is typical. I'm just telling you, this is what we're going through here. 26.5% more for transportation in New Jersey than in Texas. 23.5% more for housing in New Jersey than in Texas. What else? 53.5% more for childcare in New Jersey than Texas. And the beat goes on. 13.4% more for clothing in New Jersey than Texas. What about Virginia and Texas? Okay, 15.9% overall. Cost of living is higher. 9.1% more for restaurants. 28.6% more for groceries in Virginia than Texas. 6.7% more for transportation.
God damn it. I'll be damned, but I think Mark Levin just cooked the Dems on this entire point. Like, I mean, he damn near just gave everybody their talking point right now. Now everybody's going to go to this and be like, no, affordability is actually y'all problem. The Democrat states, Dem cities, you guys are the problem when it comes to affordability, not the Republicans. And yeah, maybe if the Republicans actually understood this, for some reason they didn't make this obvious comparison, but it is what it is, guys. It is what it is, because this would have been a really nice argument to make. And if Mark Levin maybe would have came out with this video, I don't know, a month ago, we might have had a chance there. Maybe not, though, because I ain't gonna lie. The Democrats spend pretty good time rallying their base. Maybe not.
In Virginia than Texas, 8.5%
Give them a
more
little
for
bit of credit.
housing, 44.3% more for childcare, 0.2% more for clothing in Virginia than Texas. What about Texas and California? The cost of living overall in California is 24.5% higher in California than Texas.
Jesus.
I find this unbelievable that Republicans are allowing the Democrats, the Marxists, the socialists to run away on this affordability issue. Hopefully this is a wake-up call. 13.1% more for restaurants in California than Texas, 24.4% more for groceries in California than Texas, 19.6% more for transportation in California, 38.3% more for housing, 44.8% more for childcare in California than Texas, 0.8% more for clothing. That's a wash. You can see where you choose to live makes a huge difference.
Cooked.
On affordability. Let's pick a couple more here. What do you say? Let's do Tennessee.
I mean, no, that is true. And the Dems' argument is that they play like it's across the board. And then when the Democrats talk to us in red states like myself, they're in disbelief when I hit them with the, gas prices down over here. It actually went down like to the 2 area. They're in disbelief. When I tell these guys, my groceries actually gotten less expensive, they're in disbelief. Because the way the Dems have been framing is that everybody's going through the same affordability. Everybody's damn near paying the same, or at least close to the same. When no, there's a 20 to 30% difference in what we pay, depending on what state you're in. That's ridiculous.
A volunteer state, another no tax state. So Florida, no income tax. Texas, no income tax. Tennessee, no income tax. Don't worry. I'll pick one where there's an income tax, Ohio, in a minute. But let's just pick Tennessee. Overall versus New York, the cost of living in New York is 19.4% higher. Now, Florida.
All right, this is a bit more of a fair comparison, I guess, to a less known Republican city. Tennessee is actually still pretty up there. Well, red state, still pretty up there. Restaurants, less expensive in New York. All right, groceries up 15%. I mean, like I said, it's like you go to almost any red state and you're going to be paying at least like 10 to 30% less in groceries. Transportation, I mean, you're going to be paying like at least 22 to 42% less in like transportation and housing. I mean, let's be real. You're always going to be saving a little bit more in housing, unless you're going to Florida. Childcare in New York has always been outrageous. Even when I used to live there in like in the late 90s and the early 2000s, it was always bullshit. It was always expensive for the most BS childcare in the world.
Texas, Tennessee are seeing booms. Incoming populations that affect the housing and prices, and yet the prices are still below New York.
Actually, I mean, a bit of a personal moment, but due to the child care that I was getting out there in New York, man, I had an irrational fear of Asians for like a good part of my childhood. Wild, but won't get too deep into those stories.
Now, Florida, Texas, Tennessee are seeing booms. Incoming populations that affect the housing and prices, and yet the prices are still below New York, below New Jersey, below Virginia, below California. All right, let's talk about restaurants. 0.2% less in Tennessee, so that's a wash. 15.5% more for groceries in New York versus Tennessee. 42.2% more for transportation in New York than Tennessee. 8.2% more for housing. 43% more for childcare in New York than Tennessee. 6.2% less for clothing in New York. Again, I think that's because New York is such a clothing hub, but it doesn't matter.
Here's the thing too. There's also been more jobs created or I would say more low wage to medium wage to middle class jobs in red states as well. They have less regulations. Factories find it easier to build in these red states. So it does seem like the red states are going to take over the blue ones. Like the red states are going to honestly start being the financial capitals of the United States if the blue states don't get themselves together. Like New York could be replaced as the financial capital. And California, they could lose their spot as a top earning state if they do not change their ways. Like, don't get too comfortable in your position.
The overall expense in New York, cost of living, is almost 20% higher than Tennessee. Tennessee, which is booming. How about Tennessee and New Jersey? Overall cost of living, 28.1% higher in New Jersey than Tennessee. 4.2% more for restaurants in New Jersey, 24.5% more for groceries in New Jersey, 52.2% more for transportation in New Jersey.
It's like, bro, I had the perfect campaign slogan. I'd have just said, vote Republican, come with low prices. Republican, come with low prices. That's all. That would have been my whole campaign slogan. I'd have just had nothing but this. Just flicking through this through a PowerPoint, just grilling the hell out of the Democrat opponent that can't handle affordability for some reason. Like, that's all they had to do, to be quite honest. And it's kind of funny because Mark Levin, little does he know, he's kind of making the Republican Party look like dumbasses for not making this point on their own. And even I was thinking this too. I was like, bro, if you compare the blue states to the red states, there's obvious difference in affordability, but I didn't know it was this great. I didn't think it was much of a discrepancy to actually bring up. I thought we was in like a 5, at worst 8% margin in difference of what we pay. I didn't think we were going to be in the 20s and 40s. I'll be quite honest with you.
18.5% more for housing in New Jersey than Tennessee, 59.7% more for childcare, 8.5% more for clothing in New Jersey than Tennessee. Wow. That's why people are moving to these.
If we're talking about transportation, like, what do you think that is, guys? That's gas. We're not just talking about your bus fares and all that wild stuff. Like, that means their gas is also going to be way more expensive.
For clothing in New Jersey than Tennessee. Wow. That's why people are moving to these red states.
Getting screwed over.
How about Virginia and Tennessee? 16.2% more expensive cost of living in Virginia than Tennessee. 4% more for restaurants. Let's look here. 20.4% more groceries in Virginia than in Tennessee.
So across the board is looking like there's always a 20% increase in how much you're going to spend in groceries. That is insane. No, that's insane. Like, it is bad out if that's the case here. Well, man, hold on. What's the next one he's going to go to? California versus Tennessee. Yeah, see, it's always going to be like, okay, cool. It's not as bad. Like a 16% difference in California and Tennessee. When it comes to transportation, 35%, childcare, 47%, housing. Jesus Christ, 32. Well, all right, that makes sense. But goddamn. All right, well, how much did he do? Like, I'm honestly, like, did he ever let up on him? California, all right.
California's 24.5% cost of living higher than Tennessee. 9.9% more for restaurants. 32.1% more for housing. 47.3. Is this boring? No. This is unbelievable that Republicans aren't using this. You got a Marxist in New York City where the costs are through the roof, where everything's gone up since Giuliani's gone and Bloomberg's gone. It's crazy. And he's running on affordability when the Democrats did it. In New Jersey, the Democrats won re-election where they're the ones who drove up the property taxes and the electricity bills and the food bills.
Yep.
We have to learn how to speak and make the case and market conservative.
Literally, like, they was able to run on affordability, something that they made worse, something that they've had like a good amount of handle, and they've not done anything about it, but they ran on it like it was a Republican's problem, and the Republican let them do it. Didn't make no counter argument against it. I mean, God damn it, bro. You know you're effing up when Mark Levin got to give you a political talking point. Like, you know you're effing up when you couldn't come up with that argument yourself. And any conservative could easily ran this number. Any Republican candidate could easily ran these numbers and destroyed a Democrat opponent on affordability. But they didn't. I wonder why. Probably too focused on support for Israel.
Property rights and capitalism. Not the
Ukraine.
gloom and doom welfare states of these
Hamas.
blue states, and now a pink city, that would be New York City. Let's go on. 32.1% more for housing in California than Tennessee. 47.3% more for childcare. 3.2% less for clothing. It's a big gap, though, overall. One more state. Let's pick Ohio. They've got real cities in Ohio. They have them in Texas. They have them in Florida.
Yes, we do.
Let's pick some.
Hey,
Overall,
shout out
New York versus
Ohio.
Ohio.
Let's go. And if you don't know, I am from Ohio, Columbus. But I was born in Nashville, Tennessee, though. So, yes, I was born in Nashville, Tennessee, but I spent most of my life in Ohio and a decent good amount of time in New York City. So I've lived in Tennessee, New York, Ohio. So shout out to Ohio. But all right, now as we're looking at it, restaurants more expensive and I mean, yeah, but here's the thing though. I mean, bro, if you come to Columbus, we're like the fast food capital for some strange reason, which is not honestly a good thing in my opinion. But hey, everybody like the food around here. Groceries, 26.5% more expensive. I did tell you, it's like, bro, when you talk to me about the price of groceries, like I said, maybe I'm just living in a different world. Obviously, I'm living in a different world than you guys if you're living in the blue state, because I'm seeing it 26% different than what you're seeing in the store. When I go to Kroger's, like I'm seeing something way different than when you go to Publix. Okay. Just like in gas. Wow. When I go to the gas station, I'm seeing a price way lower than what you're going to see at the gas station. It is what it is. Child care. When I take, okay, I don't got no kids, but if I did have kids, if I took them to daycare, I'm gonna get a way cheaper rate than what you're gonna get for your badass kids. Okay.
Cost of living, New York is 25.7% higher cost of living than Ohio. 13% more for restaurants. 26.5% more for groceries. That's a lot. 10.9% more for transportation. 36% more for housing. 43.2% more for childcare in New York than in Ohio. What about Ohio versus New Jersey? Again, I'm picking those three states plus California that were just up in Tuesday.
Nah, he picked Ohio because we do got good affordability. I'm not even gonna lie. Actually, I think even Vivek was priding himself on Ohio's ability to maintain affordability. So it is what it is. That's why he's kind of bringing Ohio up. And we're kind of like that. I don't know. Ohio's weird. What really makes us famous is sports and not too much else, and maybe farming a little bit. But other than that, it's sports. If you don't talk about sports, then you don't really know too much about Ohio.
It's affordability. That's the question. Okay, so why aren't we winning on affordability? The candidates, the messaging, plus it's more than just affordability. Wow, Ohio versus New Jersey overall. 35.1%. The cost of living is higher in New Jersey than Ohio. Restaurants, again, 18% more in New Jersey. 36% more on groceries in New Jersey. 36% more than Ohio. 15.6% more on transportation in New Jersey than Ohio. Let's keep going.
Yeah, so guys, when a liberal says groceries aren't down, ask them what state they're in. If they say New Jersey, just tell them to shut the F up. Just be like, bro, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to sound like a dick, but just shut the F up. I'm sorry, bro. It's just not our problem. That's not our problem. That's nothing we can fix for you. Your choice in voting got that for you. Deal with it. Because a 36% different, of course you're bitching. Of course you're crying about it. Rightfully so. You're complaining about the fact that you got to pay 36% more in groceries than me in Ohio. Yes, I would be bitching too. You're damn right. You should stay that way. Like, keep complaining until your local leadership fixes it.
How about 51.5% housing more expensive in New Jersey than Ohio? 59.5% more expensive childcare in New Jersey than in Ohio. 28.9% more for clothing in New Jersey than Ohio. And then we have Ohio versus Virginia. 23.3% overall. Virginia cost of living is higher. 17.8% for restaurants. 30.5% for groceries, 2.1% for transportation, 30.4% more for housing in Virginia than Ohio, 50% more for childcare in Virginia, 13.8% more for clothing, and then finally, Ohio versus California. Overall, 34% higher cost of living in California than Ohio, 24.5% on restaurants, 27.9% on groceries, 11.9% on transportation, 67.5% on housing, 50.7% on childcare,
Really?
14.5% on clothing. All right, by now, the last 10 minutes, you get the point. But every state goes this way. It's just incredible. Now, what about the youth? Are they doing better in Democrat states or Republican states? This one's going to, I think, shock you. Here we are. Where are most young adults living with their parents? Number 1, Hawaii, Democrat. Number 2, California, Democrat. Number 3, New Jersey, Democrat. Number 4, New York.
If you're wondering where he got this information from, if you didn't see at the bottom of the line, it says mylifeelsewhere.com. You can go ahead and visit this website right here. So this is what I walked into when I first went on to here. Now, if you do a little bit of, cost of living right here, just do a little bit of digging. You can compare states, and then you can go ahead and choose your state right here. I mean, just for the hell of it, Alabama. Let's compare it to Colorado. Compare, and there you go. Right, this is where you get your numbers from right here. Simple as day. I mean, let's see here in restaurants, and we're comparing Colorado versus Alabama cost of living summary. You pay 51% more in Colorado. You pay 22% more in Colorado when it comes to transportation. You pay 0.1% in clothing more in Colorado. So Colorado is obviously more expensive than Alabama. This is a blue state compared to a red state. I mean, you could run this all day, guys. You could run it all day and have fun with it. I mean, why not? Across the board, though, Alabama is less expensive than Colorado. But, I mean, if you want to be fair, let's try to compare it to, I guess, hey, let's try to Connecticut. Somebody says they're from Connecticut. Let's compare Connecticut to Alabama. Alabama is, well, you're going to pay less in Alabama for pretty much everything across the board. I mean, so whoever said they're living in Connecticut, hey, man, if you might get your country accent on, you might be able to move to Alabama. But, yes, when you switch it around, which is kind of cool, it does show you right here. Restaurants, you pay 26 more in Connecticut. Groceries, you pay 26 more in Connecticut than the southern homies down south. I mean, this is a pretty cool site. Love it. But this is where he got it from. mylifeelsewhere.com. I mean, all right, this is pretty fun. I'm going to keep this up. I'm going to have to play with this. I have to be a bit of a kid. I'm going to lie. I'm about to be childish.
Democrat. Number 5, New Hampshire, Democrat. The lowest percentage of young adults living with their parents. Number 1, North Dakota, Republican. Number 2, South Dakota, Republican. Number 3, Iowa, Republican. Number 4, Nebraska, Republican. Number 5, Kansas, Republican. These are healthy states. States with the most children living at home. That is the number of children living at home, not just households with children living at home.
Let's see here.
New Jersey, the highest. Connecticut and Democrat. Connecticut 2nd, Democrat. California 3rd, Democrat. Maryland 4th, Democrat. New Hampshire 5th, Democrat. Delaware.
Damn. So this is where the disgruntled youth is coming. Stay with the highest percentage of children living at home, aka we're talking about like what, you're 18 years old, maybe to like 22.
Maryland 4th.
Because, I mean, come on now. We're just going to count all the way out to 16 or 15 and below. Like, well, no shit. I would hope they're living at their parents.
Democrat. New Hampshire 5th, Democrat. Delaware 6th, Democrat. New York 7th, Democrat. Hawaii 8th, Democrat. Mississippi 9th, Republican.
Oh, guys, if you want me to go ahead and compare some 2 states, let me know on affordability. Well, let's have some fun with it. We can go ahead and make those comparisons. I know somebody said they wanted to see Pennsylvania's, well, give me the 2nd state. We can go ahead and compare the affordability. I got y'all. This is a pretty fun tool they got here. So shout out to mylifeelsewhere.com. That's where you can find this pretty neat tool. All right, back to it.
Florida, 10th, Republican. What about the median age? Where's the youngest population, the youngest demographic? What states? Where are they? You ready for this one? The youngest population, number 1, Utah. Number 2, DC. Number 3, Texas. Number 4, Alaska. Number 5, North Dakota. Number 6, Nebraska. Number 7, Oklahoma. Number 8, Idaho. Number 9,
Damn.
California. Number 10, Kansas. In other words, 8 of the top 10 states with the youngest population, the most youth, are Republican. Republican. Most of the affordable states are Republican. Republican. What about the oldest states? Maine, Democrat. New Hampshire, Democrat.
Well, let's be honest. Republicans or conservatives promote family, promote having kids, while Dems, well, I mean, I can't say that they don't promote family, but they definitely promote the killing of your kids, and they do promote, well, feminism that leads to the high divorce rates. That also doesn't do well for kids. So yeah, I mean, this is why y'all guys have the oldest medium age. For some reason, I guess your lifestyle doesn't really equal out to, I guess, a positive growth when it comes to kids. Actually, it leads out to a negative growth, due to this whole abortion thing y'all got going on. And it's not really about abortion. It's about the limits on abortion that y'all have. Not really limits, but the freedom of abortion that you guys have, especially out on how long somebody can, last it out until they're able to get an abortion.
Vermont, Bernie, Democrat.
Until they
West
do.
Virginia, Republican. Florida, Republican. Delaware, Democrat. Connecticut, Democrat. Pennsylvania, mostly Democrat, but not exclusively. Rhode Island, Democrat. New Jersey, Democrat. The vast majority of the states with the oldest population are Democrat. So I thought I'd go through these numbers for you because I think they're fascinating. Where are most young people living at home? Almost exclusively Democrat states. Almost, not completely, but the largest number of young people living in homes.
And I already did this comparison for Steph. She said, go ahead and compare Pennsylvania to New York. And if you look at Pennsylvania compared to New York, in restaurants, you pay 6.4% more in New York. Groceries, just a slight difference, actually. You'll pay about 4.3 more in New York in groceries. Transportation, about 16% more in New York. Housing, of course, 14% more. Entertainment and sports, you're going to be paying about 25% more in New York. And childcare, 13% more. So New York is 11.9% more expensive than Pennsylvania. Hey, if any you want to compare more states, let me know. That's fun.
Living in home, almost, not completely, but the largest number of young people living in homes, at home with parents, Democrat. And the number of homes with the most youth living in them, Democrat. The most expensive states combined, compared to Republican states, even big Republican states, Democrat. So you have the youth, Republican states, more affordability, Republican states, lower taxes, Republican states. Now, the pollsters come out and they do these nationwide reviews. Young people are upset. Young people can't afford things. So we talk about fear.
Yeah, when they do the nationwide reviews and they're mainly going to these blue states, yeah, of course the youth is going to be mad because they're in these blue states that are doing absolutely terrible when it comes to affordability. Then they're framing it as if it's every youth that's suffering from this when the youth in the red states are actually doing pretty good. Okay, not pretty good, but they're paying less than their counterparts in the blue states. So the youth in the red states are paying way less across the board than their counterparts in blue states. So of course the kids in the blue states or the youth in the blue states is speaking out again about affordability because for some reason their leadership hasn't tackled it.
We talk about ideology. We talk in generalities.
Alaska, California.
I'm breaking it down, and we could do this for hours, but I do want to keep my audience, state by state by state, with even the big Republican states, with big cities, and hands down, the Republicans have the message on affordability.
I mean, yeah, we have the policy. It's crazy how we didn't just implement a message out of that. But all right, though, let's do Alaska and California. All right, so this one's pretty mixed. So let's see, restaurants, you pay 9.1% less. And this is, so California is 17.4% more expensive than Alaska, of course. So you pay 9.1 less in California. You pay 10% less in California when it comes to groceries, which is a major surprise. In transport, you pay 18% more in California. In housing, you pay 15% more in California. In childcare, you pay 2.2 times more. Damn, they couldn't even put that in a percentage. That's how expensive childcare is compared to Alaska and California. They couldn't even put it in a percentage. It's like, bro, no. You're going to pay 2.2% times, not 2.2%, 2.2 times more in California. They couldn't even put that in percentage for us. But entertainment and sports, you'll pay like 5.1% less in California. And in clothing, you'll pay less in clothing in California. So, it's not that bad, but California is still pretty expensive. Still pretty damn expensive. So yeah,
for
I
youth
shouldn't
in
be
the
having so
state,
much fun with this.
They're healthier in terms of how they're run. The taxes are lower.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into Venezuela and let's see what's going on with that. Venezuela announces massive mobilization of military in response to U.S. naval presence. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
Ordering a massive mobilization of its military as the United States sends more of its own firepower to the region.
Amantes de la paz. We love peace. We deeply love peace. We don't want war here nor in any other place around the world. But if they dare to touch Venezuela, they're going to find us in every street.
The announcement came after America's largest warship arrived in U.S. Southern Command area of operations. That area includes most of Latin America. We've got CNN senior national security reporter Zach Cohen in Washington for us. Zach, good to see you. What more do we know about Venezuela's mobilization of not only its troops, but equipment as well as ammunition? And then also, how significant is it that the USS Gerald R. Ford is now in Southern Command's region?
Yeah, Venezuelan officials making clear that this mobilization was ordered directly by President Nicolas Maduro and it comes as a response to the U.S. military buildup.
All right, guys, hold on. Let me do this last one, because Castro asks, we got to appreciate my man Castro. And then after that, you guys just going to have to super chat for the requests. And then we'll go ahead and get back to it. But California is 20% more expensive than North Carolina. Restaurants, you pay about 21.8% more in California. Groceries, you pay about 5.2% more in California. Transportation, you pay 15.1% more in California. Housing, Jesus Christ, 36.4% more in California. Childcare, 26.3% more in California. Entertainment and sports, 31% more in California. And in clothing, you pay about 7.2% more in California. Across the board, California is more expensive than North Carolina. Man, them prices. Them are some high prices. All right, guys, let's get back to Venezuela. Let's get back to these guys.
Of Latin America. We've got CNN senior national security reporter Zach Cohen in Washington for us. Zach, good to see you. What more do we know about Venezuela's mobilization of not only its troops, but equipment as well as ammunition? And then also, how significant is it that the USS Gerald R. Ford is now in Southern Command's region?
Yeah, Venezuelan officials making clear that this mobilization was ordered directly by President Nicolas Maduro and it comes as a response to the U.S. military buildup in the region, which of course has been used to conduct these strikes against alleged drug boats, but increasing tensions with Venezuela in the process. Venezuelan officials calling the U.S. buildup a, quote, imperialist threat and saying that they plan to conduct land, air, and naval exercises to really, as a show of force, to essentially ward off a potential U.S. invasion of sorts. Now, the aircraft carrier USS Gerald Ford is the U.S.'s largest aircraft carrier. It is the most advanced aircraft carrier in the U.S. fleet. At the same time, it brings significant air assets as well. It has 9 air squadrons, anti-surface capabilities, and it will join what is already a very large U.S. military presence in the region, including guided missile destroyers that are all ballistic capable, raising questions about what this firepower is needed. The Trump administration insists that the Gerald Ford and the rest of the military assets there are intended to conduct the counter-narcotics mission, the targeting of alleged drug boats. But at the same time, I'm told U.S. officials were unable to tell Congress why they need so much firepower to target small boats. So this uncertainty is still increasing and contributing to the ongoing tensions with Venezuela.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, a lot of people looking on and wondering whether this means some kind of confrontation down the line. But we know that the undercurrents of a lot of what we've been seeing is that Caracas does believe that Washington is seeking regime change, something we've even heard from President Trump in sort of nuanced terms. But what are your sources telling you?
Yeah, we reported back in September and since then that there are some within the Trump administration who are pushing a strategy to effectively conduct strikes inside Venezuela with the idea of pushing Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, out of power. That is still something some U.S. officials hope can be accomplished as part of this.
Yeah, they're trying to go for a bloodless coup to get the lady in there that won the Nobel Peace Prize for standing up to Maduro. But they're trying to go for a bloodless coup. Now, Maduro is trying to give the Trump administration everything but the kitchen sink to not have the regime change, is to not get this man assassinated or force him to leave the country. He's doing whatever to stay in power, even though people are saying that he stole the election. He's not the legitimate president, all that good stuff. And did he steal the election? Well, I mean, shoot, most likely. But a lot of people are saying, well, is it that really big of a deal? I don't know. Maduro, he has, what was it? He has anti-usury laws. People say he has anti-gay laws. He has some other laws that I guess conservatives get down with. But does that mean we support somebody who just works with the cartel? Like, come on now. They could be conservative and also work with a cartel too. It doesn't mean we support them. Like, just because they can have some conservative values.
Military buildup. At the same time, we also know.
Hey, and shout out Dead Man for the clutch, the 30 joules. Appreciate the support.
That the Trump administration told Congress just a few days ago that it doesn't currently have the legal justification to target anything inside Venezuela or any other territory, even though they are potentially seeking an additional legal justification that would allow them to do so. So really some uncertainty, some ambiguity there. As you mentioned, Donald Trump has been non-committal on this since the beginning, both speaking in very verbose terms, in terms of threatening Nicolas Maduro, at the same time, not going all the way to commit to U.S. forces conducting some sort of a regime change strategy operation targeting him. So we're gonna have to wait and see what ultimately happens. But again, there's really a lot of questions as to what all this U.S. firepower, a significant piece of the U.S. Navy, what it is doing there and why it's needed, which is, again, is stoking the questions about a potential regime change in Venezuela.
Yeah. All right, Zacho, and great to have you on the story. Thank you so much.
Join me now to discuss all this is retired U.S.
And the problem with this whole regime change is that, one, if we put boots on the ground, that is basically war, and Trump is going to have to approach Congress about that. But the main reason we're allowed to carry out these strikes is because we're doing it on a cartel, which has been designated as a terrorist group. So now we can treat these guys like the Houthis and just bomb them wherever the hell they are, even if they're an apartment complex with civilians in it, because we did it already. So surprise, surprise there. So yes, that's why we're allowed to carry out strikes in international waters on the cartel. Why? Because they have now been designated a terrorist group. And people are forgetting that, and they're expecting us to treat them like a criminal organization, which we used to. Not no more, though. Not no more.
More than a dozen warships and 15,000 troops in the region as tensions with Venezuela continue to rise. We've got full coverage for you. CNN senior reporter Betsy Klein is in Florida, where the president is spending the weekend. We're hearing from the Secretary of the Army today. What is he saying about Venezuela?
Well, Frederica, there have been weeks of threats from President Trump as the U.S. has been amassing resources in the region. And the president's administration has launched at least 20 strikes on alleged drug trafficking vessels in the Caribbean since September. President Trump himself has said that he has authorized the CIA to operate in Venezuela. And we understand, according to reporting from...
And let's be honest, people are going like, well, where is they getting the intel for this? Well, how they're just bombing them like this? Well, the CIA is operating in there. So How else would you think they're getting the information? How do you think that they know their boats are leaving the ports? How do you think they know that who's on there and all that good stuff? Who else is able to operate on I can either confirm nor deny, who else can operate like that? And I can either confirm nor deny type of basis. Like that's how they just run things. Who else can operate in ambiguity? Ambiguity. Who was it? Ambiguity? Sorry, but who else can operate in secrecy like that but the CIA? Who else can release? Who else can hold out on information but the CIA? I mean, the FBI can do so, but they can't make it as secretive as the CIA can. I mean, it's easier to figure out an FBI cover up than a CIA cover up.
Our sources that the president has been briefed a number of times in recent days, at least 3 times last week, on a range of options to move forward. That includes the possibility of airstrikes on military or government facilities in Venezuela, as well as drug trafficking routes, as well as what could be a more direct attempt to oust the country's president, Nicolas Maduro. The president told reporters Friday that he'd made up his mind, sort of, but declined to provide specifics. Now, experts have described this military buildup in the region as significant. As you mentioned, we have learned that the USS Gerald R. Ford, that is the nation's largest aircraft carrier, has arrived in the Caribbean Sea as of today. Separately, there are roughly 15,000 military personnel on the ground, 10 F-35 fighter jets, as well as more than a dozen warships in the region. And we heard from Army Secretary Dan Driscoll a short while ago about the plans. Listen.
I think that the president and Secretary of War have spent a lot of time thinking about what is the best thing they can do for the American people. And I can speak from the Army's perspective, which is we have a lot of training in that part of the world. We're reactivating our jungle school in Panama. We would be ready to act on whatever the president and Sec War needed.
But no orders beyond these exercises at this point.
We don't talk about those kinds of things, but we would be ready if asked.
Now, I want to get into the why here. Of course, officially, the Trump administration is going after drug trafficking operations in Venezuela, but regime change could be a side effect of that. And efforts
a side effect. I mean, let's be real. Yeah, we are kind of going after the cartel, but we're also aiming for regime change. And if you asked the CIA which one they're going for, which one they would love first, would be regime change before handling the cartel. Actually, if you do regime change, it kind of takes care of the cartel in a way.
To oust Maduro have proven elusive to so many administrations, including the president's first term. Now, if Trump ousted Maduro, that could allow him to claim some major wins. Of course, getting a strong man out and potentially an elected leader in, the possibility of enhanced collaboration on drug trafficking and migration flows, as well as potential deals in oil. Of course, all of this carries very high risks, and that is something that the president is now weighing, Frederica.
Okay. Betsy Klein, let us know more as you learn it. With me now is Global Affairs Analyst Kim Dozier. Welcome. Good to see you. So taking all of those alleged drug boats out and now doing these military exercises in the region, is this a prelude for something more in terms of U.S. military involvement in or on Venezuela?
It's certainly.
All right, now let's go ahead and see what Al Jazeera got to say. Since we're getting into geopolitical matters, I do like to tap into these guys.
A show of force broadcast on Venezuelan TV as government media reports countrywide military exercises amid growing tension with the U.S. Venezuela's defense minister inspected air defense systems and warned Washington about any attempt to overthrow the government. The military exercises.
Yeah, I mean, Maduro still has the military on their side. So, yeah, this is why we don't want a regime change. Why? Because if the military still fight for Maduro, who's to say we might not have a military coup if we take Maduro out and we put the lady in? If the military is still willing to align by Maduro, even though, or let's be real, allegedly he stole an election. I mean, let's be real. If you made it obvious to our military that election was stolen, they're going to buck back. But their election got stolen, and they're like, hey, man, we're siding with them. We want to die behind them, even if allegedly he stole the election. That's a bit of a problem if the army is aligning with Maduro. That doesn't mean we're going to be able to get a bloodless regime change if the army is still aligning with that leader.
These were held as President Nicolas Maduro signed into law a new national defense framework to integrate civilian and military forces.
By signing this law, all integral defense commands that bring together all public institutions of the Venezuelan state.
No, sir. No, I would not accept $7,000 to make pro-Israel videos and post it across my social media. No, I would not. You can go ahead and keep that 7,000.
Military and all popular power must be activated at dawn. So
this message came from Twitch. Hilarious.
By signing this, the order must be activated for integral defense commands to be established, structured, and put to work in order to be prepared.
Maduro says US President Donald Trump is trying to overthrow him. Trump denies that.
There are reports that you are considering strikes within Venezuela. Is that true? No. That you made a decision on that?
No, it's not true. And that's despite a build-up of US naval forces in the region that Washington says is part of what it describes as its war on drugs. The US has bombed more than a dozen boats off the Venezuelan coasts in September and more recently in the Eastern Pacific. Washington says the vessels were targeted because they were transporting drugs. More than 70 people have been killed. Trump has downplayed reports of the US expanding its contacts with opposition groups inside Venezuela. Maduro's defense minister says his country is ready to respond to any US military escalation.
We're lovers of peace. We do not want war either here or anywhere in the world. But if they come to touch Venezuela, they will find us here.
Okay.
Foreign leaders, some members of Congress.
This is why we might as well just take what Maduro's talking about, in my opinion. Whatever he's talking about to avoid this conflict with us, we should just go ahead and work it out with him because he got the military behind him. Usually a bloodless coup works when the military's in dysfunction, maybe a bit of civil war is going on in there, and then maybe we can get that guy to leave since there's such strife in the military. And that's would be the main people that could put his head on a stick and get him up out of there, alive or dead or alive. So, yeah, if the military is still working with Maduro, a bloodless coup is impossible, and we should just go ahead and accept whatever he's offering for us not to put his head on the stick since he still thinks that we are. Might as well just play into that a little bit.
Legal experts and family members of those killed in the attacks on boats have demanded proof of Washington's claims. France added its voice to increasing concern over what Washington may be planning, saying US military operations in the Caribbean violate international law. Charles Stratford, Al Jazeera.
Well, the U.S. has been rapidly increasing its military presence in the Caribbean. Since August, more than 10,000 American soldiers and fighter jets have been deployed near Venezuela. It's the largest deployment of U.S. forces in the region in decades. And as we mentioned, the U.S. Navy's largest aircraft carrier, the Gerald R. Ford, has now arrived in the southern Caribbean. It's the largest ship of its kind in the world, with its own air wing of more than 75 fighter jets, helicopters, and early warning aircraft. A Navy destroyer carrying guided missiles, helicopters, and Marines has also arrived in Trinidad and Tobago near Venezuela's coast. Venezuela has put its armed forces on high alert, deploying thousands of troops and a reported 5,000 Russian-made missiles across the country to counter the U.S. buildup. Richard Weiss, we'll bring you in. You're a senior fellow at the NATO Defense College, joining us from Washington, D.C. So how significant is this U.S. carrier that's been deployed to the region?
Well, symbolically, it's very significant. I can't recall this large a warship ever going into South America waters.
I can't either.
The carrier is very capable. But militarily, it's a bit out of place. This kind of a carrier strike group is designed to fight in contested airspace. So if the U.S. were to go to war with Iran in the Gulf or China in the Pacific, then you would want to have a lot of air power that in a mobile platform. Here, the U.S. already has air superiority, so it's perhaps designed more for symbolic purposes to show U.S. power and as your package said, perhaps encourage the Venezuelan military to replace Maduro with another leader leading to free elections.
So, okay, so you seem to say that the message that's being sent is somewhat symbolic. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think, if the U.S. were to invade Venezuela, the more useful are these thousands of Marines on amphibious ships. If the U.S. were to conduct airstrikes on targets inside Venezuela, it would probably, it can use the carrier aircraft, but it can use a lot of other aircraft too that are nearby, or even launched from the United States. It can use drones. So the military purpose of the carrier is a bit unclear, but certainly symbolically, it's a massive ship. It definitely shows U.S. power in the region to the Venezuelans and others.
Isn't this, seen or described?
Yeah, the way we're locked and loaded over there, looks like we can hit them with an overnight sweep, like hit all military targets in less than 12 hours and leave them completely defenseless from the air, at least. Not on the ground, but from the air, and dominate that way. But would I want that to happen? Hell no. Hell no. I mean, bro, every time we get into war with these countries, they don't like us too much. And, killing soldiers means killing fathers, killing family members. And yeah, the people tend not to like us for that. So let's try to avoid that, because the overall outcome is just never good for us. Of course, we don't need the Latin American countries hating us just like the Middle East, do we? Okay. We don't want to start complaining about radical what? Because now we got radically jihadists for what we did in the Middle East. What we want? Radical cartelists, radical Christians, radical Hispanic Christians that's coming out of the Latin America countries. Is that what we want to do now? We want to produce those type of guys? I don't know, man. I don't know.
South Africa is investigating how 153 Palestinians from Gaza arrived without proper documentation. It's raised fears. Was the chartered flight organized by Israeli-backed human trafficking networks? And is this part of a wider strategy of ethnic cleansing? This is Inside Story. Hello there and welcome to the program. I'm Nick Clark. A journey of suffering. That's how a Palestinian man described his transfer from Gaza through Israel and Kenya to South Africa. A journey so desperate that Palestinians paid thousands of dollars to leave their homes without knowing where they were going. A journey forced by more than 2 years of Israel's genocide, bombardment, destruction, famine, and forced displacement. In February, Israel and the United States proposed transferring Palestinians out of Gaza to create what President Donald Trump called the Riviera of the Middle East. Arab states have repeatedly rejected calls to take in forcibly displaced Palestinians, while human rights groups have labeled it ethnic cleansing. So, do these flights set a precedent for further forced transfers and signal a push towards the mass expulsion of Palestinians yet again? We'll put these questions to our guests in a minute, but first, this report from Alexandra Byers.
A chartered plane carrying 153 Palestinians landed at Johannesburg's main airport on Thursday. It had been a long journey from southern Gaza through areas under Israeli military control to the Karam Abu Salem crossing to Israel's Ramon airport, and from there onto a plane that transited through Nairobi before reaching South Africa. Border authorities kept them on board without food, water, or proper ventilation for 12 hours.
Damn.
They had passports, but not the required exit stamps from Israel. Eventually, they were allowed in on visitors' visas, and 23 of the passengers continued on to other countries. But questions remain about the little-known organization that orchestrated their journey. Al-Majd Europe required payments of thousands of dollars to transfer Palestinians out of Gaza using unofficial channels. Al Jazeera spoke to one man who says he was part of the group who traveled last week. He says organizers worked closely with the Israeli army and that passengers knew nothing about their final destination.
There are representatives of the foundation, about 3 people who are inside Gaza, and on the outside, a number of Palestinian Israelis. All communication is done through these individuals. After the security screening is completed, the fees are paid by each person.
It's unclear who's behind the organization. Its website lists an address in Sheikh Jarrah in occupied East Jerusalem, but there's no visible signage or a clear office at that location.
The website for the company itself is incredibly strange, almost created by AI. The faces, there's not really any names, there's no any associations. So it's hard not to think of this, and I've done a lot of work over the years around disaster capitalism, the concept of people making money from others' misery, and this has very much the flavor of that, outrageously.
The Israeli government has a policy of facilitating what it calls the voluntary migration of Palestinians, part of U.S. President Donald Trump's vision for the territory.
We should go to other countries of interest with humanitarian hearts, and there are many of them that want to do this, and build various domains that will ultimately be occupied by the 1.8 million Palestinians living in Gaza.
After 2 years of Israel's genocide, life in Gaza is a daily struggle. Israel is limiting the entry of humanitarian aid, and authorities have warned so-called displacement agents are taking advantage.
But if you ask Mark Levin, they all deserve this. They're all jihadists. They're just Palestinians. Like, that's not effed up to say.
Of a desperate population. Critics say Israel is making Gaza unlivable, forcing Palestinians to leave if they want to survive, and offering no guarantee of return. Alexandra Byers, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
But yeah, that's what's going on, you know, as we just circle around the world for a little bit. All right, now let's go ahead and get into the right side of media on Fox News. Trump praised for incredible record in his first year back in office. Now I know the libs are gonna kind of lose it over this one, but hey, man, bear with us.
On defense and commit to 5.
Droning drug boats. I didn't have that on my bingo card going into the year. I really didn't. I didn't know that would be. I also didn't know it would be such a hot topic for Democrats. I didn't know they'd be so upset about it.
Yeah, the 560 strikes by Barack Obama on drones for terrorists, including, as you pointed out when I was on with you last time, Anwar al-Awlaki, an American citizen, and that was perfectly fine. But droning narco terrorists is bad. Look, I think Donald Trump has an incredible record going into this first year. I do a column every year, the 10 best and 10 worst things that Trump did at the end of the year. And my list is way past 10. I mean, if you think about this, he got the guys, the mastermind behind the Abbey Gate bombing in 6 weeks. Biden couldn't do it in 3 years. He got NATO to spend 2% of GDP on defense and commit to 5%. He's taken out 21 Venezuelan drug boats, drove illegal border crossings to virtually zero, won 16 major Supreme Court victories. He's got trade deals with Britain, Indonesia, Vietnam, South Korea, Japan, and the European Union. Rare earth deals with Ukraine and Australia. He brought UPenn and Colombia to their knees. And made deals with the United States. He passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, which is making his tax cuts permanent and also eliminating taxes on tips and all the things he said he was going to do. He launched the second Trump defense buildup, $156 billion defense budget, and he's funding the Golden Dome. He's got the Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force all met their recruiting goals months in advance. He's brought an end to 8 wars so far and struck a historic Middle East peace deal. He's arming Ukraine using NATO money instead of U.S. taxpayer dollars. He sent the National Guard to clean up our cities. He's done more in 11 months than Joe Biden did in 4 years, and not even close. This is one of the greatest accomplishments of a first year of a presidency in my lifetime.
That sounds almost like the resume of a Nobel Peace Prize. Jackie, we talked, Maddie updated us on the economy and this idea that Trump is kind of pivoting a little bit on what his economic plan is in the short term to try to get some relief. Obviously, scaling back on tariffs on some major food imports, but also what he's talking about is this idea of giving I think it's $2,000 tariff rebate check. And then this other idea of 50-year loans, or what they call portable loans, where you can carry that lower interest rate from your last mortgage into your new one, or finance your home for so much further out that it relieves your monthly payment. All of those have some negatives to them too. Do you think he's making the right moves?
I'm not really sure, but you know what he is doing? He's having a conversation about things that are impacting everyday Americans. I'm not going to.
Yeah, he's throwing ideas out there and seeing what's going to stick. Like the 50-year loan, a lot of people was tearing that up, but It's a start. And it's like, okay, well, at least you're talking about trying to make things a little cheaper now. Making somebody a debt slave for 50 years is not the best way, but you're throwing things out there and seeing what sticks. I can respect that.
Criticize the the solutions that he's putting forward per se, and say we can talk about those things because people are really feeling this. What I do know that he's done with respect to prices is egg prices are down, gas prices are down. Most places in this country, you've got a 2 handle on your gas price rather than 3 or 4. And he's got.
Hey, now shout out to Daniel Castro. He says, "How dare them not ask Trump his favorite ice cream?" Yeah, shout out Castro. Appreciate the support, brother.
Mortgage rates down, which is helping that market open up just a little bit. He's got a little bit of an issue with the meat prices, with the coffee prices, with the banana prices. But what he's doing is he's aware of it. And he's saying, I'm going to remove tariffs because that's probably not helping the situation right now. I understand this is hurting people. I want a president who knows the landscape, knows what's happening, and responds to it in kind. That is what he's doing. Let me give you some facts here. Under Joe Biden, workers lost $2,900 on average as a result of their.
Oh, guys, and we're about 59 away from conspiracy hour and opening up the call-in lines.
Purchasing power when it came to where their wages were versus inflation. Remember, inflation was 9%. Under this president, you've got inflation roughly around 3%, tariffs contributing a little bit to that. But in his first year in office, people will see an increase of $700 to $1,200 in their purchasing power. That's after you account for what they might have paid a little bit extra on tariffs. Now you're talking about stimulus checks and rebate checks on things and the big, beautiful bill mark. That's going to kick in. You'll see that in January. So people need to take a breath and realize you don't wave a wand and fix 4 years of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
You know, Tommy, one of the things I found most interesting.
They're expecting to fix a problem that was going on for 2 to 3 years in 10 months. And then here's the problem. The most unaffordable places in America are all blue states, but they want to talk about how they can handle affordability.
I had to find a CNN article to get a little bit of detail on some of this just because it's very new. And I guess they had someone that was bored enough to write it. But in there, they wrote, I thought this was just hilarious. These are the same people who said that President Trump's tariffs were a tax on people. They wrote that relieving the tariffs, not a big deal because the importers are taking 80% of that tariff already. So you can't have it both ways, can you?
They certainly try. Leave it to a CNN article to give you that nugget of wisdom there. I love what you said, Jackie, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. This president is willing to be flexible and he's willing to recalibrate because that's what a true leader does. I've heard from him maybe some ideas that will work, maybe some that won't, but he's putting them out there. Will they all work? Maybe not. But all I hear from the Democrats to solve affordability is free things and tax the rich.
I mean,
so there's
Sammy, if you've been paying attention, which I hope you have, ma'am, if you've been paying attention, we've already made the point that red states are less expensive than blue states. We've already went here to this website right here. So you know what? Shout out to Castro. We're just going to go ahead and play this for you, Tammy. Okay. Just for you, sweetheart. So North Carolina. No, let's go with Ohio. Let's go with my state, right? Let's go with my state, Ohio. Now, you can do this across the board, Tammy. You can also go to this website yourself, My Life Elsewhere, and you can compare the cost of living from blue states to red states. You can do this all day if you want to. It's actually pretty fun. And you will find out that California is 34% more expensive than in Ohio. So, Tammy, I asked you, where do you live? Do you live in a blue state or a red state? So we can go ahead and compare your living situation or the expenses that you pay compared to mine. And if you were brave enough to do so, I can tell you why you're not seeing prices go down, because it's 34% more expensive in California than in Ohio. They're paying 27.9% more in groceries in California. So when you guys say grocery prices aren't going down, well, of course, there's a close to 30% difference in what you see in the grocery store and what I see. And I see 30% less. So you might want to address that before you just go off on your little tangents. But hey, I'm being nice and I'm showing you where we're getting this from. And I would implore you to go out there and look at this yourself before you want to talk about affordability. Because what state you in? I just want to know. If you could just tell me what state you in, we can go ahead and hash out your affordability problem and why you're seeing higher prices. Well, than me. I think that's a fair way to look at it. Am I wrong?
solution to everything is, well, people that make money, people that worked hard and built something, we're going to take a little more from you and we're going to spread it out. That's a Democrat plan. I haven't heard Democrats give us any other solutions to the affordability crisis other than someone else is going to pay for it. So if President Trump wants to get creative, talk about a 50-year mortgage, or he wants to talk about reducing tariffs on this or that, good for him, because he's willing to have another option other than, we'll just tax some more people some more. Wow, Democrats, that's a real winner.
Yeah, I'm not down for taxing some more people some more. That should be their slogan.
It is.
That's Mondami's
More,
slogan.
more.
More taxes, less affordability. I mean, it's the Democrats' secret slogan. They don't tell you it out loud, but hey, once they get in office, they implement it.
This is a Fox News alert. President Trump is departing Florida and speaking to reporters. Let's listen in.
Better with this. And again, I go to Walmart and other companies, and in every case, it's
Oops, wrong one. All right, here sounds off as Hochul's record, worst governor in America. All right, let's get right into it, because we're going to get into the Republican candidate that's running against Governor Hochul, which is the governor of New York. So, I mean, let's see how the governor's race is looking for them. They might win that one too.
I am confident that what we will find in Albany is a politics of partnership that we have not seen for quite some time. The points we raised on October 23rd about freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants, delivering universal childcare, making the slowest buses in the country fast and free, these are not just slogans. These are commitments, and I look forward to delivering on them.
That's New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani working with New York Governor Kathy Hochul to raise taxes and enact his socialist agenda for New York. My next guest, New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, is running to unseat Kathy Hochul as governor of the Empire State next November and stop Mamdani from implementing his socialist policies. The race is seen as one of the most pivotal in the country following Mamdani's victory, as the governor of New York has the power to remove the mayor of New York City based on charges, according to the city's charter. Joining me now is the woman herself, New York gubernatorial candidate and House GOP leadership chairwoman, Elise Stefanik. Congresswoman, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. How will you unseat Kathy Hochul? Give us the plans.
Well, first of all, Kathy Hochul is the worst governor in America. New York ranks #1 when you consider how unaffordable New York is. We have the highest taxes in the nation, the highest energy costs, the highest grocery prices, the highest rent. The list goes on, Maria, and it's a result of Kathy Hochul's single-party Democrat rule. The reality is a Democrat has been in the governor's office for nearly 2 decades as of next year. And when New York was looking for leadership in the midst of this mayoral race, what did Kathy Hochul do? She bent the knee to this communist, defund the police, tax hiking, soon to be mayor of New York City. And make no mistake, Maria, Kathy Hochul said that she would not raise taxes, even though she has a record of doing so. And it took less than 1 week for her to completely flip-flop and agree to raising taxes on New Yorker when we are facing an affordability crisis. So we are going to win by having a coalition of Republicans, independents, and Democrats who want common sense and who want to make New York affordable and safe again.
You know, what we realized was Mamdani has made so many promises. He's promising free buses and freezing the rent and free everything. But at the end of the day, we recognize that he actually doesn't have the power to do any of that. He needs Kathy Hochul to do this. The MTA is run by the state. You know, a board is deciding on rent. So will she go along with Mamdani? And if you were in power come 2027, would you move to take out Mamdani because you have that ability in the charter?
Well, first of all, we know that Kathy Hochul will bend the knee. She already did so in her endorsement in the course of that primary. She legitimized his candidacy. She did not condemn a single statement he made, whether it was his smears of NYPD, whether it's his calls to abolish private property, or whether it's commitment to raising taxes. And yes, she will raise taxes on New Yorkers. And I'll tell you, Maria, whether it's Republicans or Democrats, people do not want their taxes raised. raised. We are the highest tax state in the nation, and it's why one of the many reasons that we are the most unaffordable. In terms of removing the mayor from office, of course, that's in the New York State Constitution, and I will follow the Constitution, but we're going to win to make sure that we stop these tax hikes and instead cut taxes, that we unleash energy independence in the form of fracking, that we get rid of this outrageous gas stove ban that Kathy Hochul just paused to put after Election Day to try to lie to New Yorkers. And we're hearing from everyone. I'm in Brooklyn today. I'll be in the Finger Lakes later this afternoon, crisscrossing New York State. There's not a single region of New York State where the people of New York support Kathy Hochul. And already polling shows that we're either ahead or within the margin of error because people are waking up. They do not want to see New York State fall to communism.
So is affordability your number one priority right now?
Absolutely. Affordability is my number one priority. It's New Yorkers' number one priority. I am running to make New York affordable again, to cut taxes and to lower energy prices for all New York families.
Congresswoman, thank you so much for being here. We'll be watching your campaign, gubernatorial candidate.
All right, now let's go to 2. And all right, guys, let's. Like I said, if we want to get into conspiracy hour, we do have to hit goal. Oh, sure, we'll just close it down, and that's fine. Trust me, I'm getting a bit tired. But let's go ahead and get into the next video, guys. All right, let's go. All right, Seattle is hot. What was it? Seattle businesses are in panic following the election of a socialist mayor. I mean, I guess there's a trend going on. We got our East Side socialist mayor, and now we got a West Side one.
37 minutes after the hour now, she's been called the Mom Donnie of the West. Self-proclaimed socialist Katie Wilson is Seattle's brand new mayor-elect. But is she a reflection of the Democratic Party's lurch leftward, or is she just the right fit for Seattle right now? We want to bring in Seattle Red talk show host and friend of the program, the great Jason Rance. I kind of love these segments because I can just say, Jason, you got 2 minutes. Let us have it. But I'm going to tee you up by a little sound here first, my friend. This is Bruce Harrell. He basically said, all right, if this was what you want, we should listen. Listen to this and get your reaction on the other side.
The Wilson administration will have new ideas. They will have a new vision. By winning the election, they have earned that right. We must listen to the young voters.
As a progressive and as a socialist, I believe in good governance. Our government is how we act collectively.
Now, if I remember, I know my dog Monty. Shout out my man Monty. I know he lives out there in Seattle, right? Yeah, you know, I think this is why I've been hearing about bro trying to move. I think he might have seen this coming down the pipeline. Good luck out there, Monty. Good luck.
That is, that's an interesting perspective. I always like to say, let's see how the business community reacts after this sort of leadership change. Are you bullish or are you running for the hills, Jason?
Well, businesses certainly seem to be indicating a panic, and I think they're right to panic. This is someone who does not have any experience that you would traditionally look at and say, well, she's qualified to run a city. Now, obviously, as someone who lives in Seattle, works in Seattle, I want this to work. And I do think she's well-intentioned. I just think she's going to be in over her head. She did not run as a socialist the way that Mamdani did. She was not owning that category. And a lot of the ideas she were putting out there, I do think were either socialist or maybe adjacent. And so we didn't get the same kind of national attention that a Mamdani did. But ultimately, she's going to lean into those policies with a council now that is dramatically different than what it was before this election, meaning we've got more socialists on the Seattle City Council. So she's going to be able to enact her agenda. And I think ultimately she's going to run into two problems. Number one, she's not going to be able to pay for much of what she wants to enact. And number two, she's going to have to increase.
I mean, that's a problem. Most socialists, they can never really articulate how they're going to pay for all of their endeavors. And y'all are cooked. I mean, Seattle, I mean, they even said they got socialists on their council board. It's like, y'all cooked. Y'all are going to be a socialist city, bro. Seattle, you're cooked just like New York. I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do for you. You'll just have to live with the consequences of your voting, but I do hope it works out for you and it's not too bad. Or you never know. You might be the first lady to make socialism work. You never know. My first person.
Taxes to do it, which then scares off businesses that right now are very clearly panicked. The ones I'm talking to are panicked.
Yeah, and here's the problem that we've seen over and over. They can move to Bellevue, they can move to other places, they could leave the state altogether if they feel like the tax policies are onerous, to say nothing of the fact that sometimes when these policies are enacted, they may sound good in a college classroom or maybe if you're hanging out with your buddies, but when rubber meets road and real families, and by the way, a lot of Seattle families are struggling right now, you've got to do what you can to encourage investment, Jason. This idea of, hey, we'll give a chicken in every pot. Eventually, as famously has been said, eventually you run out of other people's money.
Yeah, and that's why we're in the position we're currently in. They decided at the council level several years ago to just go all in against Amazon and other big business. They introduced the payroll tax. They basically pushed Amazon to send thousands of dollars to Bellevue, which you just pointed out. And that's what's going to continue to happen. You can say we're going to raise taxes on businesses all you want, but just know they're not going to stay here and take it. A lot of businesses have still chosen to keep their people working remotely because they don't want to bring them into Seattle, where because of the payroll tax, they would be subject to increased taxes. And the crime crisis is still real. Homelessness is still out of control in the downtown core. We're going to see a continuation of really bad policies. And what's so annoying to me as a taxpayer, as a resident, is that we took 2 steps forward with this last council and this last mayor who was very lazy, but he at least did see some improvements. And we just took 2 steps backwards. That's the unfortunate reality of where we currently find ourselves.
And it's frustrating because I love Seattle. I love the Northwest. I think the summers there are about as beautiful as you can get.
Yep.
And it's discouraging. We'll have to see. Obviously, we'll all watch together. It's either going to be a slow motion train wreck or it'll be this miraculous thing that nobody would have predicted. Certainly not me.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I want to share this. This is Angus King and Pramila Jayapal talking about the shutdown and what the Democrats did and didn't get. Get your reaction on the other side.
The problem was the shutdown wasn't accomplishing either goals, and there was practically, well, there was zero likelihood that it was going to.
I think people understand what a betrayal this is to not be able to go back with a victory.
All right, so that's the real question. On the one hand, they're saying, you betrayed us, Chuck Schumer. You didn't do what you said. On the other hand, a lot of people, frankly, Jason, were really hurting. 40 days, 43 days is a ridiculous amount of time to make a political point. Your thoughts?
So just look at how not just Pramila Jayapal and others on the left are reacting, but just activists, not just lawmakers. They're upset that the shutdown ended. They were calling this a Republican shutdown. They were angry. They were pretending Republicans were responsible. And now that they stopped it, they're saying, oh, I can't believe it. They're just as angry. No, they didn't get anything politically out of this, except I guess now they have to live on with a conscience, guilty of all the pain and suffering that they caused so many people. They did this for
and got nothing out of it.
It was performative, and they didn't get their return on what it is they just did, and now they're upset about it.
You know what bothers me is, they.
All right, guys, we'll just get into this funny clip, and then I'll turn back over to deliver a monologue.
African people don't like black people. Y'all know they treat us like shit. They talk down to us. They think they better than us. And I don't understand because we from the same tribe, kind of. But they like white people, though. They treat y'all like family. As soon as y'all come around, they get excited. Excuse me, Mr. White Man. Thank you for bringing us here. We love you. Yeah, the white man. As soon as they see us, they get an attitude. Hey, how you doing? This nigga. We don't like the black man in America. Motherfucker, you don't work, you don't do shit. We don't like you, you black motherfucker. Like, who are you calling black, motherfucker? I'm brown, you midnight. Who the fuck are you calling black? Like, nigga, if you stood up against a building, you'd look like an alley. Who the fuck are you calling black? This shit is unjust.
Black people can go up and say that there's a baby mama problem in black America, and white people are not allowed to say that. Oh, I just did, so what are you gonna do, cancel me?
You should at least acknowledge the racism that happens around you.
Okay, well, yeah, if an individual act of racism happens.
That is just taking accountability.
Why don't you take accountability for all the blacks killing police in New York?
Black individuals have much more intellectual public freedom than white people do. If a white person were to come up and say, black America really needs to get its act together and stop sleeping around all the time, and it needs to actually have
Why would you?
Because it's true.
If Trump wasn't running in 2020, who would win?
The illegals would win. MS-13, the illegals, the drugs would win. They'd have a big day. Drugs would be unbelievable.
And 20 years from now, they're going to say, why is the country so right-wing? Well, you were too busy having abortions and having gay sex and not wanting to get married. And we got married and had kids, and we will repopulate the species.
Man, RP that boy Charlie, man. RP that boy Charlie. But all right, so let's go ahead and get into this monologue and let's get right into it, because it does seem like, once again, the main topic was affordability. How Trump's handling affordability and how Democrats have failed affordability for the past 4 years. And it is kind of funny how Mark Levin had to be the one, of all people, Mark Levin had to be the one to remind us that, yo, Republicans, you're dominating in affordability. When you compare blue states to red states, you guys handle affordability a lot better than the blue states do. Guys are like, when it comes to grocery prices, there's like a 20 to 30% difference in what the red states pay, and it's cheaper. They pay 20 to 30% cheaper grocery prices and cheaper transportation prices than blue states. The fact that they didn't want to drive that home is astounding, but hey, it is what it is on that note. But it does go to show that we actually have a pretty good argument when it comes to affordability, and the Democrats don't, because when you line it up, yeah, you start seeing the numbers. You line up Ohio compared to a lot of these blue states, you start seeing why these guys are complaining so much. And they're saying that, oh, nothing is going nowhere. Prices aren't down anywhere. When you're right, prices aren't down everywhere, but there are sections where prices are going down in. You can't sit there and say that Trump is not doing anything when it comes to affordability. But hey, if you're living in the right state, or the wrong state, really, you're not going to see that. You're not going to see the improvements because, well, your state love high taxes and a whole lot more, like with Virginia. Now, for some reason, these guys built all these data centers without letting these data centers build their own supply, or build their own supply of energy, or find a way to get their own supply of energy that doesn't drag on to the local energy and increase rates for their local people. Like, why didn't y'all do that? Why didn't y'all take care of that? And it's crazy how the people of Virginia are expecting a turnaround when it comes to affordability, when Democrats suck at affordability. For some reason, they believe tackling affordability means socialism. I don't know where they get to that, but that's where they're getting to with it. Apparently, to tackle affordability, that's their fault. They go with socialism, tax the rich, take more from the rich, and hope that it solves everything, when they forget that the rich can leave their state and go to a state where they don't even got to worry about taxes for real. So they're acting like they're the only game in town. And how idiotic is that? Like, let's be real. Anybody who act like they're their shit don't stink, like they're the best thing in the city, they're the best thing in the town, often loses out. I mean, that's not Blockbuster logic. When they didn't want to change their business plan to tackle Netflix, what happened to Blockbuster? They went out of business. So if California and New York don't want to change the way they go about taxes, go about the way they tackle affordability, well, there's going to be a new top dog in town. It ain't going to be California. And trust me, I mean, the Republicans will be here in jubilation when it happens, sadly, but it is what it is. Now, when it comes down to Venezuela, now, as we've been seeing and look through the information, the army, yes, Venezuela's army is still with Maduro. So trying to do a bloodless regime change, damn near impossible. Like at a 5%, 95% is going to be blood spilled, 5% will be bloodless. So let's just not even play ourselves, and we are going to have to work with Maduro and whatever the hell he wants. So we can't be like Ben Shapiro and say, screw that guy. It doesn't matter what he thinks. It doesn't matter what he's offering. Well, yes, it does, because his army's willing to back his ass up. So, yeah, we can say that when your army's not willing to back you up. But when you got your army willing to ride tanks and carry bazookas for you, we got a problem. We just can't sit there and say, who cares about what they think? No, when you got an army backing you up, we kind of got to care about it, especially you got some nukes behind you. And thank God he don't got that. So that's where we are with Venezuela. And I think we should stay away from putting boots on Venezuela. Sure, I think we should stay away from airstriking them as well, because you never know what that might unleash, because they do have, or Maduro does have the support of the military. If he didn't, then this would have been a bloodless bloodless regime change a long time ago. Like maybe like 3 months ago. So that's where we are with that. But guys, if you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, just super chat it in. I'll tackle it after the monologue. But yeah, to tap back in on Venezuela, we don't need no more regime change wars. We don't need to be extending our forces like that. And as Marjorie Taylor Greene says, like, Trump, you need to go ahead and land the plane, land the Air Force One jet in America, park it there, take the key away, man, and give it to a trusted advisor and just say, bro, I don't know, take off with it, because I don't need to go nowhere until we handle everything that is affordability. Even though y'all kicking ass in affordability, y'all need to find a way to make it reach out to the blue states as well. That also got to be a plan, because let's be honest, you are president of the United States, not just for those who vote for you, but for everybody. So you do got to figure out something. They do got to figure out that. Now, we do understand that the blue states have their self-destructive ways, but you got to get around that as well, or at least expose the self-destructive ways that the blue states take on affordability. If not, they're always going to run with it as if everybody's getting hit with this affordability crisis when it's mainly them. When there's huge price discrepancies or there's huge payment discrepancies of what you pay for groceries, transportation, entertainment for when you go from a place like California to Ohio. I mean, bro, when you go from New Jersey to Tennessee, there's huge payment discrepancies. You're always paying less in red states, and that got to be televised. That got to be sensationalized. But if not, they're going to win. They're going to win the argument because we refuse to take a really good stance on it. And Mark Levin, shout out to him, even though I hate his policy, I hate his geopolitical policies. He made a really good point with this. And it goes to show that you can disagree with somebody and damn near dislike them, but you can still find some agreement with them. I mean, one of the reasons why I don't think we should just be so quick to throw away Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and, those guys. I don't think we should be so quick to throw them away, seeing that we can sit there and agree with Mark Levin, but then also disagree with him egregiously on other things. But, hey, that's just the way it is so far in our American political sphere. Hopefully it gets better. I see it getting better over time. But all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and close it out on this one, man. I appreciate you guys for tuning in, man. This is Set with Set Media. We'll go ahead and leave you guys with some funny clips. Let's get right back to our guy, Ari Spears.
African people don't like black people. Y'all know they treat us like shit. They talk down to us. They think they better than us. And I don't understand, because we from the same tribe, kind of. But they like white people, though. They treat y'all like family. As soon as y'all come around, they get excited. Excuse me, Mr. White Man. Thank you for bringing us here. We love you. Yeah, the white man. As soon as they see us, they get an attitude. Hey, how you doing? This nigga. We don't like the black man in America. Motherfucker, you don't work, you don't do shit. We don't like you, you black motherfucker. Like, who are you calling black, motherfucker? I'm brown, you midnight. Who the fuck are you calling black? Like, nigga, if you stood up against a building, you'd look like an alley. Who the fuck are you calling black? This shit is unjust. African men don't understand why when they come to America, they have a hard time getting American pussy. You can't be that aggressive with American women, especially black women. You gotta know how to talk. You gotta come correct. Motherfuckers in Africa is used to having their way. They got 15 wives and shit. And African women are very obedient. They tell their women what to do. It's not even an issue. Bitch, when they come home, I don't know why they do that. You better clean this shit from the floor. They be in the club stalking women out here. You can't even see them. They be as black as my jacket. You just see the yellow of their eyes from a distance. Looking like Congo in the bush. As soon as you go buy your drink, they jump out the shadows and scare the shit out you. Bitch, what is your name? Come here. Don't run from me. You're going to be my wife. Monaya, Monaya. They're hunters. It's instant. I think that's the key to racism, though. You got to be willing to invest in other people's cultures. Because at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what color you are. Everybody got something to bring to the table. And life is short, man. Sample that shit. You don't know what you might be missing. Why deprive yourself of a great human experience because you fucking mad? It's ridiculous. That's why I appreciate a good culture. I appreciate a good accent. You got the right accent, you can get away with a lot of shit. You be in a club and say something foul to a woman in an American accent, she might slap the shit out of you. Like, excuse me, baby, I don't mean to bother you, but you got a fat ass. I'd love to take you home, fuck the shit out you. Motherfucker. English accent, that just roll off the tongue different. Excuse me, I don't mean to bother you, but I'd really love to take you back to my hotel and fuck you doggy stuff a little bit, you know what I mean? Motherfucker, where you from? That shit is... Oh my God. Say something else. Ladies, y'all laughing. Some of the fellas might try that on the way home. Did you have a good time at the comedy show tonight? Did you really? The next light, because you give me a little bit of head, just a little bit. I don't want much, just want you to polish me knob, you know what I mean? I ain't even gonna lie, I'll use that shit to get some pussy. I'll walk up to a woman and say anything. Excuse me, you know what time it is? Oh my God, your accent is beautiful. Where are you from? I just make shit up. McDonald's, England. Have you ever heard of it? I live right off of Egg McMuffin Lane. Have you ever heard of it? Oh my God, girl, you live off of Egg McMuffin. That's good. I tell you what accent is not sexy is that East Indian accent, that 7-Eleven shit, that turban shit, that dot towel shit. Ladies, trust me, you do not want that on top of you on a Saturday night. I'm going to give it to you. I know you want it, you dirty bitch, and I want it. I'm going to give you my Pakistani beef, you motherfucker. Say my name, say Pumasanji. Pumasanji. What's my drawers? I'm sorry, Pumasanji, I'm just not feeling it.
It must suck to be that dumb. Goat's milk latte drinking, avocado toast eating.
Life is hard, but it's harder when you're stupid. I don't know why we have to give money to countries that hate us. They should be able to hate us for free. They can kiss my ass. Somebody at the White House has been smoking the devil's lettuce, okay? The spending porn on pet projects, it's just chock full of spending porn. There's an enormous amount of spending porn. You hate cops just because of the cops? The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead.